Well, so welcome to the discussion of AIPMT-4 that has happened today. So before that, let me introduce to the ongoing test series, different test series that we are running. So first of all, I'll talk about this prelims Tucker test series for upcoming prelims examination. So it will be specifically cover the GS part as well as CSAT, and to add to that, current affairs of last 1.5 years will be thoroughly covered. At the same time, we are also running this year-long test series, which comprises of prelims as well as mains. So it will have dedicated prelims test module as well as mains, which includes sectional as well as all the papers relevant to the GS portion. So my name is Kumar Shivang. So I'll be taking the economy discussion. So 15 questions were asked in economy, and most of the questions were basically conceptual. Apart from some of the questions, I'll say few statements were factual. Rather than that, every questions were conceptual. So let's start the discussion. So the first question is, consider the following statements. The first official set of estimates of national income for India was compiled by National Income Committee under the chairmanship of Mahalanobis in 1949. So this is a factual statement and is a correct statement. So the person is PC Mahalanobis. He is the same person who gave the Mahalanobis model, and it basically stressed on the capital investment to usher in consumptions. So this is a factually correct statement. The second says the base year for gross domestic product calculation is 2015-16. This is an incorrect statement. It is 11-12. They have not revised it. They are in a position, they are planning to revise it, but because of the COVID, so any base year needs to be a normal year. And post COVID, we are not getting any normal year. That is why we have deferred this plan. So this is the particular year that ensures real GDP calculations. So nominal GDP calculation is based on the current prices, but at the same time, when we calculate the real GDP, officially it is known as GDP at constant price. So whenever we account for any GDP at constant price, we need to take any base year so as to make sure that the prices remain constant. We need to negate the inflation part. That is the main thing. So this is an incorrect as per the statement. Effective labor input method is used for calculating gross value added in unorganized sector. This is a correct statement. So this was changed. Whenever we need to account for the cost, factor input cost. So whenever we need to account for the labor cost, what we need to do, we need to have amount that is spent in terms of wages and salaries for labor. But what happens that in official or in an organized sector, we have specific data. But when it comes to unorganized sector, wherein the proprietor or individual company is getting run, where the number of people which are working are less than 10, there we don't have specific data. So because of statistical calculation, we have introduced this effective labor input method, wherein different types of labor, kind of hired worker, at the same time own labor, we put a weight. Suppose own worker is working, a person is working, it will be given a higher weight because he is putting in more. At the same time, when a part-time worker is working, there will be lesser weight to it, to make sure that the calculation is done at some parity. So this was introduced. So this is a correct statement. So 2 statements out of 3 is correct. B is the correct answer. So second question is, consider the following statements. Statement 1 is, bonus received by employees is a part of transfer payments. So there are two types of payment. One is factor payment, another one is transfer payment. When any payment or cost or input is given in return for any factors of production, those types of payments are known as factor payment, wherein any economic activity is being done and those factors of productions are given certain remunerations, like land is given rent on it, labor wages, capital is interest, and entrepreneurship gets profits. But what happens, there are certain other types of payments which are unilateral in the sense, which does not incorporate any economic activity. They are just getting it. The payment is only one sided, like any transfer, like any gift or donation, or in terms of government, what a government gets, a grant. In the same time, you can say remittance, when foreign workers they give to the home country, that is a kind of transfer payment, wherein because the factor input is being calculated at the country wherein the worker is working, but when the worker sends that money to the domestic country or the country where he lives actually, that is known as transfer payment. But when it comes to bonus, bonus is a kind of factor income, because bonus is rewarded as a part of amount of labor given. That is why it is attached with performance bonus. But when it comes to any gifts like Diwali gifts, add-ons, those are transfer payments. Like in both, incentives are also factor income, because that is tied with how much amount you are putting in the firm. But when you are getting Diwali bonus, sabko same ही मिलता है, irrespective of the position, they'll get the same amount as a token. So those things that are unilaterally transferred and that is outside any factors of production, that is transfer payment. But bonus is a factor payment, so this statement is incorrect. Statement 2 says, transfer payments are the receipts which the residents of a country get for free. It means without any commitment to economic activity. So this is a correct statement. So second statement is correct and first is incorrect. So D is the correct answer. So third question is, consider the following. So first we'll see the command statement. How many of the above mentioned measures may result in reduction of government's fiscal deficit? So fiscal deficit is getting reduced. So either revenue is getting increased or expenses are getting down. So we need to ensure introduction of free ration under Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana. So this is, the expenses are rising actually. So this is an incorrect option. Increase in the government goods and services tax rates on luxury. This is right, and that is known as Veblen goods. What happens that although if these are normal goods, increase in tax may lead to lower consumption. In that sense, it can lower the tax collection. But what happens in luxury market, the more the payment is, it is a kind of status symbol. People are more eager to buy those things because it becomes कि अरे हमारा इतना भी cost है तब भी हमने खरीदा. So it social status. So that violates law of demand. So that is why whenever they try to raise in taxes, they hit the luxury segment first. A kind of progressive taxation system. But progressive taxation is more related with income aspect rather than supply of goods. It is more related with law of demand and supply and elasticity of income tax, elasticity of tax. So this is a correct statement. Proceeds from spectrum sale for 5G technology. This is also correct because that is a non-taxed revenue for the government. Okay, so two options are correct, one is incorrect. B is the correct answer. fourth question says, consider the following statements. India has been the largest recipient of remittance globally. This is a factually correct statement. Recently, only this in January, India has got 125 billion USD in the last year as remittance, and that is by far the highest for any country. So it is a correct statement. So this is a correct statement. Statement 2 says there are no restrictions on the frequency of remittances under the liberalized remittance scheme. So this is also a factually correct statement. Liberalized remittance scheme is a scheme by Reserve Bank of India for outward remittance. Suppose you are going for abroad studies or going for any tour specific things, any leisure activity, you need foreign currency, but at the same time there is a cap on it, so that it does not lead to a depletion of foreign exchange reserves at an unsustainable level. So there is a cap of $250,000 per year for liberalized remittance scheme, and that is related with outward remittance. So what happens that these two statements are individually correct, but the statement 2 is not explaining. It is not, there is no cause effect relationship between statement 2 and statement 1. One is talking about inward remittance, second statement is talking about outward remittance. So option B is the correct answer. Okay. See, the fifth question is, which one of the following activities may result in lessening the current account deficit of India? So it is related with BOP, and BOP has two components, current account and capital account. So we need to see which all falls under, first of all, current account. Then we'll see reduction in the import duty of gold. What will happen that whenever that gets reduced, it will lead to increase in imports, and when the moment there is an increase in import, it will lead to increase in current account deficit. So this becomes, according to the statement, this is an incorrect option. Higher defense exports on the sale of BrahMos missile to friendly nations, that will lead to defense exports, a higher defense exports, and that is the correct answer. If we see the C option, increasing the expenditure on Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana scheme, that is not related with any of the BOP activity. BOP is all about transaction between residents of a country with rest of the world. So when this scheme is related with all citizens, Indian citizens, specifically Indian residents, so that is more related with receipts and expenditure of government, fiscal deficit component. That is not related with balance of payment component. So this becomes an incorrect option. Removal of the rebate of duties and taxes on exported products. So what happens that to ensure that exports are incentivized, so the government, what government does, it gives a rebate on export duties to make them more competitive, Indian exports getting more competitive. So if those things are, rebates are getting reduced, it will make Indian goods less competitive, so it will lower the export, so it will increase CAD rather than lessen the CAD. So it becomes an incorrect option. B is the correct answer. In the context of economics, which one of the following statements best describes the term liquidity trap? See, there are two things. One is aggregate demand. When we talk about macroeconomics, creating demand in the economy. So one option is creating demand through raising aggregate demand, and that is all about, you must have heard about this CIG plus X minus M. That is GDP. That is GDP or GDP by expenditure method. That is not GDP in economic sense, that is all about aggregate demand. So whenever you need to increase aggregate demand, you need to either increase the consumption expenditure or investment or government expenditure or net exports. But what happens if the demand is less? There are two options. Either you go by fiscal route by reducing taxes, or by you go by monetary route by reducing interest rate. But what if the demand is such that the expectations, the near term expectation is not positive? So that would mean that even if the tax rates or the interest rates are getting reduced, it is leading to people hoarding more cash rather than investing that money. So what is the main role of reducing interest rate? To usher in demand, to increase demand. But what happens in a liquidity trap scenario? And there is a model called Keynesian model, why government needs to increase expenditures then. क्या होता है जब बहुत ज्यादा रेट्स जीरो नीचे है, फर्दर नीचे करने पर देयर इज नो विजिबल इंक्रीज इन एग्रीगेट डिमांड. डिमांड अपटिक नहीं होता, लोगों का परसेप्शन अबाउट द इकोनॉमी इज नेगेटिव. जब नेगेटिव, देयर इज नेगेटिव परसेप्शन इन नियर टर्म, व्हाट पीपल डू, पीपल स्टार्ट टू होर्ड कैश, और यू कैन से दे ट्राई टू बिल्ड देयर सेविंग्स अकाउंट में पैसा डिपॉजिट करना, स्टोर कर देते, rather than investing that money. Whenever you go for fixed deposit, you are basically indirectly financing any company's demand. FD आप कर रहे, उसी पैसे को बैंक चैनलाइज करके किसी को लोन देता है. बट व्हाट इफ द इन्वायरमेंट इज लेस, कि आपका फील है कि द इकोनॉमी वोंट बी डूइंग वेरी गुड इन नियर टर्म, तो आप क्या करोगे, यू विल स्टार्ट इंक्रीजिंग योर सेविंग्स. सो इन दैट केस it becomes a liquidity trap, wherein even if you are reducing interest rates, that is not creating any demand, and it becomes an ineffective, a situation where the commercial banks, a situation with monetary, a situation where the monetary policy has no effects on the interest rate or the level of income. Level of income means the aggregate demand, where it is already very low. उसके नीचे करने से नहीं, कुछ नहीं होने वाला. There we need government to come up and increase its expenditure. उस जगह पे गवर्नमेंट अपना एक्सपेंडिचर होता है, वहां पे मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी फेल्स. So there the fiscal tools come into picture and government starts spending money. That has happened after COVID also. COVID के बाद क्या हुआ, liquidity injection हुआ इकोनॉमी में, but that didn't materialize into higher investment. What it led? It led to more savings, and those savings got channelized into stock market, and that led to stock market boom. पैसा बचा, सेविंग्स किया, और सेविंग्स ने स्टॉक मार्केट, सेकेंडरी मार्केट में जाके ट्रेडिंग करना स्टार्ट कर दिया. सो एवरी पर्सन हैड ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट दैट पोस्ट कोविड, बिकॉज मनी वाज इजी, लोअर इंटरेस्टेड, बट दैट डिडंट यूज्ड व्हाट वाज द मेन एम, टू इंक्रीज aggregate demand, but that was not happening, and that is a kind of liquidity trap for the policymakers of monetary policy, wherein monetary policy is not transmitting into increased aggregate demand. ठीक है, so D is the correct answer. Monetary policy का there is a limit to it. Money supply is not the answer to every issues. Consider the following statements about ways and means advances. WMA. These are long term advances. This is an incorrect. Short term, it is less than 90 days. Less than 90 days. Long term is anything that is beyond 1 year, where it attracts a capital gain kind of a thing. But these are kind of adjustment in cash flows. Adjustment in cash flows, because government projects revenue, but that revenue does not mean that the government will be getting that portion in equal monthly kind of a thing, कि हर month के end पे उतना revenue government does not expect it. So expenditure तो raise कर जा रहा है, but revenue does not come equally. तो government tries to ask certain advances from RBI. That is applicable for the central government as well as the state governments. Okay, but RBI needs to charge some money on it. RBI is just like a bank for the government, so it charges money. The interest rate on the advances is charged at the existing reverse repo rate? No, at the repo rate. Repo rate is what RBI charges money for whenever it gives money to any entity, be it banks, be it the government. it will charge repo rate. When it asks for money, then reverse repo rate comes into picture. So here the government, the RBI is acting just like a bank. Okay, so this statement is also incorrect. This is also, the limits for extending credit are mutually decided by the central government and the RBI, and this is correct. The government at the start of the financial year makes sure so what would be the expected expenditure and what will be the mismatch. So they set a cap. Kitna will be asking from you, that may not exceed, that may be below that the limit, but us limit se beyond nahi jate hain. If they try to breach that, then again they need to increase that limit. ठीक है ना, वो limit set करते हैं, and that is mutually decided. So A is the correct answer. RBI, you go at RBI's FAQ. हाँ, act में. Act has this, because RBI is bankers, government's bank. Whenever RBI, what? Maybe, see, any amendment, it may have been because there was gross violation. You don't need to go कि कब आया था क्या आया था, बस you need to know कि एक mismatch, cash flow mismatch जब होता है, then there is an option for the government to go to RBI कि आप हमें पैसा दो, and there RBI also earns money, and that the money that is earned by RBI is again taken back by the government in terms of dividend. Government earns dividend on it. Whenever RBI earns money, government asks dividend from the RBI. So 8th question is, consider the following. The non-banking financial companies, NBFCs, carry inherent risks of excess leverage. This is a correct statement. Whenever an NBFC operates, they largely operate in unsecured credit. Because whenever you have collateral, it is better to approach scheduled commercial bank. But what NBFC does? NBFC gives that even if you don't have specific sound collateral, they try to go into it. That is why buy now, pay later और ये सब तरह का जो भी schemes है, that are being extended through NBFCs. And that is why there is an excess risk involved in it, of excess risk of default. So this is a correct statement. The Reserve Bank of India has not prescribed prudential norms for RBI or for NBFCs. This is incorrect. Because of the higher risk that they carry, even RBI has come up with a directive, specific directive, to increase the risk weight of sub 50,000 rupees loan. अभी आजकल क्या चल रहा है, लोग गैजेट्स पे बहुत लोन ले रहे हैं. 50,000 के विदिन का जो टिकट साइज है, that is a small loan, micro credit, but the volume is very high. The value per unit value or the ticket size in specific term, per unit का जो value, that is known as ticket size, it is very less, but the number of borrowers are large, so it has created a bigger volume. So risks are higher. So what they have said, to increase the risk weight, so that in that way there is a capital adequacy ratio that has to be maintained, and that also increases. They have just come up with this. They have asked, directions have been given to the banks, to NBFCs. Just go and see, January में 50,000 का जो rupees का है उन पे, they have asked all NBFCs to increase the risk weight. Risk weight जब increase होगा, capital adequacy को maintain. The main aim is जितना पैसा they are raising, some portion, a higher portion would go to locking the capital. वो ज़्यादा पैसा नहीं दे पाएंगे फिर. Because provisions जब होते हैं ना, जब fault होता है, defaults होते हैं, then comes provision. Provision है कि नहीं, NPA से पहले ही a due diligence is being covered by RBI. कि पहले बाद में it creates a bomb like a scenario, एक ticking bomb जैसा explosion होगा, उससे better है, better be prepared. 50,000 रुपीस का जो लोन है, उस लोन पे जितना रिस्क पहले वो असाइन करते थे, अब वो हायर रिस्क असाइन करेंगे. पहले मान लो 50,000 पे बोलते थे 80%, एक लोन पोर्टफोलियो बनाते 80% हमारा रिस्क दिया हुआ है. द हायर द रिस्क, मोर कैपिटल गेट्स लॉक्ड. अब उनको बोला गया कि यू नीड टू इंक्रीज इट टू 120%. अब 120% बोला कि 50,000 के लोन पे उनको 60,000 एक्स्ट्रा कैपिटल रखना पड़ेगा, फिर कम देंगे बिकॉज कैपिटल इज गेटिंग लॉक्ड. दैट इज द मेन एम, एंड दैट देयर in that sense only they try to, you can have a prudential norms on NBFCs. So the statement A is correct and statement B is incorrect. C is the correct answer. Ninth question is, consider the following: personal income tax, post office savings, disinvestment proceeds, income from spectrum sale. How many of the above can be classified under revenue receipts? So revenue is TR and NTR. It includes tax revenue as well as non-tax revenue. So first is personal income tax, that is tax revenue. Post office savings is a capital receipt because it is increasing liability for the government. That's a liability, so it is an incorrect thing. Disinvestment proceed is also a capital revenue because it is reducing asset. It is a kind of non-debt capital receipt wherein the government is offloading its asset. That is also a kind of capital receipt. Income from spectrum sale, that is a kind of non-tax revenue wherein that is not a kind of tax that is getting imposed, only a kind of fee that is being collected. So first and 4 are correct, so only 2 is the correct option, option B. Tenth question is, with reference to share buyback, it is a kind of capital market. Consider the following statements. It refers to the mechanism under which a listed but that is a capital receipt, na? Government needs to, that is a liability for the government. Government needs to give at the end of the, they give interest on it, na? Anything that is given as interest, that is a capital receipt for the government. ठीक है ना, जहाँ पे इंटरेस्ट इन्वॉल्व हो गया. With reference to share buyback, consider the following statements. It refers to the mechanism under which a listed company buys back its own shares from the market. This is a correct statement. What happens that a company, when it has surplus cash, so the two options are either to invest for capital expansion. अगर visible future में expansion करना है, rather than taking loan, they try to use their own reserves. But what if the company thinks that they have enough capacity is enough, so rather than using the money for further capital expansion, they try to purchase their own share because they think that the shares are more valuable rather than putting in capital investment. वो पैसा से वो return on capital, they are calculating return on capital, वो बैंक में deposit करने से better है, they try to purchase their own share because they think that their own shares are more valuable. So that is a kind of buyback scheme that happens when a company gives, you can say एक बहुत बड़ा जब bonanza type का profit होता है ना, then this comes into picture. ठीक है? It increases the number of shares outstanding in the market. Incorrect. It reduces the shares. It reduces the outstanding shares, outstanding, also known as free float shares. Those shares that are getting freely traded on stock exchanges. So whenever share buyback scheme is proceeded with, the number of shares in the market, free floating shares, gets reduced rather than it gets increased. And whenever the shares get reduced, it leads to increase in share prices. So this is also an incorrect statement. Whenever number of shares get reduced, the share prices increase because earning per share, there is a concept called per share earning that increases. पहले 100 शेयर्स थे, 100 करोड़ कंपनी कमा रही थी, एक शेयर पे 1 करोड़ का अर्निंग एवरेज है. अब 50 शेयर्स हो गए. नाउ अर्निंग पर शेयर बिकम्स 20 करोड़ और समथिंग लाइक दैट, जो भी आया वैल्यू 2 करोड़. सो अर्निंग, द मोमेंट अर्निंग पर शेयर इंक्रीजेस, द शेयर प्राइसेस जनरली इंक्रीज. ठीक है ना? सो 2 statements are wrong, 1 is correct, A is the correct answer. Eighty first is, which one of the following statements describe the term de minimis often heard in context to economy, it is A. It is related with, they talk about minimal amount. Say this statement has been categorically taken from WTO, जो उनके पास statement है, but that is the maximum limit. They talk about minimal amount, but they talk about that is the maximum limit that is allowed under amber box agreement on agriculture, and that is limited with 5% for developed market, 5% of gross value of output from agriculture. The maximum subsidy that is allowed is 5% for developed market, and for developing market that is 10%. And they talk about de minimis, minimus value बोलते हैं, and that is a bone of contention between developing country and developed country. That is why we have Doha round, and that is also getting negotiated because they want a permanent solution to it. Either increase in the value or जो peace clause दे रखा है, you need to remove it. Public stock holding that should not be counted as subsidies because that is getting increased. वो जो public stock holding का जो subsidy MSP में दे रहे हैं ना, that comes under de minimis. बहुत से subsidies है. MSP is bone of contention. So what government wants to do, government want to say, says WTO, you exclude this thing because we are not distorting trade, that is for food security purpose. But what WTO says, you are distorting market by setting a higher price for MSP rather than taking the market price. In that way it distorts market. So it talks about agreement on agriculture of WTO. So A is the correct answer. ठीक है, de minimis बहुत बार न्यूज में आएगा. 82 is consider the following conditions. First, how many of the above mentioned conditions may result in demand pull inflation? So inflation are of three types. Basically there are many types, but three are general types. One is demand pull inflation, where the demand is more than the supply. Second is cost push inflation, wherein the cost of production leads whereas increase in cost of production leads to increase in prices. And third is structural inflation or built-in inflation, wherein the technology or the economic activity itself is not not efficient enough. The productivity is not high, and that is leading to demand and supply mismatch. अगर टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत पुअर यूज कर रहे हो, डिमांड बहुत ज्यादा है, that is not because demand ज्यादा है, because आपका yield is low. So here we are talking about demand pull inflation. Increase in government expenditure that increases aggregate demand and that leads to higher demand than supply, that is related with demand pull inflation. Reduction in the interest rate on loans. Whenever loans interest rate get reduced, there is a higher tendency to take loan to increase expenditure by public. So that may also trigger demand pull inflation. Increase in crude oil prices. So what happens that whenever there is an increase in crude oil prices, cost push, that is a cost push inflation, because crude oil तो directly consume नहीं हो रहा ना, वहाँ price बढ़ा तो cost of production increases, energy transportation cost बढ़ेगा, energy charges बढ़ेगा, इस कारण से cost of production gets increased. So that is a cost push inflation. Increase in income tax, that is an absurd thing, that is a kind of fiscal measure to tame inflation. That is not related with any inflation, that is a way to check inflation through fiscal means. Okay, only two statements are correct or two options are correct. B is the correct answer. See, first you need to know that this asks for incorrect, not the correct. Many of you have missed, बहुत लोग मिस कर चुके हैं इस चीज को, ठीक है ना. Then it says in structural unemployment the marginal productivity of labor becomes 0. This is an incorrect statement because it talks about disguised unemployment, where and what is marginal? Any increase per unit increase in factor input. कोई भी चीज को अगर एक यूनिट इनपुट को बढ़ाने पे कितना वो आउटपुट दे रहा है. And marginal productivity of labor becoming 0 is a feature of disguised unemployment, wherein any additional increase in labor does not increase the output. So it is not a feature of structural unemployment. Disguised unemployment is majorly found in agricultural sector. This is statement is factually correct. Frictional unemployment is a temporary period of joblessness resulting from voluntary employment transition. This is also a correct statement, but as per the command of the question, A is the correct answer because it has asked for incorrect answer. Okay. Chat GPT is not more, it is more technological. Structural कब होगा ना कि you are coming up with, you don't know artificial intelligence as a skill and you are thinking कि हम traditional job market में घूम रहे हैं, you are not getting the job. There are many jobs for AI but you don't have AI skills. Chat GPT is actually killing job. That is a nutshell thing. Chat GPT is killing the job. ठीक है ना, वो तो टेक्नोलॉजिकल अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट ही ला रहा है. टेक्नोलॉजी इज रिप्लेसिंग मैन पावर. स्ट्रक्चरल थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट होता है. 84th क्वेश्चन इज, हाँ, इट इज मोर अबाउट द स्ट्रक्चर्स इन इकोनॉमी वेयर इन टेक्नोलॉजी अपग्रेडेशन एंड स्किल अपग्रेडेशन इन ह्यूमन आर नॉट इन सिंक, एंड दैट इज लीडिंग टू jobs available in the market but people are not skilled enough to take those jobs. That is more structural unemployment. Technological unemployment, technology is killing jobs. ठीक है ना. With related to insolvency and bankruptcy code, the IBC architecture is built on the principle of debtors in possession as opposed to the previous position of creditors in control. Debtors are those who have taken the loan or borrowers, and creditors are those who have given the loan. So earlier what used to happen, that those who had taken loan, they were only controlling. Even if the company has filed for bankruptcy, even in those cases those who had taken the loan, they were the only board of directors में वो बैठते थे. But IBC has changed it. IBC, this is an incorrect statement. IBC has made sure that those who have given the loan, the creditors, get the management and the ownership of the particular stressed company. So earlier जो पहले क्या होता था कि debtors in control होते थे, अब creditors in control है. But the statement says कि debtors in possession उल्टा बताया गया है. ठीक है, नहीं समझ में आया. Debtors are those who are the borrowers who have taken the loan. If they have defaulted on the repayment, it means that they should give the management to the creditors, those who have given the loan. Earlier provision was that कि जो debtors होते थे ना, उनके पास ही कंट्रोल रहता था, जो उनका रोल रहता था, क्योंकि उनको कहा जाता था they have the expertise to run the company. But IBC has made sure that there is insolvency resolution professionals. So what creditors do, they put the management of the stressed company in the hand of IRPs. In the same manners, creditors take control of the company, and that is what has been the change. This is the main change. The loan recovery rate of large corporates has substantially increased. This is an incorrect statement. बहुत खास फर्क नहीं पड़ा है. The loan recovery rates are not even more than 20-25%. It means what has been the loan that has to be recovered through IBC, you can say creditors are not able to recover even 20% of the loan outstanding. So in a sense that what was envisaged through IBC, that is not in reality, that has not fulfilled it. So these two statements are incorrect. D is the correct answer. नहीं, this is factual thing. कुछ तो factuals आएंगे ना. हाँ, substantial increase है ही नहीं ना, increased ही नहीं हुआ है. The main thing is increased, substantial जो increase हुआ ही नहीं. It is hovering around 15-20%, and that was the case with SURFACE and other. See, earlier we had individual acts. This is not an act, this is a code. It codifies different acts into certain sections. If that is a financial thing, you need to follow section, this particular act के अंदर आ जाएगा. So it codifies things, specify करता है कैसे कैसे process होगा. हाँ, substantially means क्या कि earlier जो provision है उसको just mirror हो गया. सो इट हैज बिकम अ हिट नहीं हुआ है, वो वैसे ही सिचुएशन है। कुछ तो आएगा इस तरह का क्वेश्चन। लास्ट क्वेश्चन इज fiscal drag. This is also a concept. What happens that whenever there is an increase in inflation, it is also beneficial for the government. They also do not try to tame inflation. Short term में वो चाहते हैं कि inflation does not go नीचे ना जाए. Why? क्योंकि it increases their tax revenue. Everything is pegged to the prices in the market, the market price. And market price जब उसका इन्फ्लेशन होगा तो मार्केट प्राइस गेट्स इंक्रीज और उससे उनका टैक्स कलेक्शन भी बढ़ जाएगा। जो 100 रुपए पे 10% टैक्स लेते थे तो 10 रुपया टैक्स जाता था, अब 110 रुपए हो गया, 10% ही टैक्स है, बट हाउ मच आर दे कलेक्टिंग? ₹11. So 1 rupees extra without any increase in tax. Tax rate has not changed, but the revenues have changed, all because of inflation. So this says fiscal, and what happens, why it has been termed as drag, what happens that ये तो short term ये increase होता है, इनकम भी इंक्रीज होता है विथ टाइम, कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा, इनकम भी बढ़ता है, इनकम के कारण ना लोग हायर टैक्स ब्रैकेट में चले जाते हैं, जहां 20% था वो टैक्स ब्रैकेट 30% पे चले जाते हैं। इन अ वे टैक्स बढ़ जाता है उनका विदाउट एनी इंक्रीज इन टैक्स रेट्स, बट दैट रिड्यूसेस एग्रीगेट डिमांड। टैक्स रेट बढ़ेगा तो इन अ सेंस इट एक्ट्स लाइक अ drag. In short term it increases fiscal revenue, but in long term what happens, it creates a drag. Drag is किसी को रोकना, restriction. So automatically inflation leading to increase in income and increase in prices automatically puts brake on the government revenue without change in any tax structure, and that is termed as fiscal drag. इनिशियली इंक्रीज लगा, आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल स्पीड गया, रेट बढ़ा, लोगों को लगा कि देयर हायर प्रोपोर्शन इज गेटिंग स्पेंट एज टैक्स, ऑटोमेटिकली एक्सपेंडिचर गोज डाउन. सो इट सेज अंडर फिस्कल ड्रैग the government revenue increases without an explicit increase in the tax rate. This is a factual correct statement. So they don't tweak the tax rate. They know prices ज्यादा होगा because of inflation, they get the higher tax mop up, revenues उनके बढ़ जाते हैं. Inflation and earning growth may push more taxpayer into higher tax bracket, thus undermining spending, and that is why it has been termed as drag. जैसे ही उनका टैक्स रेट बढ़ गया, they try to control their spending, and the moment it is controlled, it acts like a drag for the revenue of the government. So both the statements are individually correct, and statement 1 explains statement 2. So A is the correct answer. So that was all about the economy discussion. You'll have the polity discussion just now. Undermining matlab, undermining the rate of expenditure, what was envisaged, जिस रेट से बढ़ेगा, it automatically controls, ब्रेक्स लग जाता है उस पर. समझ में आ रहा है ना कि टैक्स रेट बढ़ा, लोगों को लग रहा है ज्यादा टैक्स लग रहा है, तो फिर वो दे ट्राई टू रिड्यूस देयर एक्सपेंडिचर. ठीक है.
कर दो. Good evening, how are you? How did you find the paper? I'm talking about polity. 15 questions, how many questions you attempted? Any question you found difficult to the extent that you have not heard about it? Was there any question which you have not heard about? Any terminology, any conceptual aspect which you must have thought that might be correct, but unfortunately got it wrong? Have it happened like that? Wednesbury. If you are not reading Hindu newspaper, that's the problem. Number one. Anything else apart from that? Anyway, let us discuss. What happened? क्या हो गया? एक मिनट ये होगा शायद. हाँ. In the context of polity, which of the following statements is correct about Wednesbury principle? There was an article in Hindu written by an advocate of Madras High Court. Name is not important. Although the article was highly technical, it was about an income tax raid conducted in the state of Gujarat. At the end of that article, the individual who wrote that article wrote something about Wednesbury principle. And he has explained it in 1 or 2 lines. According to that author, instead of Wednesbury principle, what we need is proportionality principle. Hindu newspaper is one of the most important sources that you should refer continuously. If you believe that you will be able to clear the examination after reading so-called current affairs material without reading newspaper, God will help you. You should read newspaper at least one thoroughly. Right? So this question I have taken from that particular newspaper article. It is not something we invented, this principle or this question. Wednesbury principle. So it is asking about which of the following statement is correct with respect to Wednesbury principle. What is Wednesbury principle? Wednesbury principle is a principle of judicial review. This is used by courts across the world to review the administrative decisions and actions. Now, where is this? From where this word came, Wednesbury? The origin of this principle came from the Wednesbury Corporation case in 1948. So from that case, this principle originated. That is why this principle is known as Wednesbury principle. It is also known as Wednesbury unreasonableness. Wednesbury unreasonableness. An administrator has to take decision, and the decision has to be as per law, and the decision has to be as per prevailing facts, rules, regulations, etc. Simply put, the reason of the administration should be reasonable. The decision of the administration should be reasonable. Whether the decision is reasonable or not, a doctrine or a principle which is adopted by the judiciary is Wednesbury principle. This principle says a decision is unreasonable if it is so outrageous and reprehensible and which defies logic and which is against the accepted moral norms of society, so that no individual, no sensible individual would have made that decision. It is not necessary for you to understand, this principle in verbatim. Understand this. This Wednesbury principle is a test of reasonableness. Whether a decision taken by the executive or the administration, for that matter, is reasonable or not. Now, what is reasonableness? What is reasonable? How do you know that whether decision is reasonable? A reasonable decision is one. Reasonable decision is one according to this principle. According to this principle, a reasonable decision is one which a sensible person will take. How will it be taken? It will be taken after assessing the prevailing factors, relevant factors. If you are using relevant factors, considering relevant factors to decide, then your decision is reasonable. Now, what is an unreasonable decision? An unreasonable decision is one which is so outrageous, which lacks logic, which is also against the moral standards of society, that no sensible person would have taken that decision. This is the essence of Wednesbury principle. Wednesbury principle is a principle for judicial review, originated from UK in 1948. Later, in 1984, in UK itself, this principle has been explained properly. This way, that a decision which is unreasonable, if it is so reprehensible or outrageous, it is against logic, and or against the moral standards of society, that no sensible person would have taken that. Wednesbury principle is a test of rationality of decision. Now the question is, which one of the following is correct? It is used by the courts as a tool for reviewing the decision of public authorities. Fine. It applies only to the violation of fundamental rights. No. It applies to administrative division, laws and others. It is not only limited to fundamental right. Right? So this statement 2 is incorrect. This principle is applied only to the decision taken at the highest level of government. No. Highest level of government can be the cabinet or council of ministers. No. It is applicable throughout the entire spectrum of administration. This principle is applied only to the decision. Okay, fine. It sets a maximum standard of rationality that public authorities must adhere to when exercising their powers. Unfortunately, this Wednesbury principle puts a minimum standard of rationality, not maximum standard of rationality, minimum standard. A decision is unreasonable, which is so outrageous, so reprehensible. So, to scrutinize a decision of the administration through Wednesbury principle is very difficult. Why it is very difficult? Because the bar to scrutinize, the standard of scrutiny is very high. Simply means only when a decision is so reprehensible, outrageous, then only it can be held invalid. Are you getting what I am trying to say? Even if a decision has a minimum rationality, minimum reasonableness, then the decision is fine. It will not be applied, the judicial review cannot be applied to it. Are you getting what I am trying to say? If the administration can claim that I have taken reasonable precautions, the decision is reasonable, there is an element of minimum reasonableness, minimum rationality, then it's fine. The scope for judicial review under Wednesbury principle is very limited and narrow. Are you able to understand what I am trying to say? That is the reason these days this Wednesbury principle is not accepted as an appropriate test for judicial review. That is why we have something called proportionality. There is a movement from Wednesbury's reasonableness to proportionality. The test of proportionality or doctrine of proportionality or principle of proportionality provides more scope for judicial review, because it not only deals with the element of rationality, but it also deals with various other aspects. the doctrine of proportionality has 4 limbs or 4 pillars. Doctrine of proportionality, if you have read proportionality in Puttaswamy judgment, modern dental case, etc., proportionality. If the decision of the administration is not proportional, then it can be struck down. How do you know whether decision is proportional or not? There are 4 principles under doctrine of proportionality. Principle of legitimacy. Number 1, principle of necessity. Number 3, principle of suitability. Number 4, principle of balance. Simply understand this. Simply understand this. When a decision is scrutinized through Wednesbury principle, then it is very difficult to apply judicial review to that, because the scope of application is very limited. The decision should be so outrageous, then only it can, so illegal for that matter, then only judicial review can be applied, struck down. But proportionality, the scope is very high. That is the reason democratic system, the judiciary in democratic system are moving towards proportionality. Proportionality is more precise. Proportionality has more scope. Proportionality balances the interest of the people and the state. Yes. Overlapping between due process of law. No, see, it is fine, and agree that if you see on a spectrum or on a continuity, this due process of law is having more scope of judicial review with respect to Wednesbury principle. Why? Because due process, a process is due which is fair, just and reasonable. Now the question is, what is reasonable? Reasonableness covered under Wednesbury. Fairness test is different. Fair, just and reasonable. You can say that the word reasonable can be under Wednesbury. Now, what about just and fair? See, it's difficult. The point is that it's difficult to apply one principle, and let's say it's difficult to watertightly compartmentalize. Difficult to compartmentalize these principles. But it's true that the scope is high. Proportionality is having more scope than due process. But we cannot say that these are opposing doctrines, right? But if you see Wednesbury principle and due process is more favorable to judicial review than Wednesbury principle. Because Wednesbury principle, the bar is very high. For that, you can apply judicial review. Minimum rationality is required, fine, not maximum rationality. Even the admission can claim that there is a minimum rationality. It can claim that, see, this is not an outrageous, reprehensible decision. Then the decision can be held as valid. But due process require a lot of justification from the government, from the state. That is why earlier in the Indian context, it was procedure established by law. Now later you moved into due process. Why? Because due process protects you not only from the executive but also from the legislature. More scope, more protection of rights of people. Even between the proportionality doctrine and Wednesbury, there are overlapping. But the point is that due process and proportionality are having wide scope. It provides multiple options for the judiciary to look into a decision of the administration. Always remember, there is a tension between the state and citizen. The state, the government, tries to have more power, take more from the citizen. In other words, state wants to control citizen. State will come out a lot of legislation, rules, regulations, etc. So in the Indian context, if it violates part 3 or other rights of the people, then it is the judiciary that has to look into it. In this context, judiciary has to devise new principles, new methods, because we are living in an era of progressive rights jurisprudence. Right to privacy. Was there right to privacy earlier, before Puttaswamy? No. Now, how did Supreme Court have come to the conclusion that we have fundamental right to privacy, proportionality. What is the answer? Answer is used by the courts as a tool for reviewing the decision of the public authorities. This is the answer. Right? Next. Which of the following concepts aptly captures the relationship, the freedom of an individual X from an obstacle A to do B? Very easy. It's a difficult framing, that's it. But you see, it's a very easy question. Captures the relationship. What is that relationship? The freedom of an individual X, freedom of an individual, freedom of you, me, whoever that might be, from an freedom of an individual to do B. To do B, you have a freedom to sit here and study. But there is an obstacle which can prevent you from doing it. There can be multiple obstacles. The winter atmosphere, climate might be an obstacle for you, because when you, this climate is very cold, difficult. There may be financial constraints, there may be health problems, there may be familial or societal problem. If you want to study for UPSC, let's say your parents are not allowing it, something like that. But there are some constraints, there are some obstacles which are accepted, but there are some which are not acceptable. Liberty means absence of unreasonable restraints. Liberty means absence of unreasonable restraints. Restraints can be there, reasonable restraints, not unreasonable. If me, because of my caste, gender, religion, sex, etc., are prevented from exercising my liberty, then it is unreasonable. Freedom of an individual X from an obstacle A to do B, the freedom of an individual to do something against an obstacle. An obstacle cannot prevent that person. The answer is liberty. Very easy one, because freedom is there, and see the other options. Although there is this none of the above, that might be a difficult thing for you. But anyway, if you apply concepts, very easy. Do not get panicked. Freedom or liberty. Liberty is the absence of unreasonable restraints. Restraints are there. Restraints are there. Freedom cannot be absolute. Liberty cannot be absolute. Nothing can be absolute. Nor power can be absolute. Right? So there are restraints. Your liberty, let's say in Article 21, right to life and liberty can be what? Restricted as per law. So law can limit your liberty. So that limit is reasonable. But if it is reasonable or unreasonable, the court will decide. Shutting down internet. You are running a business. Your right to life is affected. Proportionality doctrine will come. Whether there is a balance, whether it is necessary, whether there is a law. Are there any other methods which can prevent copying in examination? Is it necessary to shut down the internet? Copying examination, in order to prevent copying examination, if it necessary to shut down the internet. Are there any other measures which, if taken, can prevent copying? Absolutely yes. Disproportionate. Anyway, the point I am trying to make is very simple question. Conceptual clarity is there, you will be able to answer it properly. Consider the following statements, a difficult one. How many of you got this right? How many of you? Where did you find the problem? Which statement you found difficult? Third one. And according to third one is correct or incorrect? So why is it incorrect according to you? Money bill cannot be introduced by private member. Whose right? The question is this. Yes, he or she can introduce. Neither the constitution, nor any statute, nor any rule of the House of Lok Sabha prevent a member, private member, from bringing a money bill. Can a private member introduce constitution amendment bill? Can a private member introduce constitution amendment bill in the Lok Sabha or in the Rajya Sabha, for that matter? Huh? Yes. Why? If you know that the status of a money bill is higher than the CAB or lower, higher, if a private member can bring a constitution amendment bill, then definitely he should be, ideally he or she should be permitted to introduce a money bill. A private member is one who's not a government minister, who's not a minister. So, in the context of Lok Sabha, an MP can introduce a money bill. Neither the constitution nor any rules of the House prevent it. I have gone through the entire rules, don't worry about that. Right? So, private member bill, a money bill can be introduced by a private member in the Lok Sabha if prior recommendation is obtained from the President. Money bill requires prior recommendation. But this recommendation is given by the President as per the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. So, generally when a private member is trying to introduce a money bill, President will not give that recommendation, because the government, the COM, say, you see, don't give the recommendation because we don't have money. Not only that, the idea behind this money bill, let's say a project X, which is not the priority of the government. So, government has limited resources. So, government should have the control over public purse for that to implement various policies and programs. But in theory, it is possible. Right? So, the statement is correct. A constitution amendment bill can also be introduced by a private member. In the Lok Sabha, there is a committee known as Private Member Resolutions and Bills Committee. In Lok Sabha, there is a committee on private member bill. A committee on private member bill and resolutions. This committee will decide various aspects of bill introduced by a private member in Lok Sabha. Remember, there is no such a committee in Rajya Sabha. It is the chairman and the House itself decides with respect to private member bill in Rajya Sabha. In Lok Sabha, there is a committee, 10-member committee. Committee headed by Deputy Speaker. But as you know that 17th Lok Sabha, there is no Deputy Speaker. Now, right. Anyway, what will the Deputy Speaker do? Even if there is a Deputy Speaker, what will he do or she will do? Nothing. Parliament is not doing anything. Anyway, the point is that Deputy Speaker, according to the rules of the House, is the chairman of the Committee on Private Member Bills and Resolutions. The general term is private member business. Private member business includes legislative business and other businesses. Every Friday in general, in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, every Friday is earmarked to, I think, 2.5 hours. Earmarked for private member resolutions. Alternative Friday, bills. Remember, in the last 10 years, the number of private member bills introduced in Rajya Sabha is way higher than the government bills in Rajya Sabha. Although the private member bills, so far only 14 bills have become legislation. The last one was in 1958. Right? But it... What? No, total 14 private member bills have been passed in the Parliament so far. The last one was in 1958. It does not mean that private member bills are not being introduced. Large number of private member bills are being introduced. Recently, one private member bill was introduced in Lok Sabha. Very hilarious. No. I mean, I'm talking about this individual MP who wanted restriction on spending on marriage. According to him, there is a problem. Lavishness, luxurious marriage, wedding. So he said the number of invitees from both the sides should be 100. There should not be more than 10 dishes. And the maximum gift that the groom and bride should get is around 2,500, something like that. Anyway, point I am trying to make is that large number of bills are being, let's say, bills are being introduced. Remember, in Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, in a session, a private member can introduce only 3 bills. Both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. In Rajya Sabha, from 1997, this system is going on. In Lok Sabha, the system of limitation up to 3 private member bills was introduced in 2020. If you see, I think your Lakshmikant, this information might not be there, because we are up to date. 3 private member bills per session in Lok Sabha. Rajya Sabha 3. There is no committee in Rajya Sabha. If some questions come in this manner, you will be able to answer them. You will be able to answer them. That is the reason I am explaining these aspects. A money bill can be tabled in either house of parliament. Incorrect. Can only be in Lok Sabha. The Speaker of the Lok Sabha certifies a bill as a money bill. Up to this is correct. After consultation with the Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, had that been the case, then there would not have been any problem with respect to money bill. The 7-judge bench are not sitting. The 7-judge bench of the Supreme Court will not be sitting. Right? Money bill, money bill, money bill. So, this is incorrect. There is nothing like that. Speaker certifies. Money bill can be introduced by a private member in the Lok Sabha if prior recommendation is obtained from President. Absolutely correct statement. Answer is A, only 1. A person who is not a minister is a private member nominated. One of your, not one of your, one IAS officer, name I will not take. He resigned from IAS way back. Later, he was inducted as a minister, nominated to Rajya Sabha, Minister of Tourism and Culture. He was from Kerala. And later, he conducted elections, and now he is an MP of Rajya Sabha. He brought a bill to amend the preamble. According to him, socialist, the word socialist in the preamble is out of place. It is ideological. So he wanted to replace this, what we say, this word socialist and others in the preamble. This person is a nominated person. Right? When the bill was taken for discussion, this person was not there. Point was that many bills are being introduced by people just for what? Visibility. They should show that we are doing something, isn't it? Anyway, the point is that it can. That is why the definition of the private member is inclusive. If you remove the minister, then everybody. See, this money bill is a very important area. There are issues of money bills, financial bills, finance bill, right, etc., which we'll deal with in the PT Prelims batch from February 19. Consider the following statement. Now this one. Have you read the newspaper again, Hindu? There was an article about governor in Hindu, Kerala governor, right? Because these days the governors genuinely believe that they govern the state. But the name is only governor. Actually, the governor does not govern. Who governs? The elected government governs. It seems that the governors of today's India believe that they are the lieutenant governors of pre-independent India. Anyway, so in that context of Kerala governor, one article was written. In there, this case was mentioned. But again, before that, those people attended our program would have studied this aspect. Kaushal Kishore versus State of UP. Kaushal Kishore versus State of UP is a case. A 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court in 2022 provided a judgment which covered multiple aspects. We taught that judgment in the class. From that judgment, this case is taken, right? But this question is taken. This question is taken from that judgment, which is reflected in that recent Jan first week. This article was written. It was taken from that. I'll explain that. Don't worry. Statement number 1: the grounds to restrict the freedom of speech and expression under Article 19(2) are non-exhaustive. Article 19 Clause 2 provides reasonable restrictions on right to freedom of speech and expression. There are some grounds. The question is asking, the statement is asking whether they are exhaustive or non-exhaustive. Simply means, can we add some other ground? Can we restrict the right to freedom of speech and expression by adding other grounds which are not mentioned in Article 19(2)? What are the grounds in Article 19(2)? Security of state, sovereignty, integrity, friendly relations with nations, defamation, contempt of court, incitement to offence, etc., etc. The question is asking whether those grounds are exhaustive or can we add something more? According to Kaushal Kishore judgment of the Supreme Court, they are exhaustive. We cannot add any more. Simply means by using other fundamental rights, we cannot restrict our freedom of speech and expression. Now, what is the context of this? Some ministers or some governments have spoken in such a manner which seem to violate their constitutional oath. I will give you an example, you understand this. One minister in Uttar Pradesh, not now, earlier, there was a gang rape of a mother and a child. This minister said there is a political conspiracy which is going on against the state of UP. So he equated that heinous crime with political conspiracy. Against this minister, individuals, the victims, I would say survivors, approached the Supreme Court. They said a minister is in a very responsible position. He cannot speak like this. Because of the minister's statement, my other fundamental rights are violated. What is the fundamental right here? Justice, speedy trial, right to life is violated. So they approached Supreme Court, claim their fundamental demand was that those public functionaries, including ministers, etc., their freedom of speech and expression should be curtailed by adding more grounds which are not in 19(2). Fundamental question answered by the Supreme Court was whether there should be additional grounds to restrict the freedom of speech and expression of public functionaries, including ministers. The Supreme Court said no. It is enough. Whatever is there is enough. That is the context of this. Statement 1 is are non-exhaustive. Wrong. They are exhaustive. The fundamental rights under Article 19 and 21 are also available against non-state actors. Again, from this judgment, you see, Article 12 of the Constitution deals with state. Article 12 of the Constitution deals with state. Generally, your fundamental rights are available against the state. Now, what is state? Is it only government? No. Is it only parliament? No. Is it only legislative state? No. The definition of state is elaborate in Article 12. If it's so, can private entities, private individuals, private establishment can come under the definition of Article 12? The fundamental discussion, fundamental issue is what is the state? What is the meaning of the word state? If you see the jurisprudence for the Supreme Court in India, right from 1950, there is a progressive interpretation of the word state in Article 12. As it progressed, the definition of state expanded. More and more entities, agencies, instrumentalities, etc., included in state. In other words, there has been a progressive horizontalization of rights. Generally, there are two types of right: vertical right and horizontal right. Vertical right is the rights which are available against the state. Horizontal rights are available against private entities. In the Constitution, even before this judgment, there have been multiple provisions which are available also against private sector. Article 17, untouchability. 15, clause 2. Article 23, 24, 18, 21, habeas corpus, etc., etc. What this judgment did was, it expanded this horizontalization of rights application to Article 19.2. Article 19. Not only that, it expanded the application of horizontal rights to Article 21. Earlier, the limit was to habeas corpus. Now, it is expanded. Various writs are available, quo warranto, mandamus, etc. Simply understand this. This judgment has expanded the availability of rights to individuals, not only against state but also non-state actors. Non-state actors here means private sector in general. Why the Supreme Court did so? One fundamental reason is that when we are adopting large scale privatization, when we are adopting in the name of LPG and reforms, agencyfication, contractualization, outsourcing, earlier sovereign functions, public functions were carried out by government and its agency itself, public sector undertaking, others. But now, those functions which were earlier carried out by state are being carried out by private sector. Electricity, telephone, water, transport, etc., etc., etc. Multiple functions are carried out by who? Private sector. On the other, there are large scale corporations, WhatsApp, Facebook. Do you think that these companies have a huge impact on your life? Remember, Twitter, now X. I don't know what is the motivation behind it. Brand naming, changing the name, whatever that might be. One senior advocate Twitter handle was suspended or blocked by Twitter. This advocate approached Delhi High Court, saying that my right to life under Article 21 is affected by blocking it. So Twitter held that we are a private sector company. This writ and Article 21 fundamental rights are not applicable to us. This case was going on. And when the judgment came, after 2 days, Twitter restored the account of that advocate. Your WhatsApp, your Facebook, your Instagram, LinkedIn, etc., etc., whatever that might be. In fact, civil servants require more protection. Why? Because first thing you do after getting selection is opening your YouTube channels, creating WhatsApp channels, fan pages, etc., etc., etc. Not only that, you want to post your activities in social media, right? You'll always have the cameraman and the videographer with you wherever you go. That's what happens. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that the social media companies and others have a huge impact on your life. So it is the reason that Supreme Court has expanded the notion of rights against the private sector also. So, horizontal expansion of rights. Fundamental rights under Article 1921 are also available against non-state actors. Absolutely yes. Right? There are a few other things which, if I get time, I will explain. One thing is that, anyway, let me, what is the time? 4:15. For these two statements, it's enough. But there are multiple other provisions or let's say important aspects of the judgment too. One was about collective responsibility, another one was about constitutional tort. 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 I am a minister and let's say I spoke something which resulted into violation of some fundamental rights of individuals. Why? Let's say I am a minister, in your home some theft happened. You wanted to lodge an FIR, but the minister publicly said, this person is also a thief, don't do this, etc., etc. Ultimately, the police did not lodge an FIR. So your right is violated. You can claim damages against the minister. Just because of the statement of the minister, damages cannot be claimed, compensation cannot be claimed. But if the statement of the minister leads to violation of your right, then you can claim compensation. Tort means a civil wrong. Tort is an action which creates harm or injury. But tort is not criminal act. Tort is a civil wrong, which means a wrong against which compensation is claimed. Monetary compensation is claimed. Let's say example defamation. Defamation can be criminal or civil. Tort can be private tort or constitutional tort. Private means private citizens. Let's say this is my property. You trespass into my property. So I can claim compensation against you. That is private tort. Private tort. T-O-R-T. But what about the government? Let's say this is my property. The government employees came and demolished my property. So I can sue the state for that. I can claim compensation. When the compensation is claimed against the state and its instrumentality, it is known as constitutional tort. When a minister's statement leads to violation of rights of an individual, then there exists constitutional tort according to judgment. Minister is part of government. You see, if that is the case, I don't think Supreme Court has gone into that aspect. The point is that, you see, there is freedom of speech and expression in Parliament, subject to constitution and laws, fine. But if something is given in the Parliament also, which have resulted into the violation of rights of people, and if he or she can prove it in court, then I think the compensation can be given. But it's a facts and circumstances of the case need to be understood. The general principle which you are trying to say. In the context of the minister, I'll explain here. In the context of the minister, says this is a conspiracy, which means the police will not take any action against the accused. So my rights are violated. The statement is done not in the house but outside, whatever that might be. If my right to life and right to speedy trial, access to justice is violated, then compensation can be claimed against the state, not against the minister. A police officer detains me without any reason, without any legal backing, without any magisterial order. Unlawful detention. So I can claim constitutional tort against him. So the court can award compensation. Generally, the government pays it, but sometimes the court say you can recover that money from the salary of that individual. Bilkis Banu recently, you must have heard about that case, etc., etc. She was awarded 50 lakh compensation by Supreme Court, and asked state of Gujarat to pay. Why? You know why? A mere statement of a minister is not actionable under constitutional tort. But a statement of minister, if it leads to violation of rights, then it is actionable under constitutional tort. Article 300 of the Constitution deals with this aspect. Not entirely. It says that the government of the state or the union can be sued. It can sue others also. Compensation. आगे चलते हैं. Preventive detention. Consider the following statement about PD, preventive detention. The parliament have the exclusive power to enact a law dealing with PD. Is it right? No. Both the parliament and in state can make law. Union list, entry 9, 3 subjects, defense, foreign affairs and security of India. 3. Entry 3, concurrent list. Both union and state can make law. Security of state, maintenance of public order and maintenance and operation of essential supplies, etc. 3 ground. So, PD, exclusive power, incorrect. It's mandatory to obtain the recommendation of advisory board for extending the preventive detention beyond 3 months. Incorrect. Whatever that might be, you see the drafting of preventive detention part in the Article 22. You may feel that Parliament is giving some rights to you, but if you read it thoroughly, you know, you feel that, or you believe, you will come to know that if you are under PD, preventive detention, then hardly you have any rights under it. Generally, the detention period is 3 months. If you want to extend beyond that, then the recommendation of advisory board, which is set up as per Article 22, is required. But Parliament can exclude those matters from the purview of advisory board, which means Parliament can say that X, A, B, X, Y, Z, etc. These matters are out of the purview of advisory board, which means even beyond 3 months. 3 months can be detained. Are you able to understand what I am trying to say? Generally, advisory board, but Parliament can exclude the exclude matters from the purview of advisory board recommendation, which means even without the recommendation of the advisory board, can be, you can detain him. Let's say a law provides for 1 year detention, let's say NSA, National Security Act. Then no need. If the Parliament under NSA says that this recommendation is not required. If it is, absolutely not. No, it is not mandatory. What is the meaning of word mandatory? Mandatory means compulsory, obligatory, no scope for if and but. In polity, words matter because largely we are dealing with law, right? States can frame rules dealing with PD under relevant parliamentary statutes after obtaining the sanction of president. Nonsensical statement, nothing like that. Let's say you have studied properly, but you have never come across such a statement, which means it is incorrect. If states can make law, then what is the necessity for them to frame rules? In any case, there is no such provision. This is a manufactured statement in order to confuse you. Incorrect one. Answer is D, none. Consider the following statements. A member of the Lok Sabha can be suspended only after the introduction of a motion and its adoption by the House. This is again contextual. You know that more than 140 MPs have been suspended from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, etc. A lot of things have happened. We also took classes on that. But anyway, a member of the Lok Sabha can be suspended only after the introduction of a motion and adoption by the House. Question is asking, a member of the Lok Sabha can be suspended only after a motion is introduced and it is adopted by the House. In other words, can the presiding officer, can the speaker for that matter, suo motu, by his own will or without taking the motion, suspend an MP? Yes. Rule 374A. Rule 374A of rules of Lok Sabha say that a person who is named technical word, named. Name means you are having disorderly conduct. Your conduct is not proper. Please go back to your seat. Do not disrupt the proceeding. Naming. When a person is named by the speaker, and under Article 374, Rule 374A, then the person is automatically suspended for 5 days or remainder of the session, whichever is lesser. There are lesser. So only after. Incorrect. There are 2 ways of suspension. One, let's say I'm a member and you are members in the house, but I feel that your conduct is disorderly, etc. So I can introduce a motion to suspend this member from the house, and the motion will be voted by the speaker. Sorry, the motion will be voted upon by the house. If it is adopted, then the individual is gone. Individual is gone for remainder of the session. But the house again can reduce or revoke the suspension. So there are 2 ways. One is automatic suspension, that is by speaker, right? Another one is by house. The rules of procedure of conduct of business in Lok Sabha empower the speaker to suspend a member for disorderly conduct. Yes, this is actually corollary with the first statement. Remember, such automatic suspension, power of speaker to suspend the member in Lok Sabha does not reside with the power, does not reside with the chairman. Simply means there no rule akin to 374 exists in Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha suspension happens in what? Motion. Adoption of motion. Speaker can name and person is without a motion, a member can be suspended in Lok Sabha, but in Rajya Sabha motion is required. Clear? Answer is B, 2 only. Consider the following statements about Union Finance Commission. Very easy. Remember, 16th Finance Commission is appointed recently. Who is the chairman of 16th Finance Commission? Aravind Panagria. Pangadia. Panagria, whatever that might be. Very easy question. The Constitution provides for the setting up of a UFC every 5 years by the President. Sorry, by the Parliament. Parliament, President. Not by the Parliament, na? President. Very easy question. The President of India causes the report of the Union Finance Commission to be laid before the Parliament. Yes, Article 281. Very easy. States have a legal right to receive money recommended by the UFC. This is asking, like, if some recommendations are given by the Finance Commission, is it mandatory for the government to accept it? No. If it is not mandatory to accept, then the states do not have a legal right for that matter. Right. Recommendation do not automatically translate to rights to states. Finance Commission said 41% vertical devolution. Right. The recommendation is accepted by the government. Then you have that, then fine, you have the right, we can say. But before accepting the recommendation, no. Remember, Finance Commission is an advisory body. It is for the government to accept it or reject it. So no legal right. State cannot say that recommendation is this. You accept. You have to accept it and you give it. No. No legal right for the states. In 2020-21, when an interim report was given by the 15th Finance Commission, the 15th Finance Commission recommended for states grant, which essentially meant that the revenue of the state should be similar to the previous year. Union government rejected that recommendation. Why am I telling you this? If at all a question, the recommendation of the Finance Commission's, Union Finance Commission is always accepted by the government. No. One example I am giving you, rejected. GST Compensation Act. What does Finance Commission have to do with it? This is recommended by Finance Commission, no? That's true. Recommended by Finance Commission. GST Compensation Act is made by the Parliament. GST Compensation Act is as per GST regime. We are dealing with recommendation of the Finance Commission. Does the Finance Commission say this much percentage should be given? The reason why the states are demanding for extension of GST Compensation Act is they want more money. Even when there was a legal right, remember in COVID-19 what happened? COVID-19 is, GST Compensation Act says, owing to the implementation of GST, if there is revenue reduction, then we will compensate you. But COVID-19 is not due to the implementation of GST. That was the entire problem. But later the government found out some ways. That's a different category. It's part of GST system. We are dealing with Union Finance Commission, right? Constitution says the Finance Commission, UFC, needs to be established every 5 years or before that. Let me ask you one question. Can a UFC be established even after 5 years? How do you know that? How? The 16th Finance Commission was established recently. When was the 15th Finance Commission established? When was the 15th Finance Commission established? 15th Finance Commission was established in 2017. 16th Finance Commission was established recently, 2023 December or 24. So almost 6 years. But the Constitution says every 5 years or before 5 years. But the Constitution does not say after 5 years. We are not going to look into this aspect whether the setting up of Finance Commission after 6 years, not as per 280, is correct or not. That we are not saying. But what we are saying is there have been instances where Finance Commissions at the union level are set up even after 5 years. I mean, right? 14th Finance Commission. 14th Finance Commission was set up after 5 years and 2 months. 11th Finance Commission was set up after 6 years. So there have been precedents of delayed setting up of Finance Commission at the union level. 28, very easy. Consider the following: liberty of thought, political liberty, liberty of expression, liberty of belief. How many of the above given objectives are embodied in preamble? Very easy preamble, you know that. What is this embodied? Constitution. Above given objectives: liberty of thought, political liberty, expression, belief. Political liberty is there. Liberty of thought, belief, faith and expression. Political liberty is not there. Justice is there, political justice, economic justice, etc. Economic liberty. No. Economic liberty. Liberty of faith, belief, expression, thought, worship. Economic liberty is not there. Economic justice, na? Justice, political, economic and social. No economic liberty. Remember this. Economic liberty would have made India a classless society. Anyway, preamble does not have that legal validity, but anyway, चलो आगे चलते हैं. 29. Very easy question. I am not going to discuss it. 1861 Act gave recognition to portfolio system. Portfolio system was introduced by Canning in 1858. 1861 Act gave recognition, legal recognition. Remember this. 1861 did not introduce portfolio. it gave recognition to it. Restoration of assembly, yes. The federalization started from 1773 to 1833 was thought to be revived by 1851. Correct. Symbolic step towards representative government. Yes, 3 Indians were nominated, right, in the council, legislative council. Maharaja of Benares, Dinkar Rao and Patiala. Yes. So all statements are correct. Very easy. 30. This is a difficult one. In the context of Chief Election Commissioner, etc., recently an act was passed by the Parliament. Right? We have taken a class on that. This is in that context. The CSE can only be removed from office in a manner similar to Supreme Court judge. Very easy. This you know. Right? The Constitution says so, and the Act also says so. Search committee headed by the Cabinet Secretary will be set up to prepare and present a panel of 5 available persons to the Election Committee headed by the Prime Minister. Everything is correct except this Cabinet Secretary. This Act sets up a selection committee and a search committee. Search committee headed by Law Minister at the Union level and 2 secretaries. Selection committee, Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition or the highest party in the Lok Sabha, and a Union Minister nominated by the Prime Minister. The Supreme Court in Anu Berenwal said, instead of this Union Minister, it recommended LOP, PM and CJI or judge nominated by the Supreme Court. But here, Government of India felt we should have proper control over the CEC and EC, right? So we will not allow judge, we will not allow judicial overreach into the prerogative of appointing CEC and EC. In February, a vacancy is going to come in the Election Commission, and after that there will be no vacancy till the election. Anyway, and the Supreme Court has adjourned this case to March. This act was challenged in Supreme Court. Supreme Court said, fine, we are not staying it, adjourning. When? March. By the time this person will be appointed as EC. Anyway, so the point is that. Anyway, so Cabinet Secretary, no. Who is it? Law Minister. The CEC is not eligible for reappointment, but an EC can be reappointed provided his total terms of office should not be more than 6 years. Reappointment is strict no-no in this act. Reappointment means appointing again to the same post. A CEC cannot be reappointed as CEC. EC can be reappointed as EC, reappointment. An EC can be appointed as CEC. Reappointment means appointing to the same post, same position. Question number 30, polity. An EC can be appointed as CEC, but total tenure should be fixed. No reappointment. So EC can be reappointed? No. Whether CEC or EC, no reappointment. But EC can be appointed as CEC. 6 or 65. Remember, the security of tenure is only available for CEC, not for other ECs. This act did not make the salaries and allowances of the CEC and EC charged expenditure. It did not provide a secretariat to the EC, CEC. Right? All these things are there. So what is the answer? Answer is, one is fine, second is incorrect, third is incorrect. Answer is only 1. This act is important, not only from the point of PT, but also from the point of view of means also. Right? 76. Consider the following pairs, committees, commissions, very easy. But it might be Vijay Lal, Manoj Kumar, excellent. Wednesday principle similar to doctor proportionality. No, I have explained that. Recommendations are not binding. Whose recommendation? Okay, a finance commission recommendation not binding. No, not at all binding. Even binding recommendations are not being bound by the government. Supreme Court says collegium, binding, law of the land, transfer, 5 judges from High Court of Gujarat. Months gone by. No. Not only that, multiple judges appointments have not been done. Anyway, That's a different thing altogether. All the statements are correct. Rajamanar Committee, Sarkari, or Punchi. You know, it might be difficult for you, I mean, to remember everything, this subtle provisions. But there are some things which you should understand. And if you don't know, then you can leave this question. Such questions can be left. Because you see, the options are like this. No, it is not 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. 1 only, 2 and 3 like that, where you can eliminate. But here the option is not there. Because this Rajamanar Committee was set up with Tamil Nadu government. Tamil Nadu government has been in the history of Indian polity always wanted more autonomy to the state, more federalism. So they have recommended planning commission, this committee is set up by the government of Tamil Nadu. It has recommended multiple right. It also said that the jurisdiction of the union should be limited to union list. Multiple recommendations. The recommendation of the Rajamanar Committee has been extremely, excessively pro-federal. As you know that, nothing happened on that. Sarkari Commission, this thing you should know. Sarkari Commission, this is easy for you. But Punchi Commission will be difficult. 355 and 352 need to be amended. 355 deals with that protection. The union has the duty to protect the states from external aggression and internal disturbances. This becomes an important factor to implement preferential rule in state. Whenever Article 355 was invoked by the union, it was accompanied by 356 imposition. But one case, Manipur. Recently, the Chief Minister of Manipur said that yes, Article 355 is imposed in where? Manipur. Right. Right beginning, when this communal issue or this, what do we say, conflict between these two communities started, there was this talk of imposition of Article 355. But neither the government nor of the state or the Home Ministry provided any clarity on that. It's only a couple of weeks before, a couple of days before, the Chief Minister said, yes, 355 is imposed. According to scholars, there has never been a situation where 355 is invoked and the government is still in power. But this is an exception. But anyway, 355, 356 need to be amended. For that, the application, the scope of application is limited. All the statements are correct. 77. Consider the following statement in the context of Committee of Privileges. Privilege Committee, again in news, multiple reasons. Committee of Privileges, remember there are two Committee of Privileges. In Lok Sabha is there, Rajya Sabha is there. Lok Sabha 15, Rajya Sabha 10. It is chaired by the Speaker Lok Sabha, while Rajya Sabha chaired by Deputy Chairperson. Incorrect. The chairman of the committee is appointed by the Speaker in Lok Sabha, appointed by the chairman in Rajya Sabha. Members are nominated by the Speaker and the chairman. Privilege Committee. Statement 1 is incorrect. The members of the committees are nominated by the Speaker after consultation with the Prime Minister and the leader of opposition of Lok Sabha. No. No consultation. There may be some informal consultation, I don't know, but this consultation is not there. It is not PM and leader of opposition. It might be that the Speaker might consult the leader of the parties in the Lok Sabha and the chairman there in the Rajya Sabha, but this kind of consultation is not there. Incorrect statement. Mandatory for the committee in the Lok Sabha to decide on a question of breach of privilege within 3 months. Once a breach of privilege is referred to a committee, if it is necessary that the issue should be decided by the committee within 3 months, no. No time limit is given. No time limit is there, whether in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. 3 months, no. Privilege Committee, an important committee. Privilege Committee can also expel member, imprisoned member. Privilege Committee decides breach of privileges by members and outsiders. Outsiders can also commit breach of privilege. There is a video in YouTube where the state of UP the legislature of UP, assembly, have called some, I think, district collector and SP and others, police officers into that legislature, and they said you breached the privilege, and they have been sent to 1 day imprisonment. The entire proceeding is there in the YouTube. You can watch it. How does it happen? Point I am trying to make is that breach of privilege not only against members but also journalists and others, everybody. Breach of privilege. What is privilege? Not exclusively, exhaustively defined. Anyway, the point is that mandatory, not at all mandatory. What is the answer? Answer is none. Next, 78. CSAT, very important. This is in the news again. Very important thing. CSAT. The Federal Goods and Services Tax Act 2017 mandates the constitution of GST Appellate Tribunal. GST Appellate Tribunal. There is a GST system. In GST, the officials, they take action, decisions, and there should be an appellate system where you can appeal it. There is an inbuilt system. So, I am an officer, I took decision, you can appeal to my own senior. So, there is an appealing authority there within the department. There should be an authority apart from the department, appellate authority, a tribunal. This is that tribunal which will hear the decisions, appeal from decision of the appealing authority within the GST system. Right. So, this CGST Act 2017, Section 109 provides for setting up of CSAT, GST Appellate Tribunal. It was set up in 2023 December, if I am not wrong. Recently, you can say, recently set up. This has two types of benches, principal bench at the national level and state benches. Principal bench, one president, one judicial member, one technical member. State bench, one president, two judicial member, one technical member from the state, one technical member from the sender. It means the state benches decide both the appeal from federal GST issues as well as state GST issue. So, GST Appellate Tribunal is a common forum for dispute resolution. This is not a dispute resolution forum between sender and state, but a common dispute resolution forum for dealing with dispute with respect to GST. Right? President is empowered to constitute GSAT on recommendation of GST Council? No. The federal government will constitute. GST Council, chaired by Deputy Chief Minister of Haryana in 2022, recommended that etc. should be the modality composition of GSAT. Government of India set up GSAT, principal bench and state bench. 31 benches total. So, total 31 state benches are set up. Remember, this principal bench is not an appellate authority of state bench. From state bench, appeal can be to High Court, then to Supreme Court. From principal bench to Supreme Court. The statement is like this: appeal from state bench lies to principal bench, incorrect. The principal bench can do what? It can allocate businesses. Which case will be heard by who, which bench, etc. Transfer the cases, etc. The issue of place of supply. Place of supply. If there is a dispute with respect to place of supply, from where it originated, this case will be decided by principal bench. Why am I telling you this? Because these are nuances, important aspects, which are not given in the booklet too. But UPSC might ask, because UPSC have the habit of digging deeper these days. Questions are difficult. So, just having a superficial knowledge is not enough. Clear? Anyway, answer is A, only one. Clear? Sorry, this incorrect, na? So, two only. Next, very easy. Come to the following statements: to organize village panchayat and enable them to function as unit of self-government, secure the right to adequate means of livelihood, prohibit traffic in human being and forced labor, to prohibit consumption of intoxicating drinks and drugs. How many of the above? DPSP, very easy question. How all? Traffic in human being and forced labor. Article 23. Forced labor trafficking. Fundamental right, not UPSC. So answer is 1, 3 and 4. Sorry, 1, 2 and 4. 1, 2, 4. 1 to 4 का मतलब only 3. Reading, poor reading is a difficult issue. Understand it properly, read it. Just because you feel happy, a very easy question. No mistakes, especially in those questions you know. 80, last one I think. 103rd, consider the following pairs, amendments. 103rd, 104th, 105. Remember, some amendments you should know, especially the recent one. 99th amendment, NJAC, struck down. 100th amendment, Bangladesh, yes, that land boundary agreement. 101, very easy, GST. 102, 102, National Commission for Backward Classes became constitutional body. 103, EWS. 104, extension of reservation for SC/ST, but abolition for reservation of Anglo-Indians. Either Anglo-Indians, 2 nomination in the Lok Sabha and 1 at the state legislature. This have been removed by this. 105, restored the power of state government to identify SC/BCs. 105. 106, very easy, women reservation, 33%. कब होगा? Delimitation, yeah. 104, this one, 104 is extending reservation in assemblies and the Lok Sabha for scheduled caste and scheduled tribe, and discontinuing the reservation for Anglo-Indians. Anglo-Indians extended, no, this is actually ulta. Extend the reservation for seats, Anglo-Indians, no. According to the Government of India, Anglo-Indians are very well represented in the political institutions in this country. So there is no need for giving representation to Anglo-Indians. Anyway, restored the power of state government, identify OBC. 105, yes. 106 is women reservation. 98 is 371J. 371J, Karnataka, Hyderabad region. Anyway, how do you rate this paper, polity? How many marks you scored out of 15? I mean 30 question. Sorry, 30 marks. Out of 30, how many marks on an average? Four. No problem. Questions are difficult, I know. We are preparing you for the final battle, isn't it? No, final war. These are battles, not war. How to approach? You see, UPSC paper might be easier than this, but anyway, the point is that you see, current affairs you must know. Two things. One, foundation. Foundation is wherever you have done foundation, whatever books you have, your notes. Next, supplement it with current affairs and try to solve number of questions. We have a program, 100 topic program, where I will be taking the polity question, polity issues. There we will teach you all the current affairs. The relevant current affairs will be integrated into that. Takkar. But the sorry, prelims program. In Takkar prelims program, there is a program called 100 topic program, where important topics of various subjects are also being taught. Recently, I think this environment is going on, and I think from a Monday maybe history might start. So depending upon your interest, you can take course. I mean, you can, absolutely, it is offline and also online also, 5 to 7. And if you are in my class, then 5 to 8. Point is that there are multiple things to teach. But the point is that we will cover everything in that. But if you don't want to do that, the point is that current affairs should be kept in mind. Conceptual clarity needs to be there. When you're reading newspaper, try to correlate with the concept. Wednesbury principle. If you are a actual a reader of newspaper, Wednesbury principle, definitely you'll find out what is this. Then you will search in the net. You will understand. Okay, this is it. And you know that UPSC, this library has Hindu newspaper. Anyway, just kidding. Questions are also taken from Hindu, both polity and other etc. etc. Current affairs are important, but current affairs are also linked with other things now. A consolidated, comprehensive approach should be taken. Foundation, conceptual clarity, current affairs, revision, revise, understand things. If there are some doubts, come to us, ask us. This is how you should proceed. It's not difficult, it's easy. Privilege committee, this issues there in newspaper. Suspension, yes, you should have that idea, because the text which you have might not have enough content with respect to these things. So come to us, we'll have that. We have this program called current affairs program, editorial discussion, where we teach these things. Or just have a good current affairs magazine. We have that current affairs magazine too. You should cover them. When you read newspaper, you will come across a lot of developments. I have some content for that. It is necessary. There will be some question which you might not have heard about it. Leave it. When the principle I have not heard of, no problem, leave it. But ideally, you should have heard about it had you been reading newspaper properly. Very important newspaper. Kaushal Kishore, you would have come across that, right? So then you just have that curiosity. What is it? Then you will come across, yes, cultural responsibility, code, etc., etc., etc. We have been taking all these issues and teaching. Remission, Bilkis Banu case, we taught. So in that remission, there are multiple things. Statutory remission, what is that meaning? Statutory clemency, a new word. What is that? What is constitutional clemency? What is the difference? These things you should understand. So surface level understanding will not help. You need to dig deeper, and it is possible. There is time. Don't worry about the mistakes which you make in the class or in the paper. Whatever you have learned from here, revise them properly, and whenever such questions come, then you will be able to answer them. My discussion is not limited to this question also. I have discussed a lot of other things, even that, which will help you this way. Don't worry. All the best to you. Anything else you want to ask? Sir will come. The Lakshmi sir will come. He will take geography and environment. Right. Anything you want to ask? Thank you so much. All the best.
Yes, good evening everyone. So my name is Lakshmikant and we will discuss environment and geography questions. Okay, so how was the paper? Yes, good evening online students. Many mapping questions. We had let's say introduced some new element here. न्यू एलिमेंट इज लाइक ह्यूमन ज्योग्राफी से 2-3 ऐसे क्वेश्चन डाले थे, थोड़े से इजी भी थे, दे वर इजी. सेटलमेंट एंड द पॉपुलेशन पिरामिड. सो वी वांटेड टू balance things here actually. So many times the current affairs is so bulky and the things, the places you may not remember also ना, है ना. 4 में से 2-3 पहचान के लग रहे थे, 1-2 है ना, और फिर हमें रिस्क लेना पड़ता है, ऐसा है. Those who have done our mapping section, ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स, ऑनलाइन बाकी स्टूडेंट्स ऑनलाइन भी देख सकते हैं, इट इज अवेलेबल ऑन यूट्यूब. उनके लिए ये इजी गया होगा. ये सारे प्लेसेस हमने कवर किए थे, प्लेसेस इन न्यूज. ओके, मोस्ट ऑफ दीज वेर कवर्ड. लाइक दिस क्वेश्चन, लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द क्वेश्चन इटसेल्फ. ओके, सो in past UPSC has asked question on refugee camps twice. Once there was that कौन सा क्वेश्चन था वो, एड्रे कैंप. दे हैड आस्क्ड वन क्वेश्चन ऑन एड्रे कैंप आल्सो, एंड देन देयर वाज वन, व्हाट वाज द नेम ऑफ दैट कैंप, युगांडा में जो था, समथिंग बीदी बीदी ऐसा कुछ तो नाम था ना, बीदी बीदी रिफ्यूजी कैंप. 2 बार क्वेश्चन आया हुआ है रिफ्यूजी कैंप पे. ओके, प्लेसेस इन न्यूज. So that's why, and it is continuously in news. All these places are continuously in news. Like Jenin camp, because of Israel-Palestine conflict, it is located in the West Bank, Palestine जो region है Israel में. So Jenin camp is there. Adre camp, अगर PYQ किया हुआ है तो आपको पता होगा, it is located in Chad. And here in this camp, it is along the border with South Sudan. Okay, so the refugees from this South Sudan, they are basically entering and living in this refugee camp in Chad. Okay, then Kutupalang is in news continuously because of Rohingya refugees, Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh, Kutupalang. Recently वहाँ पर settlement में आग लग गई थी तो बहुत सारे settlement जल गया था. It was in news. Okay, then Ain el Hilwa camp. ये भी न्यूज है इजराइल पैलेस्टाइन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट की वजह से. इट इज द लार्जेस्ट पैलेस्टाइन वी कैन से दैट कैंप इन लेबनान, बॉर्डर विथ लेबनान. इफ यू सी नॉर्दर्न साइड, ठीक है, अभी ये नॉर्दर्न साइड में है. लेबनान वी नो दैट कॉन्फ्लिक्ट बिटवीन इजराइल एंड लेबनान इज आल्सो देयर, हिजबुल्लाह, तो वहां पे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो रहा है, राइट. सो यू शुड बी नोइंग ऑल दीज नेम्स विच आर इन न्यूज, ठीक है. तो ये अभी वेस्ट एशिया रीजन के है ज्यादातर, और एक चार्ट का अफ्रीकन. तो अफ्रीकन एंड वेस्ट एशिया, दीज आर द रीजन. सम ऑफ देम आर इन सीरिया, सम ऑफ देम आर इन केनिया, ठीक है. तो वो आप अगर टाइप करोगे ना तो यूएन रिफ्यूजी का आपको टॉप लार्जेस्ट लेट्स से रिफ्यूजी कैंप्स इन द वर्ल्ड, ऐसे आप लोकेशंस भी ढूंढ सकता है, राइट. सो हाउ मेनी ऑफ देम आर करेक्ट हियर? फर्स्ट वन इज करेक्ट, द अदर्स आर इनकरेक्ट, राइट. So only one is the correct answer here, right. Let's move on to next question. So I was talking about these kinds of questions. See, UPSC can bring changes in the different things, you know, asking questions or giving weightage. So now this was very simple. We learn about settlement geography as a part of human geography, 12th standard NCERT, right. So rural settlements, urban settlements, types of settlements. And if you see in India, the rural settlements, the determining factors, right. So nature of terrain is there, of course. If you see the hilly areas, let's say the settlements are, let's say, they are far away from each other. But if you see the plains, North Indian plains, they are closely we can say associated. Okay, clustered settlements we can consider them. So availability of water has been a major factor. And that's why we have dense settlements in the North Indian plains, right, and the sparse settlements in the desert region of we can say Rajasthan, जहाँ पे पानी नहीं है, ठीक है. Then caste and ethnicity. Now some students may be confused about this one, but if you see in our rural India, if you have visited, let's say, the villages, अगर आपके भी village पे visit किए होंगे, तो you can see the stark difference in the settlements of certain caste in certain region of the village, including communities, religion, ठीक है. So this is the major determining factor. We see the cosmopolitan culture in urban areas, वहां पे इतना difference नहीं दिखता है. Still we see the communal differences, ethnic differences, but caste differences are, we can say, very rigid in the rural areas, and this has been one of the factor, ठीक है. तो all three are correct here, right. C is the correct answer. Along with that, there are other factors also, like the geographical barriers is there, ठीक है. तो या फिर transport and connectivity is there. So many other factors are also there, we can say. Very simple population pyramids. So what is there on x-axis on population pyramid? Simply there is male and female written, ठीक है. एक्स एक्सिस पे क्या होता है, एक साइड पे मेल और एक साइड पे फीमेल लिखा होता है. व्हाट अबाउट द वाई एक्सिस? इट्स द एज, ठीक है. 0 to 100 तक आपका एज दिखाई देता है. basically population pyramid is age sex pyramid, so it is not showing other aspects, no, whether it is talking about death rate or birth rate, it is not talking about the rate, although it shows that the population is increasing or declining based on the width of, we can say, that population pyramid at the base or at the top, right? If you see the base is wider at the base is wider of the population pyramid, then we can say there is increasing population, ठीक है, यानी कि कम एज के जो हम बोलते हैं कि वो ज्यादा है पॉपुलेशन में ग्रुप, so there is increasing population. If let's say the top is broader as compared to base, then we can say that the aging population is there, ठीक है, तो इस तरीके से आपको समझना है. तो यहाँ पर only 2 is the correct answer, right? तो ये क्वेश्चन एटलीस्ट मैं चाह रहा था कि गलत ना जाए, या फिर इंडिया मैपिंग स्टैटिक पार्ट जो हमने पूछा था, वर्ल्ड मैपिंग स्टैटिक पार्ट, सो वो गलत. चलो ये क्वेश्चन तो आपको शायद स्किप करना पड़ा हो. किसने अटेम्प्ट किया है ये क्वेश्चन? हाँ, तो क्या हुआ, क्यों लगाया ऑल 4? और अटाकामा तो चिली में है, ये तो बहुत ही बेसिक ज्योग्राफी मैपिंग है. अटाकामा डेजर्ट इज इन चिली. एटलीस्ट आई वांटेड कि आपने ये एलिमिनेट करना चाहिए. एंड द सलार दी उयूनी जो है वो रिसेंटली न्यूज में बोलीविया में, ठीक है, तो अभी तो न्यूज में था ना वो. एटलीस्ट इससे तो आपको समझ में आना चाहिए था कि ये पेयर्स दिए हुए 3 गलत हैं. मैं ये चाह रहा था कि आप लॉजिक भी यूज कर सकते हैं, क्या आपका करंट और स्टैटिक पार्ट का नॉलेज है. अटाकामा इज इन चिली, ठीक है, तो आपको ये एलिमिनेट करने आ जाएगा. देन दिस वाज इन न्यूज, सलार दी उयूनी बोलीविया में है. ओके, सो ये एलिमिनेट होते हैं, तो आपको समझ में आता है. एक ही पेयर बचता है, वो दिस पोजुलस पास्टर्स ग्रैंडेस इज इन अर्जेंटीना. ओके, एंड दिस ग्रीन बुशेस माइन इज इन ऑस्ट्रेलिया, लिथियम माइन. See why we are asking this resources. They asked last year about the cobalt resource. One way or other way we are asking different. Lithium, we are 100% dependent on import of lithium, and it is critical mineral, right? So one way or other way they are going to ask the question. So only one pair is correctly matched here. Yes, next. The term based question, yes, many times they ask the climatic phenomenon. No, many times they are in news, like atmospheric river we covered last AIPMT, right? So in every AIPMT we are trying to cover the atmospheric phenomenon, climatic phenomenon which are in news, ठीक है, और वो term based type का question होता है ज्यादातर. Now these derechos are basically a kind of wind storms. They are comparatively wider. You may get confused about that whether it is a tornado or a thunderstorm. But it is different from them in a sense. Tornado is comparatively having smaller scale, smaller spread, we can say. These are very widespread, long-lived windstorms that are associated with bands of, let's say, rain carrying, or we can say moving showers and thunderstorm. Okay, and these are not, let's say, the kind of annual phenomena or something. These are rare phenomena. ठीक है. These are found in interiors of the continents generally. Interiors पे होता है, ocean surface पे नहीं होता है. So it is found in interiors of USA or even Russia, Europe. ठीक है, तो ये ocean surface पे नहीं है. Okay, C is the correct answer. Derecho. Fine. Moving on. Okay, so Haifa port was continuously in news. Right? Why? Our Adani group has invested in that Haifa port, Mediterranean Sea, Israel. Adani group has invested significantly in this port. ठीक है, इजराइल का मेडिटेरियन ओशन के ऊपर ये पोर्ट है. देन डकम पोर्ट, ये कहां पर है? येमेन में नहीं है, इट इज इन ओमन, एंड ओमन इज आवर फ्रेंड. ओमन का लोकेशन पता है आपको कहां पर है? कहां पर है? हाँ, पर्शियन गल्फ के नजदीक में हम बोल सकते हैं, है ना, वहां पर. सो एंड इट इज हैविंग वेरी स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशन, and it is having a state of Hormuz, so it is having we are having friendly relations. तो हमारा इंडियन नेवी ये पोर्ट यूज करता है कभी कभी. ठीक है, फ्रेंडली रिलेशंस है. सो रिसेंटली इट वाज इन न्यूज आर नेवल फोर्सेस वेयर लेट्स से न्यूज में है, क्योंकि वहां पर क्या होता रहता है, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है, रेड सी में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है. So it helps us to have a kind of monitoring in Arabian Sea, and our trade also, our vessels are there continuously moving from that region. Oil import is there. So it is incorrectly matched. Anjouan port, अब ये थोड़ा सा confusing था. ठीक है, Anjouan port is not in Seychelles, it is in Comoros. Indian Ocean में ही है. Comoros, small island of the Mozambique and Madagascar. ठीक है, इंडियन ओशन में वो जो ग्रुप ऑफ आइलैंड्स है ना, रियूनियन आइलैंड, कोमोरोस, तो वहां पर ये कोमोरोस का पार्ट है अंजन. यहाँ पर एक्चुअली इंडियन वेसल्स जो है, नेवल वेसल्स, दे एनुअली विजिट फॉर ह्यूमैनिटेरियन असिस्टेंस. ठीक है, मेडिकल एड देना और इस तरीके से, जैसे कि मतलब छोटे छोटे कंट्रीज है ना इंडियन ओशन में, हम बिग ब्रदर है एक तरीके की. ठीक है, तो वी विजिट कंटिन्यूअसली एंड वी क्रिएट काइंड ऑफ फ्रेंडली रिलेशंस विद स्मॉल आइलैंड नेशंस. हाँ, सॉफ्ट पावर की तरह. तो ये न्यूज में था. ठीक है, सो इट इज इनकरेक्टली मैच. अगेन ए इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर. मूविंग ऑन. ओके, सो नाउ दिस इज बेसिक. ठीक है, तो ये तो सही आया होगा आपका, राइट. डेंड्राइटिक पैटर्न, वी नो दैट व्हेन द रिवर फॉलोज द नेचुरल स्लोप इट कैन फॉर्म द डेंड्राइट. तो डेंड्राइटिक में क्या होता है, इट इज हैविंग लाइक द डेंड्रॉन्स ऑफ लीफ, है ना, उस टाइप का स्ट्रक्चर होता है. जनरली द ट्रिब्यूटरीज आर मीटिंग द मेन स्ट्रीम एट एक्यूट एंगल. मेन यहां पर आपको आइडेंटिफाई करना है, तो एक्यूट एंगल पे मिल रहा है वो. ठीक है, तो दैट इज डेंड्राइटिक पैटर्न. मोस्ट ऑफ द हिमालयन रिवर्स व्हेन दे एंटर इनटू प्लेन्स, तो दे फॉर्म सच काइंड ऑफ लेट्स से ड्रेनेज पैटर्न. नाउ यहां पर ये एक्चुअली इंटरचेंज किया हुआ है, ट्रेलिस पैटर्न एंड रेक्टेंगुलर पैटर्न. Both may look same but are formed because of different reasons. Okay, the reasons is that in trellis pattern, when there is alternate hard and soft rocks present in a particular area, then we can say that the soft rocks are eroded by the tributaries, and then they are meeting, we can say that the what you can say, the main stream at right angle. ठीक है, alternate है ना, hard rock and soft rock, जैसे इस तरीके से दिखता है. अब इनके बीच में सॉफ्ट रॉक है, तो ये ट्रिब्यूटरीज ऐसे ही इसको इरोड करते हुए आ रही है, और ये मेन स्ट्रीम है, इस तरीके से दिखता है. ठीक है, सो वी कैन से दैट ये जो ट्रेलिस पैटर्न का पार्ट जो है यहां एक्सप्लेन किया हुआ है, एंड रेक्टेंगुलर पैटर्न जो है this is existed whenever there is faulting of certain region. fault करता है तो क्या हो जाता है, थोड़ा नीचे हो जाता है, थोड़ा पार्ट ऊपर हो जाता है, right? So in such kind of region we see that whenever there is a plains region, all streams tend to merge and concentrate. ठीक है, तो वो होता है आपका रेक्टेंगुलर पैटर्न तैयार करता है. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल विंध्यास के नॉर्थ में जाने वाले जो रिवर्स है, राइट, सो चंबल, केन, बेटवा, ऑल दीज रिवर्स बेसिकली फॉर्म रेक्टेंगुलर पैटर्न, क्योंकि वहां पे सीवियरली फॉल्टेड रीजन है. सो वी कैन से दीज टू आर इनकरेक्टली मैच्ड. रेडियल पैटर्न इज वेरी इजी, बेसिकली दे आर रेडिएटिंग फ्रॉम द सेंटर, सो लाइक अमरकंटक प्लेटू इज देयर, मैकाल रेंज और महादेव हिल्स इन काठियावाड़ पेनिनसुला, तो वो जो है रेडियल पैटर्न होता है. ठीक है, सो 2 आर करेक्ट, 2 आर इनकरेक्ट, बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर, राइट. लेट्स मूव ऑन टू नेक्स्ट. Yes, they were in news again. India mapping, current affairs, right? I told in that session कौन से areas famous होते हैं mapping section के लिए. One is northeast India, second is southern India, and third is northwest Himalayas. ठीक है, तो पास्ट के सारे आप PYQ एनालिसिस करके देखो, मैपिंग में ज्यादातर ये क्वेश्चंस इसी एरिया से आते हैं. ठीक है, सो किरू हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट, it is located on Chenab river, right, in Jammu and Kashmir, Kishtwar district of Jammu and Kashmir. Chenab river पे और 2 important projects है. ठीक है, like we have Kwar project, hydroelectric project is there. ठीक है, Kwar project है, और दूसरा कौन सा है, रटले. ठीक है, ये चिनाब रिवर पे डैम्स है सारे, या रन ऑफ रिवर प्रोजेक्ट्स है ये सारे. वी कैन नॉट बिल्ड डैम अक्रॉस दिस रिवर्स, ठीक है, अकॉर्डिंग टू इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी. नाउ शनन हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट वाज इन न्यूज. देयर इज कॉन्फ्लिक्ट बिटवीन पंजाब एंड हिमाचल प्रदेश ओवर दिस डैम. इसका 99 ईयर्स का लीज खत्म हो गया है ये डैम का, ठीक है. एंड पंजाब गवर्नमेंट वांट्स this dam continued with its own management, but Himachal Pradesh does not want to continue this lease now, ठीक है. It wants that the dam should be handed over to Himachal Pradesh. तो ये ब्यास रिवर पे नहीं है, इसकी एक ट्रिब्यूटरी है उल रिवर, ठीक है. It is on the उल रिवर, it is tributary of ब्यास रिवर, ठीक है. तो कोई भी हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट अगर न्यूज में, तो ट्राई टू आइडेंटिफाई टू थिंग्स. वन इज अक्रॉस विच रिवर एंड वेयर इट इज लोकेटेड, इन विच स्टेट इट इज लोकेटेड. ज्यादातर मैच द फॉलोइंग इसी तरीके से क्वेश्चन आएगा, ठीक है. सो इट इज इनकरेक्टली मैच्ड. एंड सुन्नी हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट, इट इज द प्रपोज्ड प्रोजेक्ट इन हिमाचल प्रदेश, काइंड ऑफ रन ऑफ रिवर प्रोजेक्ट इन मंडी डिस्ट्रिक्ट अक्रॉस सतलज रिवर, ठीक है. ये प्रपोज्ड प्रोजेक्ट है. सो बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर, Himachal Pradesh. Now, these valleys were in news for different reasons. कौन से? नहीं, places नहीं है, ऐसे ही है. हाँ, ठीक है. Now these were in news, these places, valleys. देखिए, places पूछना common thing है, but valley and all these things they can ask, let's say different kind of mapping questions. Pengcham Valley, it is located in Tawang region of Arunachal Pradesh. Why it was in news? Recently there was one large Buddhist summit happened here, ठीक है. explanation page मिला है आपको? जाते वक्त कलेक्ट कर लेना, ठीक है. तो यहाँ पर एक प्लेस है तवांग रीजन में, ठीक है. तो वो प्लेस का मैं आपको नाम बताता हूँ. झेमिथांग, पेंगचंग वैली में प्लेस का नाम है झेमिथांग. यहाँ पर ये बुद्धिस्ट समिट हुआ था, ओके. दैट्स व्हाई इट वाज इन न्यूज़. So this is correctly matched. Niti Valley, Uttarakhand, this is correctly matched. It is, we can say that, located in Garhwal Himalayas. Northern most point जहां पर हम बोल सकते हैं तिब्बत से कनेक्टेड है, जो धौली गंगा रिवर का बेसिन है, इन चमोली डिस्ट्रिक्ट गढ़वाल हिमालयास, ठीक है. तो नीति विलेज इज कंसिडर्ड एज द फर्स्ट विलेज. अभी वो लास्ट विलेज वाला कॉन्सेप्ट बंद हो गया ना, फर्स्ट विलेज बोलते हैं ना, बॉर्डर वाला जो है. तो वो नीति विलेज वहां पर लोकेटेड है, एंड बेसिकली नेम इज गिवन नीति वैली लाइक दैट. एंड दिस नंदा देवी नेशनल पार्क जो है वहां पर ये लोकेटेड है, ठीक है, नीति वैली. देन मुश्को वैली वाज इन न्यूज. कारगिल्स द्रास सेक्टर. ड्यूरिंग कारगिल वॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर वैली वाज a war front, and recently it is open for tourism. तो इसलिए ये न्यूज में था. मतलब एक टाइम पे यहाँ पर वॉर चल रहा था, and there was, let's say, conflict region. Now it has been opened for tourism purpose. This particular Mushko Valley, Dras sector, now it is located in Ladakh, ठीक है. Now what about this Dharma Valley? So after so many years, basically snow leopard was spotted in Dharma Valley. It is लद्दाख में नहीं है, डरमा वैली, इट इज इन कुमाऊं हिमालयास, जो पिथौरागढ़ डिस्ट्रिक्ट है ना, उत्तराखंड का पिथौरागढ़ डिस्ट्रिक्ट, वो कुमाऊं हिमालयास का पार्ट है. सी, एक बार उन्होंने पूछा है, अभी नंदा देवी नेशनल पार्क का उन्होंने कुमाऊं हिमालय ऑप्शन में लिखा था. यू शुड नो दैट द ईस्टर्न पार्ट इज कॉल्ड कुमाऊं हिमालय, वेस्टर्न पार्ट इज गढ़वाल हिमालय, वेस्टर्न एंड नॉर्दर्न पार्ट, ठीक है, उत्तराखंड में. सो डरमा वैली ये इनकरेक्टली मैच्ड है, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आंसर इज सी हियर. फाइन. व्हाट अबाउट दिस phreatomagmatic eruptions, basics. Now NCERT में ये टर्म नहीं मिलेगा, जीसी लियोंग में मेंशन किया हुआ है एक छोटा सा, एंड many times the volcanic eruptions which are underwater volcanic eruptions, they are also in news. उनको बोला जाता है phreato means basically related to water. So whenever the water obstructs the path of magma, interacts with let's say magma, there is sudden eruption, explosive eruption. क्या लिखा था? अच्छा, तो मिला नहीं होगा वर्ड एग्जैक्टली। हाँ, हो सकता है एग्जाम में वैसा आप यूज कर सकते हैं, बिल्कुल ठीक है। सो व्हाट हैपेंस व्हेन द वाटर इज इंटरैक्टिंग or let's say that magma or gas, there is explosive eruption. So underwater volcanoes जो erupt होते हैं ना, they are they have explosive eruption like that, ठीक है। तो sudden release of gas and steam due to water interacting with magma, ठीक है। तो B is the correct answer here, phreatomagmatic eruptions. Now they had asked about the oil palm, ठीक है। ऑयल पाम के प्लांट के बारे में इसी तरीके से फ्रेमिंग थी। इट इज नेटिव टू अफ्रीका एंड लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर एंड ऑल दिस लेट्स से थिंग्स वर आस्क्ड इन मेंस एग्जामिनेशन लास्ट ईयर। देयर वाज क्वेश्चन ऑन रबर प्रोड्यूसिंग कंट्रीज, 2022 में मेंस में क्वेश्चन आया था, राइट। सो तो हमारे यहाँ पर हमें पता है कि हाईएस्ट प्रोडक्शन नेचुरल रबर का कहाँ पर होता है? केरला। It happens in Kerala. We know that natural rubber is a equatorial crop, है ना, इक्वेटोरियल प्लांट है, इक्वेटोरियल क्रॉप है, हम ऐसा बोल सकते हैं। प्लांटेशन क्रॉप भी है नेचुरल रबर, राइट। सो यहाँ पर देखिए ये क्या लिखा हुआ है, रबर इज अ नेटिव प्लांट ऑफ वार्म ह्यूमिड अमेज़न फॉरेस्ट। वन कैन यूज द लॉजिक ऑल्सो इफ यू आर सेइंग इक्वेटोरियल फॉर, तो दिस इज करेक्ट एक्चुअली। ये देखिए नेचुरली सूटेड फॉर कोल्डर, सो इफ यू नो दैट इट इज इक्वेटोरियल, तो ये नेचुरली कोल्डर रीजन को सूट नहीं करेगा। बट यू शुड नो दैट नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया इज हैविंग बोथ काइंड ऑफ क्लाइमेट। इफ यू सी त्रिपुरा, मिजोरम, तो वहां पर क्या है, वहां पर इक्वेटोरियल काइंड ऑफ क्लाइमेट है, ठीक है, वाटर, रेनफॉल एंड ऑल दिस थिंग्स। बट अगर अरुणाचल प्रदेश का पार्ट देखते हैं तो इट इज कंपैरेटिवली कोल्डर, राइट। तो वो कोल्डर कंडीशन वो वाली बात कर रहा है। तो यू शुड नो दैट इट इज नॉट suited for colder conditions. Although Tripura is one of the largest, Assam, Tripura, one of the largest producer of we can say natural rubber, but the largest producer is Kerala, क्योंकि वो वहां पर नेचुरली ग्रो हो सकता है, वो क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशंस वैसे। आसाम नहीं है, ठीक है। सो दिस इज इनकरेक्ट, सो ओनली वन इज द करेक्ट आंसर। Now this was static part from mapping. Zambezi River already asked by UPSC, draining into which, पूछ लिया है उन्होंने। You should remember that from PYQ. मैंने हमेशा देखो कुछ क्वेश्चन में ये कहाँ पे लिंक किया हुआ है, ये PYQ को लिंक किया हुआ है, देखो। Where it flows, Zambezi River? Zambezi River, Victoria Falls, इंडियन ओशन में जाता है वो, साउथ में, ठीक है। तो ये गल्फ ऑफ गुनिया कहां पर है? अटलांटिक में है ना। तो ये लॉजिक एलिमिनेट होता है नहीं, ये कंसर्न वाज फर्स्ट वन, ठीक है। अब मैं आपको लॉजिक बताता हूं, ठीक है, थोड़ा सा मतलब याद कर। इफ यू रिमेंबर द लोकेशन ऑफ गल्फ ऑफ गुनिया, तो वहां पे नीचे से कॉन्गो में से इक्वेटर जा रहा है, ठीक है। तो कैन यू इमेजिन दैट थिंग? कैन यू इमेजिन लोकेशन ऑफ लंदन अबव अफ्रीकन कॉन्टिनेंट, नॉर्थ में, ठीक है। तो आप थोड़ा सा इमेजिन करोगे तो वो बराबर जो है आपका जीरो, जो प्राइम मेरिडियन जो है वो लंदन से वहां पर पहुंच रहा है। बना दिया था टाइम गया होगा फिर तो। बट इट इज ट्रू दैट दीज आर क्रॉसिंग ईच अदर, दे आर इन नियर गल्फ ऑफ गुनिया, ठीक है। तो ऐसा कुछ यूनिक चीज पूछेंगे ये, ठीक है, यूपीएससी में, फिर आपको सोचना पड़ेगा मैपिंग में। और हम तो सिर्फ कॉन्टिनेंट करते हैं सर, ओशन में कहाँ जाते हैं, गल्फ ऑफ गुनिया कहाँ ढूंढेंगे? ज्यादातर हम कहाँ पे ध्यान देते हैं? मैप पे, एटलस में कॉन्टिनेंट देखते बैठते हैं, है ना। तो शायद हमें वो पास्ट में ऐसे क्वेश्चन आए हुए हैं ना, इक्वेटर पे कौन से सिटीज है, इसके प्राइम मेरिडियन के ईस्ट में वेस्ट में कौन से है, तो एटलीस्ट प्राइम मेरिडियन, ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैंसर, ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैप्रिकॉर्न, इक्वेटर, ये सारा कर लेना है अच्छे से. सो ए इज द करेक्ट आंसर, सॉरी हाँ ए इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर, राइट. लेट्स मूव ऑन. नहीं, कॉन्गो गल्फ ऑफ गुनिया में नहीं करता है, थोड़ा नीचे करता है, आप देखो जरा, ठीक है, अटलांटिक में ही करता है, बट गल्फ में नहीं करता है, वहां पे ओपन अटलांटिक में करता है. गल्फ इज अ नैरो रीजन, राइट. दीज वेर ऑल्सो इन न्यूज. कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रीजन्स, तो दिस इज कंटिन्यूसली इन न्यूज. कहां पर है ये? हाउदीज, द स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड एंड ओरिजिन ऑफ हाउदीज इन यमन, सादा प्रोविंस, नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ यमन. रिमेंबर दिस, ठीक है, ये जरूर आ सकता है एग्जाम में. यमन, काचिन ऑलरेडी आस्क्ड बाय यूपीएससी पीवाईक्यू लास्ट ईयर और लास्ट टू लास्ट ईयर पूछा था. म्यांमार, नदर्न म्यांमार, अभी न्यूज में फिर से कंटिन्यूसली द एंटी जुंता रिबेल्स, दे आर फाइटिंग विद द मिलिट्री गवर्नमेंट, देयर मिलिट्री रूल. तो ये यहाँ पर ही हो रहा है. चाइना को परेशानी हो रही है, क्यों? ये उधर से शेलिंग करता है तो वो चाइना के विलेजेस पे गिरता है, वहां के लोग मर रहे हैं, ठीक है. तो दैट्स व्हाई इट वाज इन न्यूज. तो दिस इज करेक्ट. दिस इज आल्सो इन न्यूज. एसिकुबो रीजन क्यों न्यूज में है ये? दिस इज ऑयल रिच रीजन ऑफ गुयाना क्लेम बाय वेनेजुएला. वेनेजुएला एंड गुयाना आर कंटिन्यूसली इन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट विथ ईच अदर. ये न्यूज में था बहुत दिनों से. साउथ अमेरिका वाला, ठीक है, साउथ अमेरिका वाला, वेनेजुएला के ईस्ट में जो गुयाना है वो वाला, ठीक है. एंड इट इज ऑयल रिच रीजन ऑफ गुयाना एंड नाउ वेनेजुएला वांट्स दैट. उनके पास वैसे भी बहुत है, फिर भी मांग रहे हैं उनसे, ठीक है. तो दिस इज इनकरेक्ट. बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर, ठीक है. What about this one? Now this was easy. This statement is given in NCERT. Agra and Darjeeling are located on same latitude, but the temperature in January in Agra, as it is NCERT में दिया हुआ है. But the reason we know that with increase in altitude, temperature goes on decreasing. सर ये statement क्यों लिखा आपने फिर? Why it goes on decreasing with increasing altitude? सरफेस लेवल पे हम चीजें याद रखते हैं. व्हाई इट गोज ऑन डिक्रीजिंग? टेम्परेचर क्यों कम होता है? ओके, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड हम कंसिडर कर सकते हैं, बट वन ऑफ द मेजर रीजन व्हेन वी से एयर इज बिकमिंग रेयरर, दैट मींस एयर मॉलिक्यूल्स आर बिकमिंग रेयरर. See, when the air molecules are denser near the ground, basically they are colliding with each other, and because of that the temperature is warmer. एयर मॉलिक्यूल्स, हाँ, एयर जो है, एयर मॉलिक्यूल्स, हाँ, तो ये वाइब्रेट होके जो है हीट जनरेट करते हैं या मेंटेन करता है. एज वी मूव अप द एयर इज बिकमिंग रेयरर एंड दैट्स व्हाई द टेम्परेचर इज डाउन. ठीक है, ये रीजन पता होना चाहिए. दैट्स व्हाई ए इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर. ठीक है, व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? ये भी आपको लॉजिक से क्वेश्चन आना चाहिए था. वाई सी? सनलाइट ज्यादा होता है, दोनों तो सेम लैटिट्यूड पे है ऑलमोस्ट. हाँ, ठीक है. आपको ये पता था जनरली फ्रॉम साइक्लोन, मतलब बे ऑफ बंगाल में सबसे ज्यादा क्यों होते हैं? वहां पे वार्मर टेम्परेचर है. इसी वजह से ये मैं चाहता था कि आप इस एंगल से सोचे. ठीक है, but yes, of course the reasons are like, we know that it is more enclosed. You should know this. The Bay of Bengal is more enclosed as compared to Arabian Sea. When it is more enclosed, the land and water is continuously exchanging the heat. and land, more heat from the land is exchanged with the second reason is the fresh water. ठीक है, because it is not allowing exchange of heat vertically. ठीक है, तो of course this statement is, we can say, incorrect. वो तो पता ही था हमें, अब हमें कंफ्यूजन ये था कि ये रीजन है क्या इसका, नहीं है ना, ऑफ कोर्स ये इनकरेक्ट है, तो इसलिए हमें इजीली आंसर मिल जाता है इसका, सी इज द करेक्ट आंसर, राइट. सो वी नो दैट व्हाट हैपेंस इन द ईस्टर्न कोस्ट ऑफ इंडिया, द बे ऑफ बंगाल ब्रांच इज मूविंग पैरेलल. ठीक है, ईस्टर्न कोस्ट में क्या हो रहा है, बे ऑफ बंगाल ब्रांच इज मूविंग पैरेलल टू ईस्टर्न कोस्ट. So that's why it is not receiving rainfall as such on larger scale. सिर्फ वो रिटर्निंग टाइम पे ज्यादा मिलता है उसको रेनफॉल जो है, एंड साइक्लोन्स से ज्यादा मिलता है. ठीक है, बट वेस्टर्न घाट्स, इफ यू सी वेस्टर्न कोस्ट, इट इज रिसीविंग कंटिन्यूअसली ओरोग्राफिक रेनफॉल. ठीक है, ठीक है. तो एनवायरमेंट एंड इकोलॉजी, यस. क्लाइमेट चेंज से रिलेटेड टर्म्स बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस काफी पूछे जा रहे हैं, राइट. सो दे विल आस्क डिफरेंट काइंड्स ऑफ क्वेश्चन लाइक ब्लू कार्बन क्या होता है एंड ऑल. ठीक है, कार्बन सिंक. तो जियो इंजीनियरिंग टेक्निक्स, देयर आर टू टाइप्स ऑफ जियो इंजीनियरिंग टेक्निक्स. वन इज सोलर रेडिएशन मॉडिफिकेशन और मैनेजमेंट, SRM जिसको बोलते हैं. ओके, सो दैट मीन्स whatever the incoming solar radiation is there, you try to manage that. मतलब उसको हवा, मतलब स्पेस में वापस भेज दो थोड़ा अमाउंट या इस तरीके, लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल शूटिंग अ मिरर इन द स्पेस. ठीक है, उससे क्या होगा, जो इनकमिंग रेडिएशन है थोड़ा सा वो स्पेस में अपने आप चला जाएगा, एंड टोटल अमाउंट ऑफ हीट रिसीव्ड बाय अर्थ विल रिड्यूस, कूलिंग हो जाएगा थोड़ा सा. इतने अमाउंट में नहीं करना है हमें, थोड़ा सा ही, जिससे 1-2 डिग्री कम हो जाए टेम्परेचर. ठीक है, तो इट इज बेसिकली द आइडिया. एट प्रेजेंट इट इज सिंपली द आइडिया. सेकंड इज लाइक लेट्स से आर्टिफिशियल वोल्केनो. सो वी नो दैट इन पास्ट वोल्केनिक इरप्शंस ऑन द अर्थ सरफेस रिजल्टेड इनटू आइस एजेस, ग्लोबल कूलिंग. ठीक है, बिकॉज इट इरप्ट्स ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ वी कैन से डस्ट पार्टिकल्स. बिकॉज ऑफ दैट द एक्सटेंसिव क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन, स्कैटरिंग ऑफ लाइट हैपेंस बैक टू द स्पेस, एंड दैट लीड्स टू ग्लोबल कूलिंग. तो ये क्या हो गया, सोलर रेडिएशन मैनेजमेंट और मॉडिफिकेशन. द सेकंड टाइप इज कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड रिमूवल, CDR, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड रिमूवल टेक्निक्स, second type. So here what we are doing, the carbon dioxide that is present in the atmosphere, that is actually absorbing the terrestrial radiation and warming the atmosphere. तो क्यों ना हम वो एटमॉस्फेयर से CO2 कम करें, ठीक है, ताकि एटमॉस्फेयर इतना वार्म ना हो, एंड सिक्वेस्ट्रेटिंग दैट इन डिफरेंट कार्बन सिंक्स. ये मेथोडोलॉजीज होते हैं. लाइक लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट दिस. कल्टीवेशन ऑफ algae in the ocean, like ocean fertilization or ion fertilization. Now it is carbon dioxide removal because it will lead to more and more photosynthesis. Algae will do the photosynthesis, it will absorb the atmospheric CO2. ठीक है, ये pumping surface water down to deep ocean. Yes, how? Surface water will be rich in CO2. Removing that from the surface will add new cold water to the surface, and that will absorb more CO2. And removing this surface water and let's say getting that in the deep water, that will actually settle that CO2 in the form of carbonates on the ocean floor. ठीक है, क्योंकि वो CO2 जो बेस पे मरीन एनिमल्स है वो एब्जॉर्ब करके कार्बोनेट्स में कन्वर्ट कर लेंगे, शेल फॉर्मिंग एनिमल्स. ठीक है, तो ये भी सही है. मरीन क्लाउड ब्राइटनिंग, देखो marine cloud brightening is basically a phenomenon of changing the albedo. The top surface of clouds, if it is brightened, there will be more albedo. That means it will reflect back the incoming solar radiation. तो ये SRM का पार्ट है. And we are talking about the marine cloud क्योंकि terrestrial वाला हमें चाहिए, ठीक है, तो उसको नहीं हम छेड़ेंगे. Second thing is that more cloud formation happens on the ocean surface because there is easy availability of, we can say, water vapor. तो condensation होगा easily और वहीं पे तो जो अगर आपको पता नहीं हो तो ये जानना चाहिए आपने कि मोर क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन हैपेंस ओवर द ओशन सरफेस एज कंपेयर टू लैंड सरफेस. So if we are working on this, there will be more effective reflection, जो हम बोल रहे हैं अल्बीडो का. जो हाँ, लो क्लाउड्स की बात कर रहा हूं मैं अगेन, ठीक है, हाई क्लाउड्स की नहीं. हाई जो है अब्सॉर्ब करते हैं, सीरस क्लाउड जो होता है, ठीक है. तो थिनिंग ऑफ सीरस क्लाउड्स, रिमेंबर द सेकंड पार्ट इज थिनिंग ऑफ, ये भी पूछ सकते हैं आपको ऑप्शन में, थिनिंग ऑफ सीरस क्लाउड्स, ये भी एसआरएम का पार्ट है. सीरस क्लाउड्स आर हाई क्लाउड्स. So thinning of cirrus clouds will allow the outgoing radiation to the space. तो ये absorb करके hold on नहीं करेंगे एटमॉस्फेयर में, वार्म नहीं करेंगे. तो थिनिंग करना मतलब एसआरएम का पार्ट है अगेन. सो रेडिएशन मैनेजमेंट और मॉडिफिकेशन, ठीक है. तो ये नहीं है यहाँ पर लोडिंग मिनरल्स लाइक बसाल्ट इनटू द ओशन. व्हाट इज दिस? ठीक है. और बसाल्ट क्या होता है? बसाल्ट रॉक हम पढ़ते हैं, इट इज अ वोल्केनिक रॉक, इग्नियस रॉक जो होता है. अब ये जो है दो टाइप के रॉक्स होते हैं इसमें, मैफिक एंड फेल्सिक. ये थोड़ा ऑप्शनल का पार्ट है बट यू शुड नो दिस, ठीक है. मैफिक एंड फेल्सिक. मैफिक मींस बेसिकली दोज विच आर डार्क कलर्ड, ठीक है. डार्क कलर्ड रॉक्स जो होते हैं उसको डार्क कलर, जो मिनरल्स लाइक आयरन इज देयर, मैग्नीशियम, the minerals formed by these metals, they are dark in color. The example is basalt rock, mafic. And felsic, they are light in color, light colored, जैसे ग्रेनाइट है एग्जाम्पल. यहां पर फेल्डस्पार होता है या फिर आप क्वार्ट्ज होता है, लाइट कलर वाले मिनरल्स होता है. सो इट imparts light color to these rocks. Now these mafic rocks, or we can say basaltic rocks, are having this iron and magnesium in their minerals, ठीक है. So what happens whenever we are taking out CO2 from the atmosphere and trying to send that in the deep ocean floors? So if we store that in the basaltic formations, it will keep that CO2 there and there itself in the form of carbonate. How? That CO2 will interact with these minerals and they will form the carbonates. ठीक है. तो वो CO2 वहां से लीक नहीं करेगा, वो वहीं पे पड़ा रहेगा इन द फॉर्म ऑफ कार्बोनेट्स, क्योंकि कार्बोनेट्स डिपॉजिट्स होता है, ठीक है. तो ये भी हम बोल सकते हैं कि कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड रिमूवल का एक टेक्निक है दैट इज बीइंग एक्सप्लोर्ड, ठीक है. बसाल्ट रॉक याद रखना है. तो कभी कभी आपको ये जो लोडिंग मिनरल्स और विदरिंग ऑफ बसाल्ट रॉक ऐसा भी लिख सकते हैं, विदरिंग ऑफ बसाल्ट रॉक, इस तरीके से. तो दैट ऑल्सो हेल्प्स इन, वी कैन से, रिमूवल ऑफ CO2. yes, so only 3, that is C is the correct answer. We are expecting question on these techniques. ये terms news में है, देखो अलग अलग, ठीक है. This has been the framing in past, naturally found in India. 2-3 बार ऐसा क्वेश्चन आया हुआ है. Now you should know that lemurs, there are around 9, let's say, species of lemurs, and naturally they occur on Madagascar island. Lemurs जो है मादागास्कर पे मिलते हैं, इंडिया में नेचुरली नहीं मिलते हैं लेमूर्स जो है वो, ठीक है. यू शुड नो दिस. रिंग टेल्ड लेमूर वेरी यूनिक स्पीसीज, दिखने में भी काफी यूनिक होता है, उनके हैबिट्स भी बहुत ही यूनिक होता है लेमूर्स जो होता है वो, ठीक है. दे आर नॉक्टर्नल, उनके आईज काफी बड़ी होती है, आईज जो होते हैं उनके ऊपर आईलिड्स नहीं होता है, वो ऐसा एक वाइपर की तरह होता है उनके आईज पे. हाँ, लेमूर एक मंकी की स्पेसीज नहीं बोलेंगे हम, वो मंकी जैसा दिखता है, छोटा होता है साइज में बहुत ही, ठीक है. तो मादागास्कर. नाउ हॉक डियर, हुलॉक गिबन, मार्खोर, ये हम टर्म्स पढ़ते हैं स्पेसीज ऑफ इंडिया, ठीक है. हॉक डियर, इट इज एक्सटेंसिवली फाउंड इन तराई आर्क रीजन ऑफ इंडिया, फुट हिल्स ऑफ हिमालयस, ठीक है, मार्शी लैंड्स, वहां पर इसका मेन हैबिटेट है, हम बोल सकते हैं ऑल ओवर द फुट हिल्स ऑफ हिमालय. हुलॉक गिबन, आसाम, the only true ape species found in India, ठीक है, हुलॉक गिबन्स. मार्खोर, नेशनल एनिमल ऑफ पाकिस्तान, है ना, उसका वो ऐसा स्पाइरल वाला तो ये होता है, हॉर्न होता है मार्खोर, ठीक है, ये भी बहुत ही एंडेंजर्ड है, मारखोर स्पेसीज, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में मिलता है अपने यहाँ पर, ठीक है, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में मिलता है अपने यहाँ पर। तो 3 स्पेसीज है, सी इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर। एंडेमिक हुलॉक गिबन है आसाम में, हुलॉक गिबन आसाम में एंडेमिक है, ठीक है। What about this one? There was once question, which among the following bodies are statutory bodies? उसमें ये ग्राउंड वाटर और वाटर वाले 4 बॉडीज मेंशन थे, ठीक है। तो वो तो सरफेस लेवल का क्वेश्चन था, उनका वर्क के ऊपर, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज के ऊपर क्वेश्चन नहीं आया अब तक, ठीक है। सो ग्राउंड वाटर क्वालिटी असेसमेंट इन द कंट्रीज अंडर द डोमेन ऑफ, देखो सेंट्रल वाटर कमीशन इज डीलिंग विद द क्वालिटी ऑफ रिवर्स एंड स्ट्रीम्स, surface water. There is one central groundwater board, central groundwater board, ठीक है, and that deals with the quality of groundwater. Authority नहीं, board, okay, it is not statutory body. Statutory body is this one, Central Groundwater Authority. Generally boards जो होते हैं वो statutory body नहीं होते, authority होती है, ठीक है। So you should know about this. जैसे हमारे यहाँ पे गंगा अथॉरिटी भी है, जो गंगा रिवर के लिए तैयार की गई है, वो स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडी है, ठीक है, राइट। सो ग्राउंड वाटर एक्सट्रैक्शन एंड मैनेजमेंट थ्रू इश्यूएंस ऑफ लाइसेंसेस, नो ऑब्जेक्ट सर्टिफिकेट इज डन बाय सेंट्रल ग्राउंड वाटर अथॉरिटी, दिस इज करेक्ट, एंड इट इज स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडी सेट अप अंडर एनवायरमेंट प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट 1986, ठीक है, एनवायरमेंट प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट 1986, ये भी याद रखिए इसको, ठीक है। तो सेंट्रल वाटर कमीशन भी नहीं है और सेंट्रल वाटर ग्राउंड वाटर बोर्ड भी स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडी नहीं है, ये स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडी है। दे आर टेक्निकल बॉडीज, ये जो है वो एक्सपर्ट टेक्निकल बॉडी है, और ग्राउंड वाटर बोर्ड भी जो है क्वालिटी के ऊपर वर्क करने वाले, ठीक है। एंड ऑल दीज आर लेट्स से वर्किंग अंडर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति, ठीक है, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति। हाँ, पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड तो वो तो अलग है ना नहीं, वो तो पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड अलग है थोड़ा, क्योंकि वहां पर एकदम इंडस्ट्रीज का हमने बहुत स्पेसिफिक पूछा था, वो स्किप करना था क्वेश्चन, ठीक है। ओके, फ्रियानोपोलिस डिक्लेरेशन नहीं आया है, नहीं, इट इज बी। फ्रियानोपोलिस डिक्लेरेशन इज रिलेटेड टू व्हेलिंग कमीशन, इट इज अ नॉन बाइंडिंग एग्रीमेंट। 2018 में ये एक समिट हुआ था ब्राजील में, देयर द कंट्रीज, मेंबर कंट्रीज ऑफ इंटरनेशनल व्हेलिंग कमीशन, दे एग्रीड टू कंटिन्यू मोरेटोरियम ऑन कमर्शियल व्हेलिंग। उन्होंने बोला कि अभी व्हेलिंग बंद कर दो, मतलब ताकि इनका पॉपुलेशन बढ़े, पहले के जैसा रहे, अभी जैसे इतना डिमांड नहीं रहा है व्हेलिंग का जैसे पहले था। So they have agreed here, but it is non-binding, ठीक है, इंटरनेशनल व्हेलिंग कमीशन। व्हेलिंग मीन्स बेसिकली जैसे फिशिंग होता है, तो व्हेल्स को पकड़ के बेसिकली इट इज वेरी डिलीशियस, इट इज मेजर पार्ट ऑफ फूड, लाइक जापान द लीडिंग कंट्री जो बोलते हैं हम उसको, हाँ। तो बेसिकली व्हेल जो है खाने के लिए या फिर फार्मास्यूटिकल प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए भी यूज होता है। कमर्शियल व्हेलिंग बहुत ही फेमस है हायर टेम्परेट रीजन में, कोल्ड रीजन में, ठीक है, जहां पर ज्यादा वेल्स मिलती है। सो बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर, राइट। हाँ, आई वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस। तो ये क्वेश्चन छोड़ देना था, मैं इसलिए ये बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि बहुत ही फैक्चुअल है, बहुत ही स्पेसिफिक पूछा हुआ है। So I told you that where we have to use the logic, where we have to skip the questions, when the question is very specifically asking some information, factual information, तो वो question नहीं deal करना है, ठीक है। Those industrial sectors which score 60 or above in the pollution index of CPCB labeled as red industries। अब ये statement सही है देखा जाए तो, but यहाँ पर देखो ये क्या बोल रहा है, कंस्ट्रक्शन एंड डिमोलिशन ऑफ वेस्ट प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट्स जो है वो बेसिकली ऑरेंज इंडस्ट्री में, ऑरेंज इंडस्ट्री जो है 41 to 59 स्कोर जो है, 60 एंड प्लस जो है रेड इंडस्ट्री कैटेगराइजेशन, ठीक है। So that's why answer here will be D. Answer will be D. Okay. What about this one? Sympatry, term-based questions, ecology. So we learn about principles of ecology, and in principles of ecology we learn speciation. One of the principle of ecology, speciation. We see the geographical barriers act as a, let's say, reason for formation of new species. ठीक है, when the population of species is divided because of geographical barriers like mountain or river, तो उसकी वजह से क्या हो जाता है, न्यू स्पीसीज ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम तैयार हो जाता है बिकॉज ऑफ इनब्रीडिंग. ठीक है, सो such kind of, let's say, speciation is having different terms based on different reasons. Like we have allopatry. Allopatry मतलब क्या होता है, जहां पर geographical barrier होता है, this one physical barrier, speciation that occurs, इसको allopatry बोला गया है. Or the speciation that occurs when small groups of individual break off from larger group, उसको peripatry बोला गया है. Terms peripatry. Or speciation that occurs within the modified habitat on account of pollution or climate change, इसको parapatry बोला गया है. And speciation that occurs within the same or overlapping geographical area because of, let's say, some kind of unique food or shelter habits that are developed in some, we can say, individuals of that species. तो एक नया स्पीसीज तैयार होता है. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल, इफ अ पर्टिकुलर इंडिविजुअल्स ऑफ स्पीसीज स्टार्ट ईटिंग सर्टेन काइंड ऑफ फूड ओनली एंड नॉट ईटिंग अदर फूड, बट बाकी तो दूसरे भी खाता है, तो ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम दैट डेवलप्स यूनिक काइंड ऑफ जीन्स. ठीक है, तो वो नया स्पीसीज तैयार हो जाता है. राइट, सो दैट इज कॉल्ड एज सिम्पैट्री. दिस इज कॉल्ड एज सिम्पैट्री. ओके, थोड़ा सा वन स्टेप अहेड है इकोलॉजी में. हम क्या पढ़ते हैं इकोलॉजी में? इकोटोन पढ़ते हैं, एज स्पेसीज पढ़ते हैं, उसके बाद सिर्फ प्रिंसिपल्स तो पढ़ लेते हैं, स्पेसिएशन, म्यूटेशन, इवोल्यूशन, ये सब पढ़ लेते हैं ऊपर से. बट थोड़ा सा वन स्टेप अहेड हमें कुछ टर्म्स जाननी है, तो कंसिडर एज काइंड ऑफ एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन. यस, दिस इज कॉन्सेप्ट बेस्ड, राइट. ये तो समझ में आ गया होगा आपको, राइट. In general, temperate areas are not rich in species diversity as tropical regions. We know that the diversity, biological diversity, goes on decreasing from equator to pole. ठीक है, and the reason, yes, one of the reason I would say is that because of ice ages or extensive glaciation that has happened in the past. तो extensive glaciation polar region से start होता है, and that extends towards the equator. But equatorial regions were not under the ice for long period of time. So species living in the equatorial region got evolved. They got more time to evolve. तो वहां पे डाइवर्सिटी ज्यादा है, one of the reason. और जो स्पीसीज इवॉल्व हो रहे थे पोलर रीजन में, धीरे धीरे एक्सटेंसिव ग्लेशिएशन हो गया, वो मर गए, एक्सटिंक्ट हो गए. तो इट इज गेटिंग लेस टाइम फॉर इवोल्यूशन. ठीक है, तो दैट्स व्हाई वन ऑफ द रीजन दैट वी हैव मोर डाइवर्सिटी, so that's why A is the answer here. ठीक है, then वो बोल रहा है ना कि टेम्परेट एरियाज, टेम्परेट मतलब हायर लैटिट्यूड, तो टेम्परेट रीजन्स वेर अंडर द आइस ड्यूरिंग ग्लेशिएशन, क्योंकि वो इक्वेटोरियल, हाँ, लोअर लैटिट्यूड तक आइस पूरा भर जाता है. हाँ, इवोल्यूशन के इस एंगल से देखना था. ठीक है, और जितना टाइम ज्यादा मिलता है ना स्पीसीज को, उतना ज्यादा मतलब वहां स्पीसीज डाइवर्सिटी होता है, इवॉल्व होता है इस तरीके से. ठीक है, ऑल राइट, मूविंग ऑन. Climate Club was in news, we all aware about this, right? This was formed this year, COP28. कहाँ पे हुआ था ये? नहीं, अब वो 27 हुआ है ना, ये तो दुबई में हुआ ना, UAE. अभी तो यहाँ पर ये क्लाइमेट क्लब तैयार किया गया है, इंटर गवर्नमेंटल फोरम, that will be hosted by OECD and we can say this International Energy Agency. ठीक है, this is to reduce the carbon emissions from the industries. ठीक है, ये जो है पेरिस एग्रीमेंट के टारगेट्स अचीव करने हैं इंडस्ट्रीज के इमिशंस कम करके. चिली एंड जर्मनी विल को होस्ट दिस. कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन मैंने बताया था, सीओपी के आउटकम्स तैयार करके रखना है रिसेंट वाले. ठीक है, तो क्लाइमेट क्लब इज फॉर्म दिस ईयर. इंडिया इज नॉट मेंबर, यू शुड नो दिस ऑल्सो. इंडिया इज नॉट मेंबर. द क्वेश्चन दैट यू शुड स्किप, 2 स्टेटमेंट में फैक्चुअल इंफॉर्मेशन पूछी है. इन योर बेसिक मटेरियल शंकर आईएएस पढ़ रहे होगे, पीएमएफ, तो वहां पर 9 क्राइटेरियाज लिखे हुए हैं रामसर साइट में डिक्लेयर करने के लिए. रामसर कन्वेंशन में देयर आर टोटल 9 कंडीशंस. ठीक है, तो 9 कंडीशंस याद रखना इट्स मुश्किल. ठीक है, तो और जहां पर फैक्चुअल, जैसे पहला तो जेनेरिक है ना, वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड कि हो सकता है, सिंपल जेनेरिक टर्म सेंटेंस इज दैट. बट वेटलैंड शुड रेगुलरली सपोर्ट 2000 और मोर. इट्स 20,000 और मोर, 2000 नहीं है. हमने ज्यादा डिफरेंस भी इसलिए रखा है कि कोई लॉजिक यूज करा है. डेली 2000 के ऊपर बर्ड्स आ जाते हैं आराम से, मिनिमम तो आते ही होंगे ना वहां पे. वेटलैंड इतना बड़ा होता है वो रामसर साइट, कैन यू इमेजिन. ठीक है, तो इट्स टॉकिंग अबाउट द 20,000 और मोर बर्ड्स, वाटर बर्ड्स. Wetland should regularly support 1% of individuals in a population. Now this is criteria. This one is incorrect. यहाँ पर 2 क्राइटेरिया सही है. अच्छा, तुम्हारा सही आ गया. तो वही मैं बता रहा हूं, जहां पर फैक्चुअल, हाँ ठीक है, तो ऐसे इसमें मैं चाहता हूं कि आप कम रिस्क ले. ठीक है, ज्यादा अगर फैक्चुअल पूछता है. नाउ दिस इज सिंपल. 4th trophic level means tertiary consumer. Now let's talk about the elimination. Zebra primary consumer है, bush buck जो है primary consumer है. ठीक है, या फिर बबून जो है, बबून काइंड ऑफ मंकी जो होता है वो, है ना. अब हाइना जो है वो हायर प्रीडेटर है ना, तो हाँ ठीक है, तो हाइना तो वो होता है ना कि वो टाइगर वीवर मारने के बाद उसके बाद आगे उसको खाते हैं. इतने स्कैवेंजर्स होते हैं हाइनास एक्चुअली. ठीक है, सो डी इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर. ठीक है, सो नेक्स्ट इज क्लाउड सीडिंग. न्यूज में है टर्म कंटिन्यूअसली, बट वर्ड प्ले. हाँ, इनकरेक्ट तो एक वर्ड प्ले है, बट स्टेटमेंट्स में भी वर्ड प्ले है. क्या वर्ड प्ले है? Cloud seeding is a weather modification technique that guarantees clouds ability to produce rain. कोई गारंटी नहीं होती बारिश देंगे. ठीक है, गवर्नमेंट प्रॉमिस करता है बारिश करेंगे, नहीं होगी बारिश, गारंटी नहीं है. It depends on amount of water vapor available, humidity, all these aspects play important role there, है ना. So it assures, it does not guarantee. ठीक है, there are chances. Word play. Again, यहां पर देखते हैं हम सिल्वर आयोडाइड, हमें लगता है सॉल्ट पता है, कैल्शियम क्लोराइड, पोटेशियम नाइट्रेट. पोटेशियम समथिंग हमें पता होता है, बट नाइट्रेट नहीं है ये. फिर से पोटेशियम आयोडाइड. ठीक है, हाँ ब्रोमाइड, सिल्वर ब्रोमाइड. ठीक है, तो ये बहुत ही स्पेसिफिक यूज होता है. हाँ, नाइट्रेट जो होते हैं वो तो एक्सप्लोजिव्स में होता है, समझो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट, स्पेशली अमोनियम नाइट्रेट. ठीक है, तो ये वाला जो चीज है वो गलत है, ये भी गलत है, और इनकरेक्ट पूछा है ऊपर से, तो कंफ्यूजन ही कंफ्यूजन है. ठीक है, तो सी इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर. सो इन अदर सब्जेक्ट्स आल्सो मेनी सच वर्ड प्ले इज देयर, ऑफ कोर्स यूपीएससी. नाउ दिस इज कॉन्सेप्ट इन क्लाइमेट चेंज. ठीक है, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग पोटेंशियल is better means of determining if the world is on track to the temperature targets of Paris Agreement compared to global warming potential. Now traditionally this term is used for calculation of global warming potential of greenhouse gas. ठीक है, जैसे वी नो द रेफरेंस एज CO2, like for methane we consider it is the 32. If CO2 is 1, global warming potential 1, for methane we consider 32. So traditionally this has been the major, and this 100 is a reference year period, reference period जिसको बोलते हैं. इस 100 साल में ये पोटेंशियल क्या है इसका, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग का. If that gas exists for 100 year, तो what is its warming potential? ऐसा एक रेफरेंस पीरियड हमने उसमें कंसिडर करते थे. But the problem with this methodology is that some of the greenhouse gases are short-lived greenhouse gases, like methane itself. So it remains in atmosphere for 12 years only. Black carbon, right? So it is not considering the short life of these gases. ठीक है, तो ये 100 years तक है ही नहीं, तो ये comparable ही नहीं है. And this let's say lacuna or weakness is removed through this global warming. It considers, ये देखिए, takes into account the removal of short lived gases from the atmosphere. तो ये दोनों सही है और ये एक्सप्लेनेशन है इसका. ठीक है, तो ये कॉन्सेप्ट है, आपको पता होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम ग्लोबल स्टॉक टेक की बात हो रही है, कैलकुलेशंस हो रहे हैं, अभी ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस के कैलकुलेशंस की बात हो रही है हर जगह. सारे ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस की बात कर रहे हैं हम. ठीक है, मेथोडोलॉजी की बात कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे. ग्लोबल वार्मिंग पोटेंशियल एंड ग्लोबल वार्मिंग पोटेंशियल 100. तो 100, दिस मेथड वाज अर्लियर, दिस इज द न्यू मेथड. ठीक है, in past UPSC has asked similar kind of framing. They had asked about the insecticides or pesticides used in agriculture. ठीक है, recently these were in news. Government has banned use of these insecticides in agriculture. ठीक है, monocrotophos, dicofol, dinocap, these are the insecticides in agriculture. They have been found very harmful. ठीक है, तो inhale करने के बाद human health पे ज्यादा impact करता है, farmers health is at risk. ठीक है, सो इंसेक्टिसाइड्स है ये. एग्रो इकोलॉजी पार्ट. ठीक है, तो नेट प्राइमरी प्रोडक्टिविटी, देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड एज ग्रॉस प्राइमरी प्रोडक्टिविटी. ग्रॉस मतलब क्या है, पूरा. तो वॉट एवर द ऑटोट्रॉप्स आर प्रोड्यूसिंग एज अ बायोमास फ्रॉम फोटोसिंथेसिस, दैट इज ग्रॉस प्राइमरी प्रोडक्टिविटी. तो ग्रॉस और नेट में क्या डिफरेंस है? नहीं, the plants themselves are utilizing some of that food for respiration purpose. They themselves are using some, let's say, biomass for respiration purpose, and that is removed from gross, then it becomes net, and this is now available for the primary consumers, secondary consumers. ठीक है, तो ये net primary productivity is the measure of biomass available for consumption. This is correct. A large part of sunlight gets absorbed, reflected, scattered through. ये different statement है, irrelevant है यहाँ पे. ठीक है, it talks about the amount of energy from the sun that is utilized by the primary producers, and it is very less. ठीक है, 2 to 10% at max it is taken up, क्योंकि बाकी सारा scatter हो जाता है, reflect कर देता है leaves जो है. So we can say this is correct, but independently correct. And that's why B becomes the answer here. कौन सा वाला? पिछले वाले में A था, एक्सप्लेनेशन था ना, इसमें B है. ठीक है, ओके. नाउ व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? ठीक है, मेगा हर्बीवोर्स लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल एलिफेंट, राइनोसोर्स, जिराफ्स. ठीक है, तो मेगा हर्बीवोर्स बोलते हैं हम उसको. दे हैव डायरेक्ट बियरिंग ऑन स्प्रेड ऑफ इन्वेजिव स्पीसीज. वो आपने देखा होगा हिप्पोपोटामस या ये जो इतने बड़े बड़े पैर होते हैं, जब वो खाना भी खाते हैं, या एलिफेंट जो ऐसा पूरा खींच लेता है. ओके, सो व्हेन दे आर अपरूटिंग ऑल दिस, बेसिकली दे आर स्प्रेडिंग द सीड्स ऑफ द इन्वेजिव स्पीसीज इन दैट रीजन. ठीक है, तो उससे क्या हो जाता है? सेकंड इज दैट when there is spread of invasive species in a particular region, they start becoming dependent on the limited native species. ठीक है, तो वो क्या करते हैं? वो लिमिटेड नेटिव स्पेसीज खाते रहते हैं. उसको भी निकाल देते हैं और स्पेस खाली कर देते हैं ये इन्वेजिव स्पेसीज के लिए वहां। आर यू गेटिंग दिस? हाँ, क्रश भी करते हैं। बेसिकली व्हाट दे आर डूइंग, टू वेज, वन इज दैट दे आर रिमूविंग और क्रशिंग, ठीक है, तो उससे क्या हो जाता है, वहां पर स्पेस खाली हो जाता है इन्वेजिव स्पेसीज। और सेकंड इज दैट व्हेन इन्वेजिव स्पेसीज आर ग्रोइंग इन अ पर्टिकुलर रीजन एंड दे आर नॉट ईटिंग दैट, तो उनका फूड तो लिमिट हो गया, तो वो सारे क्या करते हैं, वो लिमिटेड फूड को खाना शुरू कर देते हैं, तो प्रेशर बढ़ गया, वो भी सारा रिमूव कर देंगे वो वहां से। गेटिंग दिस? और दे आर वेरी, वी कैन से, रेपेशियस ईटर्स, तो बहुत सारा खाते रहते हैं वो प्लांट्स, हर्बिवोर्स, मेगा हर्बिवोर्स जो होते हैं बहुत खाना खाते हैं, है ना, तो इसलिए वो दे आर द लेट्स से रीजन, वी कैन से दे आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल unknowingly. Some tribals in India use invasive plants to make sculpture. अब यह मतलब लगता है irrelevant statement, हो सकता है, हाँ, अगर ऐसा लॉजिक यूज करना शुरू करोगे तो थोड़ा सा मतलब बचोगे एग्जाम में। Actually it is there. In South India, some of the tribal people, they are using lantana camera grass to make sculptures, और ऐसे एलिफेंट के स्कल्पचर्स उन्होंने बनाए हुए, तो वो अर्बन एरिया में काफी अभी बिक रहे हैं। उन्होंने एक जगह पे रखे भी थे जहां पर एक बहुत बड़ा समिट हुआ था, वहां पर वो बाहर वो रखे हुए थे स्कल्पचर, इंडिया में ही, ठीक है, तमिलनाडु में। हाँ, वो इन्वेजिव स्पीसीज है, लैंटेना कैमेरा एक्चुअली आई गेस यूरोप या किधर का है, ठीक है, पर पूरे इंडिया में वो स्प्रेड हो चुका है, ग्रास स्पीसीज, ठीक है। सो दिस इज करेक्ट। While mangroves can be affected by the invasive species, they can never turn invasive themselves. Never. Extreme आ गया देखो. They can never turn. See, we know that as the temperatures are increasing, global temperatures, mangroves, they survive largely in tropical region. ठीक है, tropical region. But as the temperatures are increasing, they are also spreading to higher latitudes. ठीक है, तो ऐसे कुछ islands है या फिर ऐसे कुछ रीजन्स है जहां पे ये मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट था नहीं, वहां पर भी ये अभी आ रहा है, देयर आल्सो इट इज ग्रोइंग। ओके, सो वी कैन से दैट दिस इज इनकरेक्ट, ठीक है, इट कैन नेवर टर्न इन्वेजिव, इट इज बिकमिंग इन्वेजिव इन सम एरियाज एंड दैट्स व्हाई आंसर विल बी ए। ठीक है, यहां पर क्या पूछा, सॉरी पार्डन मी, आंसर विल बी बी ओनली टू। ठीक है, फाइन, ओके देन हिस्ट्री सेक्शन विल बी कंटिन्यूड बाय चौहान सर। एनी क्वेश्चन? फाइन देन, ओके। कौन सा इंटीग्रेटेड, किस पे क्वेश्चन था? तो वो तो हो गया ना,
तीन ऑप्शन आए थे सर, जैसे एक पैडी का भी था, पैडी को भी ले लिया उन्होंने,
किसमें?
इसी में इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग में।
इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग अलग है, तुम क्या बोल रहे हो मुझे नहीं समझ। हाँ, बाद में क्लास में बात कर।
Good evening to all of you. So, are we ready for the next discussion? Huh? History section? Okay, fine. So, next is history. I am R.S. Chauhan. So, I'll discuss next 15 questions related to GS history. Question number 11 to 20 and 71 to 75, right? So, how was the test? How was the questions? You found them interesting? Yeah. So, 11th question. This is related to ancient India. With reference to Ashoka's Dhamma, we have to consider these statements, 3 statements, and find out which of them are correct, right? So, first statement is Ashoka's private beliefs and the socio-political needs of the contemporary situation were responsible for the formulation of the policy of Dhamma. Is it correct or not? Ashoka's private beliefs changes after the Kalinga War, and he decides to give up the policy of Bheri Ghosh, means conquest by war, and he believes now in conquest by Dhamma, Dhamma Ghosh. So private beliefs definitely are playing a role in the formation of policy of Dhamma. Dhamma here is not Buddhist Dhamma purely. It is inspired by Buddhist philosophy of Dhamma or Dharma, but it is more of a social code of conduct which is meant to manage harmoniously such a vast empire ruled by Ashoka, where he has to take care of the diverse elements or subjects within his empire and maintain peace and order, right? And promote growth also. So, and the socio-political needs of the contemporary situation were responsible. So, this is correct statement, right? Sometimes we'll see only 1 or 2 words has been changed, and because you are under pressure or in a mood to attempt the questions very fast, you commit mistakes. That is one quality which is being tested in you. I would call it officer-like quality, right? So be careful about that. बारीकी मतलब आपकी जो देख रहे हैं, जो पढ़ रहे हैं, इतना आपको विजिलेंट होना चाहिए कि क्या सही है क्या गलत है आइडेंटिफाई कर सकें, राइट? सो नेक्स्ट, Ashoka's Dhamma was anti-Brahminical in nature. Is it true? Proof that it is true or proof it is not true. When you study that social code of conduct, there one sentence is clearly mentioned that Ashoka's endeavor is to maintain harmony among all sections of the society, and he is encouraging his subjects to respect equally Brahmanas as well as non-Brahmins or Shramanas. So his Dhamma is not anti-Brahminical in nature, right? So this becomes wrong. Now Ashoka established Dhamma as a new religion and insisted that his subjects convert to it. Is it correct? No. It is not a new religion. It is a social code of conduct with the aim of maintaining peace and harmony in the empire. And he nowhere appears either in his edicts or other sources insisting that subjects should convert to Dhamma. No, he is not doing that, right? So this is also wrong. So what becomes the answer? Out of these 3 statements, only one is correct. Agreed? So when you read questions na, be very clear about things. बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं पढ़ना है, सही पढ़ना है और सोचना है. Then it will be fine, है ना? Next question is 12th question. Let us see what it is saying. If we look at the 12th question, it is the pairs are given. Tamil Sangams, first, second, third are mentioned, and you have to see whether they were organized at these places or not. They are correctly matched or not. So when you see this question, automatically the table should come to your mind when you read it. First Sangam was organized at Old Madurai. It was called Tan Madurai or Madurai. So this is correct or not? This is correct. Second Sangam was organized at Kapatapuram. Tanjore becomes wrong. Otherwise also, because Pandyas patronized it, Pandya's rule does not exceed or goes up to Tanjore, right? Third Sangam was organized again at Madurai, but this time New Madurai. Okay. So this is also wrong. So what becomes the answer? How many pairs of the given above are correctly matched? Only one. Correct? And Sangam literature was the main source of information during this period, which we call Sangam period, 300 BC to 300 AD in South India, which talks about 3 main dynasties, Cheras, Cholas and Pandyas. The 4th dynasty is also mentioned there, which created trouble for 3 of them in Ashokan edicts. What is that? Satyaputras, right? Now we go to the next question, that is question number 13. So what question number 13 is saying? Let us see. Which of the following is not among the reasons for the decline of Delhi Sultanate? So you have to identify which of the following out of 4 is not the reason for the decline of Delhi Sultanate. So you have to identify this. Be very careful. Not. Decline of Delhi Sultanate. So autocratic nature of Delhi Sultanate, it was a cause for decline or not? it was. Why? Because the rulers were autocratic, they invited enmity from others. And whenever there was a chance, the other person would try to create some kind of political plot and get rid of that person. Right? Forget about the difference in dynasties. Even sometimes blood relations will do that. Hai na? So this is a cause which is not we have to identify. So law of primogeniture. What is primogeniture or primogeniture? Where the rule is hereditary and always the eldest son has to become the ruler. This is not the cause. I can prove it. Can you prove it? Because there is no well-defined rule where that always eldest son will become the ruler. This rule is broken many times. Two examples are coming to my mind that I'll share with you. Eldest son was not appointed as the king by Qutbuddin Aibak, Sultan. Iltutmish was the son-in-law and slave of Qutbuddin Aibak. Now, Iltutmish appoints not his eldest son as his son, but Razia, his daughter, because he found his son incapable. He was a drunkard and mentally unstable. Then you look at Alauddin Khilji, whom he killed? His uncle and father-in-law, Jalaluddin Khilji. He beheaded him again. So this is not one of the cause for the decline of Delhi Sultanate, right? Then emergence of independent political centers. Yes, you are right. This is the cause for decline. How? So the answer becomes B. Automatically we have got the answer, but we must consider the other. We must discuss these points also. See, it always happened when a strong ruler is there, he is ruling an empire, and if he becomes weak or his successors are weak, the Sultanate or any empire starts breaking down. This happened with Delhi Sultanate also. During the time of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, you see many rebellions emerging and many new states formed. For example, Vijayanagar Empire's foundation was laid down in 1336 AD by two brothers, Harihar and Bukka, during this period. So that is also up. Then Bahmani Kingdom, 1347, Hassan Gangu led the foundation of Bahmani Kingdom. In the eastern side, Jaunpur or such places will emerge. So this is happening. Definitely independent political centers are posing a challenge to the Delhi Sultanate and weakening it and contributing to its decline. Right or wrong? Non-permanent nature of Ikta system. What was Ikta system? Ikta means a land or a territory which is assigned to an officer or a noble. He will look after its administration and collect revenue and give it to a share of it to the Sultan. This system was introduced by Iltutmish, and he trusted 40 of his nobles who were his slaves also, and he called it Iqtadari system. Chalgan it is also called, Chalisa also is also called 40 trusted nobles, right? This system is broken down because the other slaves who were nobles also, Iqtadars, seen as what? Challengers to his authority by Balban. Balban wants to establish the control of the Sultan, his dominance, and this becomes non-permanent and it is fluctuating the system, and that also contributes to decline, because when you don't have a streamlined system of administration and revenue collection, it contributes to weakening of the center, right? So answer is B. Now we go to the next question, the 14th question. So let us see what the 14th question is saying. With reference to Chishti Silsila. What is a Silsila? Silsila is like a sect. Sufism was the, what you can say, liberal form of Sunni Islam or Islam, and it led to many sects, emergence of many sects in different parts of emerging, many of them in Afghanistan or Central Asia. Chist was a village in Afghanistan also, from where this word comes, right? So one of the very popular silsilas that was popular in India was Chishti Silsila. Others were like Roshnaya, Qadiriya, then Shuravardi. There were many such silsilas, right? So with reference to Chishti Silsila, consider the following statements. Can you name some personalities related to this silsila in India? Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti, Ajmer Dargah hai na? Then Baba Farid or Faride Ganj Shikar, or Nizamuddin Aulia and Salim Chishti, who blessed Akbar and he had a son. And he gave the son name Salim, who later became to known as Jahangir. Then Amir Khusro was a disciple of Nizamuddin Aulia as well as Baba Farid. Okay. He was not a Sufi saint but a follower of the silsila. And which silsila was followed by Dara Sikho? Was it Qadiriya? Check out. पता होना चाहिए आप लोगों को कि नहीं, थोड़ा पढ़ाई जरूरी है. So those statements दिए गए. There are two statements given and we have to see that whether they are correct or not, and we have to identify the answer accordingly. So first statement is, in the context of this silsila, that they did not support excessive austerities and self-mortification. They means the Sufi saints belong to this silsila. So they did not support, is it correct? Excessive austerities and self-mortification. See, they were influenced by Bhakti saints and they supported this. So this statement becomes. They also supported that form of music called Qawwali, Sama, Bhanna, where you feel like union with God in a state of excitement, like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu or Mahapurush Shankardev did in Northeast India as Bhakti saints. Those elements were borrowed in a way from Bhakti elements only, Bhakti tradition, right? So they support excessive austerities and self-mortification, did not is wrong. Okay. Then they preferred to remain aloof from state politics. They were not getting into state power, very close to rulers, and shunned the company of rulers and nobles. That's true. Some sects did, but they did not. Just these guys. So this is true. What becomes the answer? Which of the statements given above are correct? Two only. Second one is correct. Right? Clear? Okay. Now we go to the next question. What is the next question? 15th question. So the 15th question is, again, three statements are given and we have to identify which one of them are correct. So what are the statements? First is about Portuguese. Portuguese captured Goa from the ruler of Vijapur during the reign of Sikandar Shah Lodi. Is it correct or not? How it is correct if it is correct? You have to know the facts correctly. See, first thing is Portuguese captured Goa in 1510 AD. Albuquerque was the Portuguese governor at that point of time. Sikandar Shah Lodi is ruling from 1489 to 1517 AD. He is the most important ruler among all the rulers of Lodi dynasty. Three rulers are there. First is Velo Lodi, second is Sikandar Shah Lodi, third is Ibrahim Lodi. Their ruling period is, what is the time period of the Lodis? They ruled from 1451 to 1526. In 1526, Babur defeated Ibrahim Lodi. So the third dynasty, this was the fifth dynasty among the Delhi Sultanate. First was slaves, second Khalji, then Tughlaq, then Sayyids, then Lodi. Right? इस टाइम पीरियड में ये पढ़ रहा है, इसके बीच में ये पढ़ रहा है, तो ठीक तो है. Bijapur was one of the successor states of Bahmani kingdom. Adil Shahi dynasty was ruling there. What were the other four states? Ahmednagar, Bidar, Berar, Golconda. Right? So this is correct. Now next statement. Portuguese established the first printing press at Goa in 1556 AD. It's very plain fact. That's true. In 1556, Akbar is coming to the throne. Humayun is dead. In North India, Portuguese are establishing the printing press and they are printing Bible in large numbers and they are going on a mission to convert people to Christianity. There is a fact related to this. It is said around 20,000 followers of Jainism and Hinduism were killed on the orders of Saint Xavier's, whom we rever so much in India at that point of time in Goa or this area. Okay. So anyways, and that became one of the reasons for the downfall of Portuguese also. They could not expand their authority on large parts of the country. Other factors are also there. Okay. So this is also true. Now the third one, Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. Where did you hear this treaty? Anglo-French War or Carnatic Wars. Right. This is not third. This is first one. The war of succession on Austria ends in Europe, and a place called Aix-la-Chapelle, there it is signed between Britain and France. But what the statement is saying, the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle resulted in the secession of several territories to the British, including Goa, and marked the decline of Portuguese power. They are connecting it with Portuguese. This is the catch. This is wrong. And therefore, the entire statement becomes wrong. The first Carnatic War was fought from 1746 to 48, right? So this is wrong. So how many of the statements given above are correct? Only 2, because third one is wrong. 1 and 2 are correct. Done? Clear? Now we go to the 16th question. So what the 16th question is all about? Let us see. See, the 16th question is related to one of the texts is levied by Marathas. One was Chauth, another one is Sardeshmukhi. So with reference to Sardeshmukhi, texts in the Maratha Empire, consider the following statements. You have to consider these 3 statements and see whether they are correct or not, and identify the right answer from the choices given. So it was a tax levied by the Maratha Empire on neighboring territories and states. Is it correct? That was Chauth. मुगल टेरिटरी से वो जबरदस्ती लेते थे, वो जितना कलेक्ट करते थे मुगल्स अपने टेरिटरी से, उसका 1/4 उनको मराठास को देना पड़ता था. मराठास would promise that we will not raid these territories, so your law and order will remain safe, right? When the Mughals would not agree, they will start raiding, guerrilla warfare, and that will be a headache for the Mughals. And the Mughals could never tame the Marathas due to such reasons, right? So it was a tax levied by the Maratha Empire within their own territories. This is wrong. Second statement, it was equal to 1/4 of the land revenue collected by the subjected territories. It is not 1/4. 10 यहाँ है, ध्यान रखना देश. 1/10. ठीक है. Always remember, Sardeshmukhi is 1/10. Chauth was 1/4. Chauth was outside the territory, and Sardeshmukhi was inside the territory. Basically, it was अलग-अलग tax लगते थे. It was one extra tax, 10% of the total produce collected from the farmers. For what purpose? To increase the income of the Maratha nobles and officials, and thereby also helping them in smoothly carrying out their responsibilities. So this is also wrong. Now the third statement is, it was collected by the Maratha officials. आप Maratha Sardars और दूसरे officers के बारे में बात कर सकते हैं. Maratha officials directly from the landowners and cultivators in the empire's territories. Landowners and cultivators. Correct. So how many of the statements given above are correct? Only 1. ठीक है. What problem is, when you have read a chapter, you would have thought Marathas is not that important, let us leave it. Or in the first go. So my suggestion is, whatever the area, history, geography, polity, at least in the beginning of your preparation, you must read all the topics thoroughly. Only you can become selective when there is not much gap between the exam and your preparation, and when you are at the fag end of your revision. Otherwise, you should read all the things. You cannot be selective in the very beginning. And if you compare the approach to mains and prelims, prelims requires a bit more extensive study than mains. So accordingly, your approach should be, right? Now we go to question number 17th. So what question number 17 is saying? In the context of colonial India, means British rule, Gopal Ganesh Agarkar, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, and Mahadev Govind Ranade were related to. So these 3 personalities are related to. You might be knowing something about them, but now they have given 4 organizations with which they were related. If you do not know, some idea if you have, you can still through intelligent guess reach a correct choice. We have always heard about M.G. Ranade as somebody who was related with judiciary and somebody who was related to social reforms, Prarthana Samaj, right? But we do not hear about Bal Gangadhar Tilak related to Prarthana Samaj. So this cannot be the answer, ruled out. Avina Bharat Society is related to revolutionaries. Many of the young people were inspired by the writings of Bal Gangadhar Tilak but Bal Gangadhar directly was not associated with any revolutionary activity or organization. So that cannot also be the answer, right? Ruled out. These people are also not related to M.G. Ranade is never related to any revolutionary activity or not giving such a thought. He was moderate leader, right? Akhil Bharati Hindu Mahasabha, again an extremist, or then we don't find M.G. Ranade fitting into this. D.G. Agarkar not fitting. This is also ruled out. All of the three contributed to the area of education. Deccan Education Society, they played an important role. Then Vishnu Choplunker and other personalities are also related to this. When you read the chapters, sociologists for movements in any of the books, especially Spectrum, you will find these names, right? Deccan Education Society still exists. It is there in Pune, if you visit Pune. And it runs many colleges and educational institutions, right? Anybody from Maharashtra? Okay. So the answer is Deccan Education Society. I am sure when you are reading a book like Spectrum or something, there it would have been mentioned, read it carefully. Okay. Now, the 18th question. So, now they have given 5 points. You have to consider them and then see how many of the given, how many of the statements or points given above were the effects of deindustrialization during the British rule in India. So, what is deindustrialization? The British economic policy of gradually destroying Indian industries. Indian industries not were based on machines, they were based on hand-based activity, handlooms, handicrafts, cottage industries, such things. So, Britishers, what they do? They introduce the goods made in their industries or factories in Britain, and they convert India into a supplier of raw materials. Those raw materials are processed in Britain and then brought back as finished goods in India. So, what are these effects of this policy of deindustrialization? We have to check that. Ruralization of India, that's true. As the urban centers, their trade and commerce becomes, or economic activity or production activity becomes, is shrinking. More people are moving towards rural areas for livelihood, towards agriculture. So, ruralization of India is correct. So is overcrowding of agriculture. Why? People are moving towards rural areas. Agriculture is already overburdened. Now they are also going there. This is creating a big problem. This is creating disguised unemployment. This is creating poverty. This is increasing the number of landless laborers. This is creating so many problems, right? Then India emerged as a major market for the British made cotton yarns, correct? For various finished goods, including textiles, you know. Then rise in number of traditional occupations. Did traditional occupations increase? No. Cottage industry and everything is going down. So this cannot be. They exploited India. Colonization simply means economic exploitation. So opportunities and occupations will decline rather than increase. Then trade to GDP ratio declined. That's true. Trade is shrinking, GDP is also shrinking. You know. Trade is not shrinking that much in absolute terms. Why? Now trade is overtaken by the Britishers. And Indians are moving out of that. So GDP is shrinking overall. Trade might not shrink that fast, so that ratio is declining, and that is benefiting the British, and the Indians are the net losers. So, how many of the given above were the effects of deindustrialization during the British rule in India? Out of 5, 4 were there. So answer becomes only 4. C is the answer. Clear? सोचना पड़ेगा, थॉट प्रोवोकिंग क्वेश्चंस है ना, और जिसने सोचा है उसने ठीक कर दिया है ना, क्योंकि ये सब चीज़ें पढ़ी हुई हैं आप लोगों ने, बस थोड़ा सा गौर करना है, थोड़ा सा फोकस करके सोचना है ना. नाउ हाउ इज द डिफिकल्टी लेवल ऑफ द क्वेश्चन पेपर? कोई बात नहीं, अभी इनिशियल स्टेज में हो, जब थोड़ा प्रैक्टिस करोगे तो वो भी हो जाएगा, है ना. एंड आई थिंक वी आर मेंटेनिंग अ बिट मोर टफर लेवल एज कम्पेयर टू यूपीएससी इन सम टाइम्स. रीजन यही है कि आप इतने अच्छे तैयार हो जाएं कि जब रियल यूपीएससी पेपर आपके सामने हो तो यू शुड नॉट बी फेसिंग मैनी डिफिकल्टीज, है ना. प्रैक्टिस मेक्स अ मैन परफेक्ट एंड अ वुमन टू, राइट. सो नो जेंडर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन. सो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. So this exam is not just about being very intelligent, it is also about consistency, patience, perseverance, that is required, and cool mind. If you are not a cool dude, there is a problem. So, question number 19. Again, this is statement type, two statements are given and you have to see whether statement 1 and 2 are correct. If statement 1 and 2 are correct, then statement 2 is correctly explaining statement 1 or not. So, we have to consider these statements. What statement 1 is saying? The non-cooperation movement was the first. Now, before we discuss this completely, I want to tell you in advance that there is a problem with this question. When you get the explained answers, there will be a mistake, because either there should be anti-Rowlatt Act Satyagraha, then answer becomes D, which is mentioned there. Otherwise, some other thing will be the answer. So, right answer I will explain according to the facts given. Statement 1, the non-cooperation movement was the first nationwide movement launched by Gandhiji as a response to a culmination of grievances against colonial rule. So, was it the first nationwide movement launched by Gandhiji? It was not. Before that, he has launched Satyagraha against Rowlatt Act. That was the first nationwide, which he called Himalayan blunder. So, this statement is wrong. एंटी रॉलेट एक्ट सत्याग्रह फर्स्ट था भाई. बॉम्बे में भी वायलेंस हो गया था, अहमदाबाद में भी हो गया था, दिल्ली में भी हो गया था. गांधी जी ने कहा यार पीपल आर नॉट रेडी फॉर नॉन वायलेंस एज अ टूल for political activity, so I will withdraw it. In the meantime, the Britishers played havoc with the Indians in Jallianwala. Okay. That created more pressure, and he withdrew it within 4-5 days after that episode. 13th April 1919, Jallianwala Bagh massacre takes place. 19th April, he withdraws this anti-Rowlatt Act Satyagraha. ठीक है, सोचने वाली बात है जी. Third nationwide civil disobedience movement. Fourth nationwide quit India movement. ठीक है. More regional was Swadeshi movement, even though its impact was in different parts of the country. Yes, this is right. The intensity with every passing movement increases of mass participation. ठीक है जी. Then second statement is Rowlatt Act gave the government enormous powers to repress political activities and allowed detention of political prisoners without trial for 2 years. Is it true? It is correct. Rowlatt Act was basically, it came into existence after, who was the viceroy at this point of time? Chelmsford. He, in the context of World War I, revolutionary activities was increasing too much, the tendencies were increasing too much in India. He was alarmed. He appointed therefore a committee called Sedition Committee, headed by a judge of King's Bench in London called Sidney Rowlatt. Therefore, it is also called Rowlatt Committee. He made certain recommendations on the basis of which a law was to be made to contain the revolutionary activities and even punish if anybody was found guilty of participating in revolutionary activities. On the basis of his recommendations, two bills were drafted. They were introduced in Central Legislative Council in India, not in British Parliament, right? One of the draft was rejected. Second one was accepted as second bill was passed as an act, that is called Rowlatt Act. It gave too much powers to these provincial governments and police, allowing them to detain anybody on the basis of suspicion and accept anything as evidence which was not given there in the Indian Evidence Act 1872 also, right? A special court with 3 judges was also appointed to look into such cases, and there was no higher court of appeal beyond this. And this act, therefore, this also allowed anybody, the government to arrest anybody and not present him within 24 or 48 hours before the first class magistrate. That's why it is said to be a classic case of curtailing civil liberties, and Gandhi called it Kala Kanun or Black Act, right? So this allowed detention of political prisoners without trial for 2 years. So this is true. So statement 1 is correct, statement 2 is not correct. So what will be the answer? C. Statement 1 is correct. Sorry. Statement 1 is incorrect and statement 2 is correct. So D becomes the answer. ठीक है? So next, चलो यहाँ तो आपके और मेरे पास अपॉर्चुनिटी है बात करने की, यूपीएससी से तो बात भी करने की अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं होती, तो उन्होंने जो आंसर की में दे दिया वो आपको मानना पड़ेगा कि नहीं. So anyways, next question is 20th question. So here we are talking about a parallel government. Now when you see this thing, something should come to your mind. When the parallel governments were formed? During the Quit India movement, है ना, बलिया, सतारा, तामलुक, है ना, Talcher, many such places, right? What is a parallel government? Where the colonial government loses its authority and people have established their own government, some kind of self-rule. So with reference to Satara, Satara is a place in Maharashtra. Parallel government, consider the following statements. So let us see. The parallel government which developed in Satara during non-cooperation movement was the longest and most successful. That's true. It was one of the more longest serving. You will read in any book the tenure. Three governments will be mentioned specifically. That is Satara, Balia, and what you can say, Tamluk. Satara has the longest tenure. हाँ, एक वही मैं आ रहा हूँ उसमें, बट यहाँ क्या गलती हो रही है, आपने रूल आउट किया, नॉन कॉपरेशन मूवमेंट यहाँ मेंशन किया हुआ है, ठीक है. इट शुड बी क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट. देयरफॉर द स्टेटमेंट बिकम्स, और गलती कहाँ होगी हमसे, यहीं पर होगी अगर हमने इसको ढंग से नहीं पढ़ा तो. जल्दी में अगर ढंग से पढ़ा तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, ये स्टेटमेंट गलत हो गया है ना, दिस स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग. व्हाई? बिकॉज इट इज मेंशनिंग नॉन कॉपरेशन मूवमेंट इंस्टेड ऑफ क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट. नाउ सेकंड, Nana Patil was the leader of the Satara parallel government. This is true. Nana Patil and YB Chavan are the two names which you will read in any book. ठीक है, हाँ, अब नाना पाटेकर ना समझ लेना, ठीक है, क्रांतिवीर बन जाओ कहीं, ठीक है. So anyways, third one, the model of the parallel government in Satara was based on the Gram Rajya, self-sufficient village. Gandhi's idea was also like the same. One of the princely states called Ondh, the Raja of Ondh, implemented this. Yes, and it was inspired by this. So this is also true. This is something difficult. Difficulty level becomes high, right? So how many of the statements given above are correct? Only two. One is wrong. Now, so this is good practice, no? Go back and go in deeper details, and there will be always one or the other thing in some questions where you will see some things demanding more deeper reading. You should not be worried about it. Ultimate goal in prelims should be scoring that much, but scoring that much is also a difficult task, that you are through and you are writing mains. Because you know, we know that none of us can get all the 100 questions right. So accordingly our strategy should be there. So now we go to the next list of questions. 71st question. What is that? Again, statement type question. Two statements are given. We have to see both of them are correct or not, and whether statement 2 correctly explains statement 1 or not. So it is about communal award. When communal award came into existence? 16th August 1932. When the civil disobedience movement has been suspended and Gandhi had already attended the second round table conference as the sole representative of the Congress, but nothing fruitful comes out of that. Gandhi placed two demands. They were not accepted by the British side. And in the same conference, and before that also, Dr. Ambedkar, representing the repressed classes, had made the demand for separate electorates for them. And this was accepted under the policy of divide and rule by the Britishers. The first roundtable conference was inaugurated by the then King, King George V, and all the three roundtable conferences were presided over by the then Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald. That's why communal award is also called MacDonald Award, right? So the communal award, which allowed for the separate electorate to depressed classes, was announced in the Government of India Act 1919? No, it was separately announced in August 1932 after the second RTC, roundtable conference, second RTC, right? So that is to be understood. So this becomes wrong. This is most remembered for the concept called diarchy, where there were two lists. What was that? Transferred lists and reserved lists. So this is wrong. Statement second, Pune Pact. What is Pune Pact? This was an agreement signed between Gandhi and Ambedkar. Why? Because Gandhi has gone on fast unto death. He was in the Yerwada jail in Pune. He realized that this idea of giving separate electorate to depressed classes was based on creating a wedge in among the Hindus, caste Hindus and depressed classes. This was another move by the British to divide Indian society further. So he took a firm stand. He had gone on fast unto death. His health started declining. That became a cause of concern for other leaders. They pressurized Ambedkar to get in talks with Gandhi. After the talks between the two leaders, an agreement at Pune was signed called Pune Pact in September 1932, which led to the understanding that instead of having separate electorates for depressed classes, the electorate will remain joint, but seats will be reserved for them, depressed classes, in provincial legislatures as well as central legislature. In provincial legislatures, of the total seats in provinces, British ruled areas were called provinces. 147 to 148 seats will be reserved for the depressed classes in provincial legislative assemblies. At the center, 18% to 19% of the total number will be reserved for the depressed classes. This was the agreement. So what is the second statement? Pune Pact laid down reserved seats for the depressed classes in the provincial legislatures, for which elections would be through joint electorates. This is true. So what is the answer? Statement 1 is correct, is incorrect, but statement second is correct. So statement 1 wrong hai, statement 2 sahi, right. So answer becomes D. Any doubt? Clear? I think I am explaining things very clearly to you. Now question number 72. What question number 72 is saying? Which one of the following is not one of the features of the Delhi Sultanate architecture? Not. That is the question. Now 4 options are given. You have to identify which one is not the feature of Delhi Sultanate architecture. So large courtyards and gardens for public gatherings. Is it true or not? Have you gone to Lodi Gardens? There is a name, Lodi Gardens. So you can always make a idea that this is correct. This is the right possibility. Second, fusion of Hindu and Islamic styles like lotus and bell-shaped domes. This is true because the artists who were making all these things, the craftsmen, they were Indians, and they were the Indian elements were sometimes added with Islamic elements to make different structures. At least the structures which were not directly purely religious in nature. Even though on mosques and their domes we see inverted lotus type of design also, even today, right? So that's true, but nothing beyond that. You know, use of red sandstone as a primary building material. Yes, this is true. Most of the structures for Delhi Sultanate period, whether it is Mot Masjid in Delhi, whether it is Lodi Garden structures, you go there, all are in this sandstone, right? Why? Because this was easily available, close by, cheaper, and if you see, compared to Mughals and others, they spent less money on architecture, the Delhi Sultanate people. That's why their structures are not that refined, right? So red sandstone was used in abundance. The Mughals used red sandstone also. They used black stone also. They used marble also, right? Pyramidal tower at the entrance. This is wrong. Pyramidal tower, Vimana, is a feature of Dravida style of temple architecture. At the entrance, Gopuram is there. So this is not the case with them. There is arc-like, arc-shaped entrances there. That is true, but not pyramidal. And what towers are there? They are cylindrical structures, not pyramidal in nature. And they are not at the entrance. They are on the sides, right? So this is wrong, and this is not one of the features of the Delhi Sultanate. The answer becomes D. D is the answer. Okay. Now we go to the 73rd question. What is there in the 73rd question? They have given statements 3, and you have to identify how many of them are correct. So consider these statements. First, the Virupaksha temple. The moment I say Virupaksha temple, which dynasty will come to your mind? Vijayanagar. The Virupaksha temple at Hampi was built by Krishnadev Rai under the Vijayanagar Empire in 1509. That's true. Krishnadev Rai belonged to the Tuluva dynasty. He is the greatest of the Vijayanagar rulers. It was under his patronage that Virupaksha temple was made, and this is true. And you should know that such temples have come under the UNESCO World Heritage Site list. Now, the Vijay Vitthal temple, Vitthal means Vithoba, Lord Vishnu. The Vijay Vitthal temple having its 56 carved pillars emitting musical notes. You would have heard about this. There is a temple made by Vijayanagar rulers, where if you strike something solid to the pillar, the Saregama kind of tune, musical notes comes out. That's true. And located at Madurai. This is wrong. This temple is located in Hampi. Hampi was one of the capitals of Vijayanagar Empire, just like Virupaksha temple, right? Is dedicated to Lord Shiva. I said Vitthal is Vishnu. So this is not acceptable. This is not acceptable. The statement becomes wrong. Now third, Angkor Wat temple located in Cambodia and dedicated to Lord Shiva was built by Suryavarman. Suryavarman is correct, but this is wrong. It is devoted to Lord Vishnu. Later it passed on to the Buddhists. Okay? Okay? So this is also wrong. How many statements are correct? Only one. Okay? Fine. Now, we go to the 74th question, or the second last question in history section for today's test, AIPMT-4. Again, 4 statements are given and we have to find out how many of these statements are correct. First is, Barabar caves were built during the Gupta period. Barabar caves are the oldest man-made caves and they were created during the Ashoka's times, that is Mauryan period. This is the catch. So this statement becomes wrong. Okay. Sanchi Stupa does not have mural paintings. Sanchi Stupa is known for carvings. It is an architectural marvel, but it is not known for paintings. There is no scope for paintings. So this is correct. Ajanta Ellora caves are, this is true, that Sanchi Stupa does not have mural paintings. This is the right statement. Murals means large scale paintings made on walls or ceilings of a cave, temple, etc. A particular type of paintings here are called frescoes when they are made on freshly prepared surface which is yet wet. Why? So that the colors glue very well and last long as the surface dries up along with the painting. Okay. So third statement is, Ajanta caves were constructed by the kings of Chalukya dynasty. Here is the catch. Ajanta caves are early medieval period and ancient period caves. They are not medieval period caves. Chalukya dynasty comes to the later part. No. Or even if it is related to Chalukyas, Chalukyas did not take deep interest into this. There are other dynasties like their successors, Rajputas, built some caves later, they did. But most of the caves were built during the Gupta period. So Chalukyas does not appear to be directly related to the Ajanta caves. So this becomes wrong. तो ये थोड़ा पढ़ना पड़ेगा, आपको तो पता लगेगा कि गुप्तास के टाइम पे क्यों जोड़ा जाता है, उसके बाद कौन सी डायनेस्टीज इन्होंने पैटर्नाइज किया, because it is a bundle of many caves and all the caves did not develop in one go. Some dynasties took interest in those caves, some did not, depending on which religion or which activities they patronized. Right? पहाड़ी पेंटिंग्स कहाँ आती हैं, आपने कब सुना ये? औरंगजेब के टाइम पे ये होती है, लेकिन इनका स्किल बढ़ता कब है? बिकॉज औरंगजेब इज an orthodox follower of Islam and he is against such practices like patronizing paintings, arts, music, etc. So the people who are earlier artists who were patronized by the Mughal rulers and their nobles are moving towards smaller states for patronage. So they move towards Rajputana or Pahadi areas in Himachal, Jammu, and there these paintings acquire a grand scale. So they are related to Mughal and post-Mughal periods. That's true. ठीक है? पहाड़ी स्कूल का एग्जाम्पल आप, कांगड़ा स्कूल इज देयर, बसोली स्कूल इज देयर, आपने आर्ट एंड कल्चर में पढ़ा होगा, you would have studied there, right? So how many statements are correct? Only 2. थोड़ा डिटेलिंग की जरूरत है और कुछ नहीं. Next, consider the following statements. Or sorry. हाँ, consider the following pairs. तो आपको अभी पेयर्स दिए गए हैं. क्या है पेयर्स में? कुछ बुक्स के नाम है, लिटरेरी टेक्स्ट के नाम है और उनके ऑथर्स के. अब ये ऑथर्स हैं कि नहीं है, करेक्टली मैच्ड है कि नहीं, ये देखना है आपने. सो व्हाट डू यू सी ओवर हियर? फर्स्ट बुक इज, it is mentioned as रस रत्न समुच्चय, मीन्स कलेक्शन ऑफ रसास. रसा क्या होता है? रस इज रिलेटेड टू नव रस, म्यूजिक. एंड ब्रह्मगुप्त इज an astronomer and mathematician. He would not write such a book. So this is wrong. ठीक है. He wrote Brahma Sphut Siddhantika, a books on mathematics. ठीक है. Then Brihat Samhita. Brihat Samhita is an elaborate collection of astronomical and other principles, and Varamir was an astronomer and mathematician of Gupta period. He was one of the Navratnas of Chandragupta Vikramaditya or Chandragupta II's court. So this is true, correctly matched. Siddhant Shiromani, this is again book related to science or mathematics, but Nagarjuna is a Buddhist philosopher, है ना? So no match. तो he is related to what became later Mahayana Buddhism, and initially it was called Madhyamika school. He was related to that, Nagarjuna, right? So it was Bhagbhat who wrote Ras Ratna Samucchay, and Siddhant Shiromani was written by a mathematician called Bhaskar II or Bhaskaracharya. We have got one of our satellites after the name Bhaskar or not? One was Aryabhat, first one, right? So only one pair is correctly matched. Clear? Go back, take a look at the explanations in your answer sheets. I hope this was a fruitful exercise. Okay. So next will be the round for Mr. Jahidul will come. He will discuss the questions related to science and technology and current affairs. Okay. Thank you so much.
So hello everyone, thank you for staying back. I understand this is the last session of the discussion, and I hope all of you might have done well in the AIPMT-4. So I'm going to discuss the science and technology section and the current affairs section with you. All right, so we have few questions from science and technology. Around 10 questions are there from this area, and there are about, let's say, 15 questions from current affairs section. So let us start the discussion with the science and technology section. So the first question over here, it says, consider the following pairs. On one side, they have given the name of stem cell types, means types of stem cells. On the right side, they have talked about the features of these stem cells. So the thing is, before we begin the discussion, we need to understand what do we mean by stem cells. So stem cells are those cells in the body of a human being, right, or in the body of an animal that has two capabilities. One of the capability is the capability to renew itself, the capability to multiply in number. Second capability is to differentiate into various different types of cells. Okay, so stem cells have two characteristics. So we are going to be little quick in this aspect. All right. So when we talk about the stem cells, they have two important characteristics. One characteristic is like ability to renew itself. It has the ability to renew. Renew means like to multiply in number. Second, it has the ability to differentiate. Ability to differentiate into different types of cells. Differentiate into different types of cells. So they are known as stem cells. So stem cells, all stem cells that we talk about, they have these qualities: ability to renew, ability to differentiate into different types. And when we talk about these types of stem cells that are mentioned in the question, so we are going to discuss about 3 types of stem cells. Number 1, they have talked about totipotent stem cells. Okay, totipotent stem cells. So what are totipotent stem cells? Totipotent stem cells are those stem cells that showcases 3 important characteristics. What are they? The totipotent stem cells can renew themselves. This is one characteristic. Apart from this, they can differentiate into various types of cells. For example, they can differentiate into various types of germ layers. Number 2, they can form germ cells. Number 3, they can also form placental cells. Now, when we talk about germ layers, so basically a germ or a cell has different, like 3 types of layers. It has how many types of layers? 3 types of layers. So germ layers has 3 types of layers. One is known as endoderm, ectoderm, and mesoderm. This is endoderm, ectoderm, and other is known as mesoderm. So what do we mean by endoderm, ectoderm, and mesoderm? So basically, let's consider I have a cell, and this cell has different layers. Okay, this cell has different layers. All right. So let's say this is the inner layer of the cell. All right. One of the layer of the cell, this inner layer, this number 1 that I have drawn, it is known as endoderm. The second layer that we talk about, this one, it is known as mesoderm. And the third layer that we talk about, this layer, third layer, it is known as ectoderm. So these are layers of germ cells. So the thing is, totipotent stem cell has the capacity of dividing itself to make germ cells layers, to make germ cells, and also to make placental cells. So we need to understand what are placenta. Okay, so like what is placenta? So placenta basically, let's say like, you know, during childbirth, what happens? Inside the uterus, right? Inside the uterus, a kind of structure is developed. A kind of structure is developed. Let's say here we have the baby, and a structure is developed. This particular structure is known as placenta. And what is the role of the placenta? Placenta provides 2 roles, right? So this placental cells develops into, let's say, an organ inside the uterus. Second thing is it provides oxygen and nutrients to the growing baby. What it does, it provides oxygen and nutrients to a growing baby. So that's the thing. So totipotent stem cells are those stem cells that can divide to, let's say, form different types of cells. It makes germ layers, all the 3 layers, it makes germ cells. What are different germ cells? Germ cells are, for example, in case of male, we say it sperm. In case of female, we say it to be a different cell. Okay, so male and female germ cells like are made by the totipotent stem cells. Apart from this, it also forms placental cells. So this is one thing. This is let's say one explanation of this. Apart from this, the second type of stem cells that we are going to discuss about, second, is known as this is known as pluripotent stem cells. Okay, it is known as pluripotent stem cells. So pluripotent stem cells can divide themselves to form 2, let's say, different layers, 2 types of thing. Number 1, number 2. Number 1 is it does the same thing, means like it forms germ layers, it forms germ cells, but it does not form placental cells. Okay, in case of pluripotent stem cells, it forms germ layers, it forms germ cells, but it does not form placental cells. And germ layer, as we discussed, 3 layers, right? Number 1, number 2, number 3. One is endoderm, second is, let's say, ectoderm, third is mesoderm. Endoderm means inside, ectoderm means outside layer, mesoderm means middle layer, the one that I have said, right? Endoderm is inside layer, mesoderm is middle layer, ectoderm is outside layer. That's the thing. And apart from this, in this question, basically they have asked about another type of cell which is known as stromal cell. Okay, it is known as stromal stem cells. What? Stromal stem cells. So let us understand what are stromal stem cells. So stromal stem cells make the bone marrow, right? It make the bone marrow. And why bone marrow is important? Bone marrow actually generates, right? It generates, let's say, like, blood cells in the human body. It generates blood cells in the human body, and these blood cells are known as the bone marrow. These blood cells, let's say, like, these blood cells are basically important for generation of what kind of cells? The RBCs, right? And WBCs in the body. So RBCs, the kind of blood is generated from the bone marrow. So recently, why we have asked this particular thing, stromal stem cells? Because recently the UK government, right, and the government of USA, they have approved, what they have done? They have approved a kind of therapy which is known as gene editing therapy. Okay, they have approved a gene editing therapy. And what kind of gene editing therapy? This gene editing therapy is going to work for, let's say, like, sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia. Okay, sickle cell anemia. So this is the thing. What is the name of that particular thing? It is known as, the name of this therapy that is approved, it is known as CAS-GB, right? CAS-GB. So earlier, someone who had sickle cell anemia, they have to go through bone marrow transplant. And bone marrow transplant, in that case, they required bone marrow of another person. But now, after the approval of this CAS-GB, which is a gene editing therapy, gene editing technology that uses CRISPR-Cas, let's say, gene editing tool. So after then, sickle cell anemia can be treated, right, with the same human body. Okay, that's the thing. So that is stromal stem cell. So this is a specific kind of stem cell that can differentiate into different type of blood cells. Okay, this is the thing. So this is the thing. So here, now let us come back to the question, right? It says totipotent stem cells. So let us see. It says development of different types of stem cells in the body. Is it right? This is correctly matched. This first is correctly matched. This one. Second, it says stromal stem cells. So stromal stem cells are those cells that are related to bone marrow, and the same cells can be used for treatment of diseases also. For example, if you have sickle cell anemia, you need to go for bone marrow transplant. There the stromal stem cells can work. Okay, so this is also right. When we talk about third one, pluripotent stem cells. Okay, pluripotent, we discussed, like they can differentiate into various types of stem cells. Yes. So basically, when we talk about totipotent stem cell, they can differentiate into, let's say, like, embryonic stem cells and also extra embryonic stem cells. But in case of pluripotent stem cells, they can differentiate into only embryonic stem cells, not the extra embryonic stem cells. So all the three statements are rightly matched. So correct answer is option C in this case. Option C is the right answer. All right. So with this, let us quickly move to the next question. So this is another question. This question, previous question was from biotechnology. That question was from biology, basically, right? This question, it says, consider the following statements. So they have given two statements, and these like assertion, reason type of questions. So in this particular question, what you need to see? You need to see whether the first statement is correct or not. You need to see whether the second statement is correct or not. Then you need to see whether second statement is correct explanation of first statement or not. Okay, we need to find relation between them. First of all, we need to identify whether first is correct or not, second is correct or not. It says satellite based internet is preferred in remote areas over optical fiber based internet. This statement is right. For example, we used to see movies of 90s, right? The people who used to be, let's say, like, like Atangwadi, basically, they used to have satellite phones, right? And even people who are guarding our border, so they have satellite phones. Why? Because optical fiber communication is very difficult over there. It requires a lot of infrastructure and in hilly areas. So that's why they prefer to have satellite based internet. Okay, they prefer to have satellite based internet. First statement is right. Second statement, it says satellite based internet has a slower speed as compared to optical fiber based internet. This is also right. Okay, it is like it has slower speed as compared to optical fiber based internet. Now when we talk about optical fiber based internet, so basically, like, there is a wired connection, means like, to your house you are getting optical fiber cable. So through the wired connection you are getting the internet. So that internet is essentially going to be faster as compared to the internet that you are going to receive without wire. So second statement is right, but the thing is, like, whether second statement is correct explanation of the first statement? No. Why? Because these are individually correct. Like, we prefer satellite based internet in remote areas over optical fiber based internet because optical fiber based internet requires more infrastructure, which is not possible in hilly and remote areas because their population density is low. Okay, not because that, like, satellite based internet has slower speed, right? If we have slower speed, why we would prefer in those areas? Because, like, there is no alternative. That's why we want to have satellite based internet. So both these statements are correct, and second statement is not the correct explanation of first statement. Is it understood? So with this, we will move to another question. Third question, it says, with reference to various types of fuel cells, okay, consider the following statements. Now what they have given different types of fuel cells. Okay, we have been given types of fuel cells. So why we are studying the fuel cells, right? We understand that, like, we do have electric vehicles. Why we are using electric vehicles? So that we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. Okay, so that's why we need to have the cells that are, let's say, that can drive various kind of vehicles and all. So here we are talking about fuel cells. So it says solid oxide fuel cells operate at a very low temperature. Okay, so this statement is wrong. Second, alkaline solution is never used as electrolyte in any type of fuel cells. Third, regenerative fuel cells can be used to produce hydrogen gas. Okay, this is right. Now here we need to understand that in this particular question, question number 43, right? Only the third statement is correct. It means option A is the right answer. Here, to understand this particular thing, you need to understand what are fuel cells, why fuel cells are used, what are different types of fuel cells, and in those types of fuel cells, what are the different components that are used, at what temperature it is used. Means you need to go a step deeper to understand this particular question and let's say solve this particular question. Okay, so here, let's say, like, we have given in the explanation, we have given different types of fuel cells also. For example, we have polymer electrolyte membrane fuel cell, we have direct methanol fuel cell, we have alkaline fuel cell, we have phosphoric acid fuel cell, we have molten carbon fuel cell, we have solid oxide fuel cell. So we do have different types of fuel cells. And when we talk about this solid oxide fuel cell, they operate at a very high temperature. They need a temperature of around 800 degrees centigrade to 1000 degrees centigrade. How much? 800 to 1000 degrees centigrade. Very high temperature they need. Okay. So this first statement is wrong. Second statement was, it says in alkaline solution is never used as electrolyte in any type of fuel cell. This is wrong. Why? In alkaline fuel cells, an aqueous alkaline solution is used. Okay, we use aqueous alkaline solution. So that's why this is also wrong. So to answer such questions, you need to understand about different types of fuel cells. Okay, you need to understand different types of fuel cells to be able to, let's say, answer such questions. Now let us move to another question. It says, this question is, let's say, general knowledge based question from science and technology. Means like, we know different types of salts are in use, different types of sugar are in use, right? So here it is also assertion reason type of question. You need to see whether first statement is correct or not. You need to see whether second is correct or not. Then you need to see whether second statement is correct explanation of first statement or not. Based on that, you need to identify the answer. So it says, statement 1, pink Himalayan salt is a healthier alternative to white table salt. What salt? Pink Himalayan salt is an alternative to white Himalayan salt. Okay, so this is right. Pink Himalayan salt is a potassium based salt and does not elevate blood pressure. This is wrong. Okay, so this particular salt is also iodine based salt. And when we talk about pink Himalayan salt, so it is, let's say, like this salt is manufactured by people, let's say handmade salt. I mean, like, they generate it in the, let's say, like Himalayan areas, especially towards the Pakistani region. Okay, so that's why it is there. It is also iodine based salt. Okay, so generally, let's say, like, why salt related question has been asked? Because recently the World Health Organization has released a report. In that report, they have talked about that, like, what is the maximum amount of salt that a person should consume. It said that, like, in a day, a normal person should not consume more than 5 grams of salt. But 5 grams of salt. But in India, what happens? Whenever we are having, let's say, food, we have pickle, we have this thing, we have that thing. So we use salt multiple times. In chips also there are salt. So generally we consume more salt. So if you consume more salt, it will lead to hypertension. It may lead to heart ailment. Okay, so that's the thing. So because that report came related to salt, that's why we have asked this question. So this question has some basis, but the thing is, like, they are specifically asking about a kind of salt. So you need to understand about that report. Okay, so many articles also came in Hindu. Himalayan pink salt is healthier alternative to white table salt. It is healthier alternative. Potassium, see, it does elevate, right? It does elevate blood pressure, but the thing is, it is not a potassium based salt. Like, if one part of the statement is wrong, so entire statement becomes wrong. That's the thing. Okay, this is also iodine based salt. So first is right, second is incorrect. So option C is the right answer. All right. So with this, we will move to another question. Question number 45. It says, with reference to recently launched XPOSAT mission by the Indian Space Research Organization. Now here we need to understand that Indian Space Research Organization has launched this mission on 1st of January 2024. On the New Year day, they have launched this particular mission. And before this, ISRO has made headlines by launching various, let's say, like, good missions. For example, it has launched Chandrayaan-3 mission, which has been successful. It has launched Aditya L1 mission that has been successful. And later on, it has launched XPOSAT mission. So related to XPOSAT mission, let's say this question is based on that, and there are 3 statements. So the thing is, first of all, you need to understand what is XPOSAT mission, what are its objectives, right? What are the different components, payloads of this particular mission, right? So this particular mission is, let's say, like X-ray polarimeter or polarimetry satellite mission. So what we want to do, through this particular mission, we have launched a satellite, and that particular satellite has been launched. Let's say this is Earth. That satellite has been launched in the low Earth orbit. Where? Low Earth orbit, around 650 kilometer, let's say, like, above the surface of the Earth. So any orbit that is below 2000 kilometer, means like, which is less than 2000 kilometer from the surface of the Earth, will be considered to be low Earth orbit. Okay. So here, from here, what we are going to do, we are going to study the X-rays. We are going to study the, let's say, like, polarization in the X-rays, right? We are going to study the polarization in the X-rays. So when we talk about X-rays, X-rays are part of, let's say, electromagnetic radiation. So what you need to do, you need to learn about electromagnetic radiation. Under that, we do have different range frequency bands. So we have visible light, we have X-rays, we have ultraviolet rays, we have, let's say, like, infrared radiation and all. So through this particular satellite, they want to study the polarization behavior of X-rays in the low Earth orbit. Why it is needed? Because the thing is, like, the kind of sunlight that we are receiving from sun, right? It does have various kind of rays. So we want to study about X-rays in particular, right? So this mission has been launched by ISRO. So they have given 3 statements. We are going to see all these 3 statements one by one. So this is known as, so it is X-ray polarimetry measurements. Okay, so it is the first dedicated space mission in the world to perform X-ray polarization measurement. This is wrong. It is rare that India does anything which is unique, which is for the first time it is done. So generally we are the 2nd, 3rd, 4th nation in the world. So the thing is, for India, it is the first mission, but in the world, it is not the first mission. In the world, let's say, like, the United States of America, NASA, it has launched another mission which is known as, so before this, NASA has launched another mission, right? NASA means National Aeronautics and Space Administration. This is the space agency of the United States of America. It has launched a mission which is known as Imaging X-ray Polarimeter Explorer. IXPE, Imaging X-ray Polarimeter Explorer, okay, Polarimetry Explorer. So this has been launched by NASA, and that was the first, right? And when we talk about, in case of India, India is the 2nd country in the world to have launched such mission, okay? Second, various space experiments will be conducted under the mission from geosynchronous orbit of the Earth. Now this orbit is wrong. Why? Because from the Earth, when we talk about geosynchronous or geostationary orbit, geosynchronous orbit is around, let's say, like, approximately 36,000 kilometer from the surface of the Earth. How much? 36,000 kilometer, which is, let's say, like, like very high. It has been launched as 650 kilometer. Let's say, like, at an altitude of 650 kilometer from the surface of the Earth, which is in low Earth orbit. Geosynchronous orbit is, let's say, around this particular distance from the surface of the Earth. So that's why 2nd statement is also wrong. Now 3rd statement, it will study various dynamics of bright astronomical X-ray sources in extreme conditions. This is right. Okay, it will study various dynamics of bright astronomical X-rays, the X-rays that we are receiving, let's say, like, from different sources including sun. We are going to study that. Only the 3rd statement is right. They are asking how many of the above statements are correct. Only one. Okay, only one of the above statement is correct. Is that understood? India is the 2nd country in the world to have launched a satellite that's going to study X-ray let's say polarimetry. Okay, so this is the thing. It is ExpoSat. It was launched on 1st of January by ISRO. Now with this, let us move to another question. It says, consider the following statements. So we have been given few statements. Number 1, radiocarbon dating technique, right? Radiocarbon dating technique is used to determine age of inorganic object. So again, this is assertion reason. We know what we need to do. Identify whether first is correct or not. Identify whether second is correct or not. Then we need to identify whether second is the correct explanation of the first or not. Second statement, this technique is useful only for those entities which are dead, right? So statement 1 is wrong, statement 2 is right. Why? We know carbon dating, right? We understand about carbon dating. So why carbon dating is done? Carbon dating is done to understand about the age of a fossil. For example, those people who are studying the fossil, so they do carbon dating. Why carbon dating? Basically, those organisms, those organizations that are living, so they are involved in the exchange of carbon, right, in the environment. For example, if we talk about plants, plants take carbon, I mean, like, they release carbon dioxide, they take oxygen. So like, they are exchanging the carbon in the environment. Human beings are also exchanging this thing. But after we die, after we die, means like, those organic objects that have died, so after death, they do not exchange the carbon in the environment. So that's why, like, so it helps them to actually analyze the age of a fossil, right? It is done for organic objects. Okay, it is done for what? Organic objects. What? Carbon dating is done for organic objects, not inorganic objects. Then we have second, this technique is useful only for those entities which are dead. Definitely, means like if an entity is live, so it will be still exchanging the carbon, so its age cannot be determined using carbon dating. Okay, so second is right. So statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. Option will be option D. Okay, correct answer is option D. So with this, let us quickly move to another question. It says consider the following statements. Here they have asked about air conditioners, ACs. We everyday use ACs, but like, we don't understand what is this. So this question is related to that. It says statement 1, in a split air conditioner. What is a split air conditioner? The ACs that are here in this classroom. Okay, we do have window AC, we do have a split AC. Window AC means like big unit, like it makes huge noise. Split AC, inside the room it does not make noise, but outside the exterior unit it makes noise, right? So it is asking about that thing. In a split air conditioner, the condenser is the outdoor unit, whereas the evaporator is the indoor unit. Okay, so inside this particular unit that is there, it is known as evaporator. What it does, basically, like, at a certain temperature, it is able to, let's say, so it is able to condense water. So like I'll discuss. So air conditioner is typically composed of two units, indoor and exdoor. So indoor unit has a very low vaporization temperature. Okay, so this particular thing, indoor unit, this particular unit has a very low vaporization temperature. Okay, an outdoor unit is basically, let's say, like it does have condenser. So the thing is, first statement is right. Second, vaporization of the liquid coolant leads to cooling effect in the indoor unit. Okay, vaporization of this thing leads to cooling of the indoor unit. This is also right. Vaporization of the liquid coolant leads to the cooling effect in the indoor unit. So which means, like, this is the correct explanation also of the first thing. Now they are saying that split AC, we do have indoor and outdoor unit, and now it is talking about that how cooling happens. Cooling happens because of the indoor unit. Okay, that's the thing. So both these statements are correct, and the second is the correct explanation of the first. Although it's not that much connected. You are understanding, we are talking about mechanism of AC. It does have two units, indoor and outdoor unit, and it is talking about vaporization of the liquid coolant leads to cooling effect in the indoor unit. And that's what we are interested in. We want to have cooling effect in the indoor unit. Now let us move to another question. It says, this mysterious entity is completely invisible. So here in this question, they have given explanation of something, and now they are asking which of these things have been explained. Let's say, like, which of these things has been explained above. Okay, so here the statement is correct. This statement that is given, it is correct. We need to identify that this explanation belongs to which of these. It says this mysterious entity is completely invisible. We only assume it exists because without it the behavior of stars, planets and galaxies simply wouldn't make sense. it emits no light, energy, and thus cannot be detected by conventional sensors and detectors. Basically, how do we assume that like some object is there in the universe? By seeing whether it interacts with the electromagnetic radiation or not. Means like those objects that interact with the electromagnetic radiation, we can identify, let's say like that this object lies. But the thing is, there are some of the things in the universe that do not interact with the electromagnetic radiation. If they do not interact with the electromagnetic radiation, so we will not be able to detect them with the available technology that we have. So basically, they are talking about dark matter. Okay, dark matter. So in the universe, we do have matter that is invisible, right? But that matter exists. Why it exists? Because if this matter is not there, so like we will not be able to explain the presence of stars, presence of planets and all, right? So to understand this, you need to go back to understand about special theory of relativity of Albert Einstein, general theory of relativity. So he talked about, let's say like he talked about the space-time fabric. He discussed about that gravitation is caused by distortion in the space-time fabric. Okay, so how the distortion happens? Because in this space-time there are dark matters and they are distorted. Okay, that's the thing. It leads to gravitational waves, it leads to many things, right? It leads to, let's say like having gravity between different objects. So correct answer is option B. It talks about dark matter. Now let us talk about another question. This question, in this question they have given three, let's say like three things: radar, optical fiber communication, surgery. Now they are talking about in how many of the above cases lasers can be used. Laser light, we know about it. So we know laser is used in surgery by the doctors. Laser based surgery, you might have seen like people are doing eye surgery using laser, like you might have seen advertisement also. So generally we know that surgery can be done, right, with the help of laser. In optical fiber communication also laser is used. Why? Because if we, let's say, use laser beams, we'll be able to transfer huge amount of data, right? So inside that optical fiber thing, total internal reflection happens and laser is able to carry huge amount of data. That's the thing. But in radar, laser is not used. So what is the full form of radar? Can anyone tell me what is the full form of radar? Anyone? Radio detection and ranging, very simple, right? So it uses radio waves, and when we talk about lasers, right, these are visible lights. Okay, generally these are visible lights, that's the thing. So radio waves, like they have a different frequency range, and laser, I mean like they have a different frequency range. So because of change in frequency, because of difference frequencies, so the thing is radar does not use it. So correct answer is, how many of the above use lasers? So only two, which is optical fiber communication and surgery. All right, so this is the thing. So with this, let us now move to another question. This is question number 50, the last question in science and technology section. So it says, with reference to digital payment system in India, consider the following statements. Okay, here they are talking about digital payment system. First statement, payment through UPI Lite does not require internet service. Payment through UPI Lite does not require internet service. Many of you who have used the Bheem application, right? Bheem app. What is Bheem? Bharat Interface for Money. It's an application which is similar to PhonePe, which is similar to Google Pay, right? It is similar to, let's say, like kind of Paytm as well. But this Bheem app has been made by NPCIL, right? National Payments Corporation of India Limited. So this has been made by one of the agency of the government, right? So the thing is, it provides UPI Lite. What is the utility of UPI Lite? If you use UPI Lite, you don't need to enter the password to transfer money. Generally, let's say like we are going to a shop, we want to make payment for the tea that we had. we want to make payment of 10 rupees, 15 rupees, right? So for that, like every time entering password is little difficult. So like, government has seen that people are doing huge number of transactions, like high volume of transaction of less value. So for that, they have launched UPI Lite. So if you are using UPI Lite initially, let's say like, if you are making payment below 500 rupees, you don't have to enter password, just scan the thing, enter the amount and say, okay, the amount will be deducted from your account, right? Earlier it was 500 rupees limit, but the thing is Bhim has made it 2000 also, means like up to 2000 rupees you can make payment without entering the password. That's the thing, that's the utility, but it requires internet, okay? Second, some digital wallet based payment instruments do not require PIN for transaction, okay? Some digital wallet based payment instruments do not require PIN for transaction. This statement is right. Okay, some of them allow this particular thing that have integrated themselves with, let's say, UPI facility of the government. Third, a direct debit mandate given for recurring expenses requires one-time password for every transaction. This is wrong. What is this direct debit mandate? Means, for example, you have taken a loan, and so initially when you take the loan, so they set up a mandate, auto debit mandate. Means this is technically known as e-NACH. Technically it is known as e-NACH. So it is auto debit mandate. So like, when they debit it automatically from your account, you don't need to enter password. For example, if you have set up Netflix, every month they will deduct amount from your account, right? Unless you cancel it. Otherwise, they will keep on debiting. So it does not require, here it says that it requires password, but the thing is it does not require password, does not require password. Once you have set the auto debit, while you are setting it, it requires, but after then it does not require, okay. So only one of the above statement is right. Which statement? This particular statement, second statement. So with this, let us now move to current affairs section. So we came to another section, current affairs. We'll be quick in covering the current affairs part. So this particular question, it says, with reference to lead it initiative, consider the following statements. They have given two statements. It says it is a joint initiative launched by India and USA at the G20 summit in New Delhi. This statement is wrong. First statement is wrong. So let us understand what is this lead it initiative, right? So it while the Prime Minister of India was departing from India before his visit to United Arab Emirates for World Climate Action Summit, he mentioned lead it initiative and green credit initiative. So lead it initiative was launched by India and Sweden. Okay, so which countries have launched? India and Sweden has launched lead it initiative. Okay, so and it has been launched ahead of the let's say like ahead of the UN Climate Action Summit. Okay, it has been launched ahead of UN Climate Action Summit. That's the thing. Okay, UN Climate Action Summit. So that's why first statement is wrong. Second, it aims to reduce the net zero carbon emission from energy intensive industries by 2050. Okay, this is also wrong. First statement was wrong, second statement is wrong. So how many of the above statements or which of the above are correct? None of them are correct. Okay, both these statements are wrong. This is the thing. Okay, so lead it initiative was in news, so you need to learn about it. Okay, so year is 2050. This is the thing. So with this, let us move to another question. This is question number 62. Consider the following statements. Here they have talked about two different bodies that have to do something with the civil aviation, like the aviation sector in India. One of the body that they have talked about, the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. Second is the Directorate General of Civil Aviation. So in these two questions, basically they have interchanged the purposes. See, in the name itself, they have mentioned Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. So this Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has to do with the security of the aircraft. It has to do with the security of the, airport. So it looks into the security of aircraft and airports. So Bureau of Civil Aviation Security monitors the security of the aircraft as well as airports. That's the thing. And second is the Directorate General of Civil Aviation. It monitors the safety of air travelers. Okay. So Directorate General of Civil Aviation not only does this, it does many other activities also, right? It gives licenses to those people, for example, people who are flying, right? It gives licenses. It gives licenses to the engineers who are working on the, let's say like, these aircrafts and all. So they have been interchanged. So the thing is, which of the above statements are correct? None of them. Why this question has been asked? Because recently one of the flight got delayed in Delhi, and so passengers have been made to sit inside the plane for 9 hours. Means like they boarded on the plane and they were there on the plane for 9 hours. They were not taken anywhere. And the thing is, the passenger had a fight also with the, let's say like, people who are flying, means pilot. And later on, let's say like, these two authorities, the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, it has imposed fine 1.5 crore rupees and 90 lakh rupees, 1.5 crore on Indigo, I mean like a kind of this thing, the operator, and they have imposed fine of 90 lakh rupees also on let's say Mumbai airport. Why Mumbai airport? Because in Mumbai airport there have been some kind of, I mean like people have protested outside. Okay, so the thing is they have applied fine to them, so that's why it is in news. So neither 1 nor 2 is correct. Now let us move to another question. It says the gross domestic climate risk report. Gross domestic climate risk report, which is released by Cross Dependency Initiative, measures what? Okay. So now let us understand about this thing, right? So what they want to do, basically the infrastructures that we have built, houses, hospitals and all, how these infrastructures are affected by extreme climate events, right? Through this particular report, they analyze that particular thing, and they have analyzed about the hospitals, that because of extreme climate events, how hospitals are affected. There are many hospitals that are shut down because of extreme climate events across the world. So the thing is, they talk about the harm that is done to the infrastructures, right? The human-made infrastructures, okay? So it says the risk posed to the built environment across the world due to extreme weather events. This is the correct answer. What is built environment? Built environment means the homes, buildings, hospitals, the human-made infrastructure. So these infrastructures are at the risk because of extreme climate events, right? For example, recently cyclone has come. That's a kind of extreme climate event, because of which, let's say like, some infrastructures were damaged. So correct answer is option A, the risk posed to the built environment across the world due to extreme climate events. So this particular report, the gross domestic climate risk report, looks into this particular part, the risk posed to like built environment. All right. So with this, let us move to another question, question number 64. So we are going to understand about this question now. It says, in the context of BRICS, what is BRICS? BRICS is a kind of regional grouping. It's a group of, initially it was group of 4 countries, later on South Africa joined. So Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. Okay, so initially this particular grouping, it had only 4 members, Brazil, Russia, India and China. Later on South Africa has also joined. But recently, when the Prime Minister of India visited the BRICS, so that time they have included 6 new members also into it. But one of the member has later on backed off, Argentina. Argentina is a member country in South America. Okay, so this is related to BRICS. So we are going to discuss this question. They have given 3 statements. First statement, it says the grouping was originally established in 2006 with Brazil, Russia, India and China as members. Okay, so the group was initially established as by 4 members, right? So this is question number 64. This is the thing. This is right. The Moscow Declaration led to the establishment of New Development Bank. This is wrong. Okay. New Development Bank is a bank that was established by the BRICS countries but its membership has later been extended to those countries that are not members of BRICS also. Which membership? Membership of the New Development Bank. Okay, New Development Bank has been established by BRICS countries itself, but the thing is, like, you know, and it has members from other countries as well. All right, so we are going to discuss about this particular thing. What is the name of the declaration? It is known as Fortaleza Declaration. Okay, so like, you know, so there was 6th BRICS summit. There was 6th BRICS summit in a place which is known as Fortaleza, and this particular place is in Brazil. So Brazil is a country in South America. This is the largest country in the South America. It is there in the northern portion of South America. Okay, name of the declaration is Fortaleza Declaration. Okay, it is known as Fortaleza Declaration. This is not known as, let's say, Moscow Declaration. This is Fortaleza Declaration. Ethiopia, Iran, Mexico have joined BRICS as its new member. This is wrong. Okay, why? Because Ethiopia has joined, Iran has joined, but Mexico has not joined. Okay, Mexico is not there. Saudi Arabia is there, United Arab Emirates is there. They had also included, let's say, Argentina, but Argentina later backed off. So apart from this, there are Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. Okay, Ethiopia, Iran plus Saudi Arabia, and it had UAE, right? But like these, see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? These are the 5 countries that have joined. Argentina was given the membership, but it has later on backed off. It did not join. Mexico is not a member of it. Okay, so that's why third statement is also wrong. Only one of the above statement is right. Okay, as of now, BRICS has 10 members. What are those 10 members? These members: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, plus Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates. Okay, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. 1, 2, 3, Saudi Arabia, 4, right, and 5, 10, and it has, let's say, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Egypt. It also has another country which is Egypt as its member. So these are the 10 members presently of BRICS, right? 10 members. It does not have 11 members. So only one of the above statement is right. So with this, let us now move to another question. This is question number 65. It says, consider the following statements with reference to African Union. We are talking about African Union because African Union has been included as a member of G20. So India has had presidency of G20, and during its presidency, India has added, right, which like African Union as member of this. It says it is a continental body consisting of the 54 member states that make up the countries of the African continent. This is wrong. The number is wrong. Only the number is wrong. How many countries? 55 countries. Okay, African Union has 55 countries. It was launched as successor to the African Finance Corporation. This is also wrong. It is not a successor of the African Finance Corporation. It is a successor of another organization which is known as Organization of the African Unity. Okay, it is known as Organization of the African Unity, right? So this particular body was earlier there, later on they have, let's say, like, made it African Union, not this one. It says it recently became an observer member of the G20 under India's presidency. Here we need to understand that African Union did not become an observer member, it became a full member. What? African Union became a full member, means like it is a complete member of G20, right? It's not an observer member. So how many of the above statements are correct? None of them are correct. All the 3 statements are incorrect. Is it understood? So this is the thing. So with this, let us now move to another question. Question number 66. The Path Mitro application currently in new serves which of the following objectives? This is a mobile application. What is Path Mitro? Is a kind of mobile app, right? It is a mobile app. This app has been launched by Ministry of Textile, and to be specific, under Ministry of Textile there is another body, right? This is known as Jute Corporation of India. This has been launched by Jute Corporation of India, right? It works under Ministry of Textiles. It says to promote the service of banking mitras, no. To provide important information about minimum support price and agroeconomy, this is also wrong. To create real-time data of malnourished children, this is wrong. To make all agriculture related information available in a single map, right? Acha, this is right. This is related to jute farmers. Okay. Option B is the right answer in this case. Question number 66. Correct answer is option B, because it has been launched by the let's say Jute Corporation of India under Ministry of Textiles to provide important information about minimum support price and agronomy to jute farmers through this app. Okay, this is the thing. Correct answer is option B. So with this, let us move to another question. Consider the following countries. Here they have given name of 4 countries. How many of the above mentioned countries are members of the Colombo Security Conclave? This Colombo Security Conclave was recently in news because the National Security Advisor of India has recently met with the members of the Colombo Security Conclave. And why it was there? Because in this particular conclave, all other members participated except Maldives. Okay, Maldives is also a member of it, but Maldives did not participate here, right? So Colombo Security Conclave, when we talk about Colombo, so basically Sri Lanka is a member of it, India is a member of it, right? So Maldives is a member of it, Myanmar is not a member of it, India is a member of it, and Madagascar is not a member of it. So when we talk about this Colombo Security Conclave, which countries are member of this? I'm going to write down the name of these countries, right? So its members are India, Sri Lanka, Mauritius, and Maldives. Okay. India. So we are talking about this Colombo Security Conclave. Its members are India, Sri Lanka, Maldives, right? India, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and there is another country, Mauritius. These are full members of Colombo Security Conclave. However, it does have 2 observer states also. They are Bangladesh and Seychelles. Okay, Bangladesh and Seychelles are its members. So correct answer is, how many of the above are members of Colombo Security Conclave? Only 2, right? Which is India and Maldives. Is it understood? Means like Maldives did not participate in the meeting, but it is a member of this particular organization. Huh? ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का काम है कि लाइक यू नो टू लुक इनटू द कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी, मतलब सिक्योरिटी से रिलेटेड है, सिक्योरिटी ऑफ श्रीलंका, सिक्योरिटी ऑफ इंडिया, सिक्योरिटी ऑफ मालदीव्स, सिक्योरिटी ऑफ द मेंबर कंट्रीज बेसिकली, right? So because they are maritime countries, they have formed a grouping, right? This is the thing. Why India is interested? Because India wants to have its neighbor on its side, right? This is the thing. But Maldives, the recently elected president of Maldives has a pro-China stance. So he has anti-India stance. That's why he did not means like, you know, people from Maldives did not participate in Colombo Security Conclave. Okay. Now we have another question. It says, with reference to Mount Vinson, consider the following statements. It's a mountain, Mount Vinson, but this mountain has a shape of a pyramid. Okay. It looks like a pyramid. I don't know, like this is the kind of thing. So it is the highest point in the continent of Antarctica. This is right. It is located between Sentinel Range and Heritage Range. This is also right. It is famous for specialized research stations notified by the United Nations. This is wrong. Only 2 of the above are correct. So basically this is a factual information. This Mount Vinson was in news. Why? Because this particular mountain has recently been discovered, but like this is the largest mountain in the let's say like Antarctica, and its shape is pyramidal, means like it looks like a pyramid. So people say that like this has been a pyramid long back and all. So there are some stories going on around it. So that's why this question came. But like this is, you need to understand that this is the highest point in the continent of Antarctica. It is located between Sentinel Range and Heritage Range. Heritage Range means these are also mountains. This is in the north and this is in the south. And between them, this Mount Vinson is located. All right. So with this, let us quickly move to another question. This is question number 69. Which of the following statements correctly defines the term carbon leakage? We need to understand this particular, let's say question, this particular context. It is very important. Why? Because carbon leakage is a concept that has been in news. So we all know, right? We all know about European Union. What? We know European Union. So European Union has imposed something which is known as carbon border adjustment tax. In short, it is known as CBAM. Or carbon border adjustment mechanism. CBAM. So it's a kind of tax that they impose. So to understand about this tax, let's consider, so let us quickly understand, let's say like, this is, let's say this is the European Union, right? So generally the countries that are in European Union, so they have, what they have done, they have very stringent measures related to environment. Okay, they have very stringent environmental laws, right? Environmental laws. So basically they do not allow people to emit much. Emit means they do not allow people to emit carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases. So the thing is, there are many industries, many companies that have moved from European Union. Okay, there are companies that have moved from European Union to other countries, right? To other countries. So what they are doing? So basically European Union has imposed strict, let's say, laws, right, that are environment friendly, but they are hampering the businesses over there. These businesses have shifted to other countries, and from the other countries they are emitting what? Greenhouse gases. So essentially from wherever greenhouse gases are emitted, they are going to add up to the atmosphere, right? And atmosphere is a global common. Means if you pollute the environment from here, it's going to pollute the environment elsewhere also, because like air flows, like there is a movement of air in the environment. All right. So what they have done, so basically they have let's say like defined carbon leakage. What is carbon leakage? Carbon leakage means these companies have moved there, but the thing is, from here what they are doing, they are emitting greenhouse gases. This greenhouse gas is termed as carbon leakage. Carbon leakage. Carbon leakage means these countries are not allowing themselves, I mean like they are not allowing that you can emit carbon dioxide from here, you can emit greenhouse gases. These companies are going somewhere else and they are emitting greenhouse gases. So they have termed it as carbon leakage. Okay, this is the thing. And to stop carbon leakage from happening, or to let's say like have some kind of control over it, they have applied carbon border adjustment mechanism. Means those goods that are made in other countries, right, by emitting greenhouse gases, if they enter into European Union, they will apply tax on it. And this tax is known as carbon border adjustment mechanism. All right. So this is moving production of high polluting products to nations with lesser emission constraints. This is the thing. So it is associated with the first statement. Moving production of high polluting products to nations with lesser emission constraints. So companies are moving to other countries where they have less constraints like that. This is known as carbon leakage. All right. So with this, let us now move to another question. It says, with reference to fish disease app, consider the following statements. Okay, so what they have given here, fish disease app. It has been developed in collaboration with the Central Institute of Fisheries and the Indian Space Research Organization. Now they ask, it intends to empower fish farmers with a convenient and efficient platform to report diseases on their farms. Okay. So basically there are people who are doing fishing activities. Fishing not, let's say they are not doing it from the ocean. They do have their own pond, and in that pond what they do, like, you know, they let's say, like, you know, they do fishing in the sense like they do have eggs of fishes, they release it over there, so, like, you know, that leads to growth of huge number of fish in short time. So people are doing fish farming. This is known as fish farming. Okay, so the thing is, it intends to empower fish farmers. So sometimes from your pond you may have huge number of fishes, but, like, you know, they may have some diseases. So this app has been released, and this app, like, through this app the fish farmers can notify about any disease that they have, so that government will help these farmers. But this application has not been released by in collaboration between, let's ISRO and other institutes. So I'm going to talk about the name of the organization that has released it. Okay, it has been released by National Surveillance Program for Aquatic Animal Diseases. So it has been developed by National Informatics Center, Pune. Okay, this has been developed by, not by these organizations, it has been developed by NIC, National Informatics Center, Pune. This is the thing. So that's why first is wrong, second is right. Correct answer is option B. Option B is the right answer, only 2. Okay, so the thing is, it is important for you to note that the answer keys that you may have received, some answers may be incorrect in the answer key. Okay, the 69, 70, they were incorrect, right? Correct is what I am saying here. Okay, you need to note. Then we have another question. It says, consider the following statements about Namdhapa flying squirrel, recently seen in the news. So this Namdhapa flying squirrel is found in the Namdhapa Tiger Reserve. So we do have Namdhapa Tiger Reserve. It is located in the state of Arunachal Pradesh. It was recently in news also. So this is related to that. So here it says it is an arboreal nocturnal flying squirrel endemic to Arunachal Pradesh. This statement is right. Now let us understand about the meaning of this arboreal. This statement is right. Arboreal means the species that live on trees. Okay, that live on trees. So this flying squirrel live on trees, that is known as arboreal. Nocturnal means they are active during the night. Okay, means, like, you know, they are active during night. Active during night. That's the thing. So first statement is right. Okay, first statement is right. Now second, it says it is a critically endangered species according to the IUCN Red Data book. So International Union for Conservation of Nature maintains a Red Data book. Under that they have categorized different species under different level of threats that they are facing. So one of the threat is critically endangered, and this is rightly mentioned. Okay, so this Namdhapa flying squirrel is critically endangered, and recently they have identified Namdhapa flying squirrel in the Namdhapa National Park after 42 years. They have identified this. It is capable of flying like birds and bats. See, birds can fly because they have wing, but this flying squirrel, they do not fly, they glide. Glide means, like, you know, it is not their wings, it is kind of feather that the like, you know, it is associated, it's a kind of, let's say, connected organ. So from top, if they do it, so they'll be gliding. You might have seen human beings gliding from top of the mountain. They use a kind of suit. You have seen that, right? That suit, after wearing that suit, people look like bats. You might have seen, like, people are gliding from the mountain. That's the thing. So this Namdhapa flying squirrel, they're able to glide, not able to fly like birds. So that's why first and second statement are right. So only 2 of the above statements are right. Means option B is the right answer. So with this, let us now talk about another question. A near threatened species of otter was recently spotted in India in a rare find. Consider the following statements about otters. So otters are very small species, right? Very small species. So they are kind of, let's say, like, mammal. And so they have given some statements related to that otter. So we are going to see this. Otters are indicators of high quality grassland habitats. No. Otters are found only in the continent of Antarctica and Australia. No. Otters belong to the family of carnivorous mammals. Okay. See, otters are not found in Antarctica and Australia. Except these two places, they are found everywhere else. Okay. So that's the thing. And they do not indicate any high quality grassland habitats. Means like, otters feed up, they are carnivorous animals. So the thing is, they do not directly, I mean, like, they do not, what we say, consume trees. They do not consume, let's say, like, green veggies and all. If we do have huge number of otter, that does not showcase that, like, that particular place will be having what, grassland and all. So that's why first and second are wrong, third is right. Okay, otter, I mean, like, although I do not have a picture to show it to you, but you can see, you can search about otter in the internet, right? So you will be able to see its picture. Then this specific drone was in news. Okay, this is, let's say, topics in news you can consider. It says Karar combat drones recently seen in the news have been developed by Iran. Okay, so Iran recently, let's say, they have demonstrated, let's say in India we have Republic Day. In Iran also they have had a celebration where they have demonstrated new weapons that they have developed. And one of the weapon is Karar combat drones. So these Karar combat drones are able to fly at an altitude of 49,000 kilometers. So very high it is able to fly. And so it can have, let's say, like, fight in the air. Means like it has the capacity of air combat capacity. Okay, it has air combat capacity. So this is the thing. Apart from this, it does have, let's say, like, it is capable of flying up to 1,000 kilometers. Means like it can fly to a very long distance also. So like, recently Iran has demonstrated that it has, let's say, air combat capacity through this Karar combat drone. Okay, so you need to learn about this. So this is of Iran. Okay, we can go to various specifications related to it that you can read in your free time. Then we have another question. It says, consider the following statements with reference to Green Rising Initiative. Green Rising Initiative. They have given two statements. One of the statement, it says, it is a joint initiative of the United Nations Environment Program and the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So this particular question, like this particular statement is wrong. Why? Because it is not United Nations Environment Program. It is, instead of it, there is another organization which is known as UNICEF. Okay, this particular organization is UNICEF. What is the full form of UNICEF? What is the full form of UNICEF? United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund. Earlier it was known as this way, United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, but now they have renamed it United Nations International Children Fund. Although it is UNICEF, but they say Children's Fund, not Emergency Fund and all. Okay, so this is the thing. So UNICEF along with, okay, so this has been launched by, it has been launched by UNICEF, right? So this is the thing, and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So this ministry is there plus UNICEF, they are there. Okay, UNICEF plus MOEFCC, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. It focuses on engaging youth for impactful environmental action at the grassroots level. This is right. So on statement 2 is right, means like, statement 2 is right. Option B is the right answer in this case. So with this, let us quickly move to another question. This is going to be the last question for the day. We came to the, let's say, end of the discussion. consider the following liquids. They have named various liquids. One of them is known as nicotine, propylene, glycerol, aldehyde, phenolic. Okay. How many of the above mentioned liquids are used inside e-cigarettes? Okay. All the 5, all of them are used inside e-cigarettes. So e-cigarettes has been recently in news. There was an article in the Hindu. So they have mentioned about that in United States of America and in many other countries, people are consuming e-cigarettes. So initially e-cigarette has been, let's say, like, promoted as an alternative to actual cigarette that has nicotine. So people started consuming e-cigarettes so that they can reduce the habit of smoking cigarette. But the thing is, it is itself addictive, right? So school children are using e-cigarette, and government of India has let's say, like, launched an act to ban the e-cigarettes from India. Okay, so India has launched an act also, and so we are going to discuss about that particular act, and name of that act is mentioned. It is known as Prohibition of Electronic Cigarettes Production, Manufacture, Import, Export, Transport, Sale, Distribution, Storage and Advertisement Ordinance 2019. So an ordinance has been passed, right, in 2019 to ban e-cigarettes from India. So that's why this is the thing. All these kind of things are done. It does have nicotine as well. So that's all from my side for the day. Thank you so much everyone for attending today's discussion, the AIPMT discussion. I understand you have been working hard since morning. You have attempted GS paper 1, you have attempted CSAT, you have attended all the discussions so far. So any questions for me from online or offline students from any topic? So much tired. I understand. Thank you.